That is shortly after 3. Discussed is the Somali-Kenya maritime dispute there. Remember, just some days ago, we said Somali president, that is Farmajo, they are also visiting the DRC there. Felix Tshisekedi, Kenya and Egypt played a major role to have him elect as the head of the AU there. We'll be looking at what is going to come out of that. And now talking about, as we come to a close, or rather working towards a close, yesterday, or rather the day before yesterday, the court suspended, the implementation of the minimum tax. Now, developing is that the Kenya Revenue Authority has said that it will retain the already paid minimum tax as credit in taxpayers' iTax ledger pending the outcome of the case filed by the Kenya Bars Association. Let me break it down for you. If you had been paying your minimum tax and you expected now with this particular ruling yesterday to receive these monies back, well, the taxman says they will hold it as credit until such a time when the case will be heard and determined, in case you were expecting money. And to those who are expecting money, especially those who were banking with Chase Bank, now the depositors are set to receive 500,000 shillings as liquidation process begins. Now the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation says depositors of the bank that was placed under administration in 2016 will become the first beneficiaries of the enhanced insured deposit as creditors wait. Details in a report filed by Carol Njenga.
Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation has begun to process payment of the remaining Chase Bank depositors as liquidation of the lender commences. This comes 4 days after the Central Bank of Kenya approved the liquidation of the bank. The decision was arrived at after CBK received a report from the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation revealing the weak financial status of the bank. In a statement, KDIC says depositors of Chase Bank in liquidation will become the first beneficiaries of an enhanced insured deposit of a maximum payment of 500,000 shillings. On Friday last week, CBK reported that a total of 162,970 deposit accounts equivalent to 97% of the depositors have already been paid. The receiver further says it will release additional information on the liquidation and payment to depositors in due course. The bank has been in receivership since 2016 when KDIC was appointed as the receivership manager by CBK following a report recommending immediate liquidation of the lender. KDIC has been managing 25% of the value of deposits, other assets and liabilities after Mauritius-based lender SBM Bank acquired 75% of the value of Chase Bank deposits along with other assets in 2018.
Okay, yeah.
All right, that is some good news and reprieve from for Chase Bank depositors there, 500K as the liquidation process begins. Now, I posed a question in regard to matters of justice, the prosecution and such. So, Mr. Adrian here, who is a lawyer by profession, says the role of the investigating officer is to draft a charge sheet as per what the accused persons or persons is being accused of, present them before a court of law, and ensure all witnesses who recorded the statements appear before court and testify to what they recorded. So I went further and probed then, so who does the investigation? Because that's the crux of the matter. Because we have been seeing between the office of the DCI as well as the DPP, there's been a conversation there that, the cases are not watertight. That's why when we present them to court, these people walk free. So he says it is funny because an officer will apprehend a person from God knows where, book them at the OB, and lock them up at the cells. The next thing, a different cop comes, takes your fingerprints, drafts a charge sheet and indicates himself as an IO and takes you to court. So honestly, I don't think we do the investigations as they should. This is in feedback as we're talking about matters of justice and just opening up, or rather pointing out a special report that we have on the dailies this morning, the issue of witness protection. And so far, the informants, or rather what we refer to as whistleblowers, who have paid for the truth with their very own lives.
Well, that brings us to a close of this particular segment, but you can always get more of all these stories that are in the dailies. They're on our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke, as well as following the conversation if you have to leave the comfort of your home. Stay with us.
Jen, before you go.
Yes.
Ray, uko na mandazi?
Yenda mandazi.
Nenda kupika mandazi kesho being Thursday.
Leo tuko na chai.
Tuko na chai.
Kesho nawaletea mandazi. I'll prepare the mandazis today, then bring them tomorrow.
Yeah, the
you can
mandazi
take that
down
to the bank.
mandazi.
Sio mandazi, mandas.
Mandas. Nawaletea mandas.
Okay.
Mandunya.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1. I want you to approach her mother. And when you're in front of everyone, you will hug her as if you truly loved her. Who else knew that Miss Serrano was going to go to your apartment?
I don't know anything about guns, but what I know is that Emma owns a gun.
What? Why in the world would she have a weapon?
What's the matter, my love?
I won't know. But what I would do with my life without her. Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Just see me as your family, not just see me as your friend. Everything alright. Journey to the ends of the earth. The wish will never burn that
Oh man, he's sick. It's good to see you back in the church, man. Hope all said all that bumping and grinding you've been doing in them videos. How long did you know about my father? I didn't feel it was my responsibility to tell you about your own father. It will always be my father's church. Why don't you let church people handle church business?
I'm an entertainer. That's not who you are. That's what you're in.
But let them fight over that. I don't care.
That is your father's legacy. Who's got fight for it if you guys?
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
But we can't leave unless we meet Emperor Bindusar. Can't we see him? Can't Emperor Bindusar come to see us even for one moment? We have come from a far-off place. Can't he come here and bless us all?
Just tell them to leave. I sure? He must be here to flee further. It's been done now.
Shibusi, I need to ensure your safety first. Only after that, I'll ensure the safety of Queen Dharma.
Next on.
Sikutaki wewe umetafuta hizo pesa na umeniletea. Sikutaki usinitoa ile mtatu. Mimi sitaki kujua.
Kama mfanye nini? Mimi siwezi mpango kukaliki.
Ndio mgongo. Alafu sasa ndio tamba. Ndio mgongo.
Oh man, he's sick. It's good to see you back in the church, man. Our boss said all that bumping and grinding you've been doing in them videos. I don't let you know about my father. I didn't feel it was my responsibility to tell you about your own father. It will always be my father's church. Why don't you let church people handle church business?
I'm an entertainer. That's not who you are. That's what you're at.
But let them fight over that. I don't care.
That is your father's legacy. Who's that fight for it if you guys?
Ileshka umada.
All right. Good morning and welcome back. We're just having a tete-a-tete here in the studio with the gents. We have a political analyst, Daniel Ouko, who is joining us. I don't know why he disappeared to. He will tell us. He just disappeared in thin air. Probably was, I don't know. He will tell us where he disappeared to. And Advice Mundalo, who is with us here. You've all been seeing him on Zoom today, Ako hapa na sisi, and this is going to be the viewpoint until 9 a.m. on the dot, when we are going to take you to the Supreme Court. Remember, this is week 2 and the 3rd day of the Supreme Court interview for the panel, where they are interviewing the candidates for the position of the Chief Justice. So we are going to have an array of issues to tackle, and with the gentlemen here in studio, you are on safe hands. Let's start this. Okay, let's just start this. Ouko, umekuwa wapi?
I've been in and about, and it's good to be here, Victor, to see you again. Yeah, it's been a while. Lakini mambo ya lockdown, mambo ya Thika Road, mfanya tumelala huko for how many hours, my friend?
But you look replenished.
Yeah,
you look good. What was happening?
It's good to be here. I mean, the country, we are breathing a sigh of relief. Everything is well placed here. You know, there's quite an improvement here.
Okay.
But it's good to be here this morning.
Yeah. Mundalo, what about you? We've been seeing you on Zoom today. You're here. How have you been?
I've been well. I think everything is going on fine, although, of course, the state of the country is not very nice. People are getting stuck on Thika Road every other day. The gun expose is putting us in quite a shamble. But generally, we are there, and as Kenyans, we have always said we keep struggling.
Yes, and talking of the gun expose, it just paints a clear picture of what's in the society. There's no secret about it anymore.
Exactly, and what is worse is even the reaction by government agencies, because you look at it mostly like a diversionary tact, like something to try and cover up, like shifting the blame, trying to say maybe it's the media that is wrong, trying to say, you know, it doesn't matter whether the gun belongs to the police or the gun does not belong to the police. What matters heavily is the reality that we have a gun and it can be accessed by any Kenyan at a whooping 5,000 shillings.
And you're good to go.
Yeah, because I wish even the price could be higher, because at such low prices, people like Dan can hire very many of them.
I don't know whether Dan, at this point, should we just shoot the messenger in this kind of position because it's a gun expose, or should we just go back and the police go back and just try to dig deep and understand where where is the source of all these things and seal it?
Well, I think, Victor, there is a thin line between, safeguarding the security issues vis-a-vis what really within the national interest. And I think right now what the debate that is within the public domain, and that must prick the conscience of Kenyans, is if we do such an expose, one, are we guaranteed that our security measurement is on stable notice, or are we taking responsibility by putting the idea into the minds of Kenyan how to acquire the guns? So there is a thin line between trying to put in our security architecture and in specifically, trying to inform the public that there is a system of infiltration of weapons, not only weapons, but even illegal weapons that are in the hands of wrong people. And people who, the security agencies that should be concerned in making sure that these guns doesn't infiltrate in the hands of people who are not trained to handle them and pursue, further the actions by, using them for criminal activities, is that is concerned. So my worry is, even as the Directorate of Criminal Investigation go, hell-bent in terms of asking accountability from the media fraternity, that should not, be escalated to a point where it becomes a threat to media freedoms in terms of informing the public of the infiltration that we are having within our security agencies.
What do you think, what's the worst that can happen, Mundalo, in this case?
I think the worst that can happen, I try to look at this gun expose from two different angles. And there is also the reality that there is an upcoming thug somewhere in the village who did not know about how easy it is to acquire these weapons. And also it has this also provides sensitization, and it provides information to that other person who didn't know the procedures, who didn't know that this is possible. So in as much as we are saying, yes, we have this expose and something is supposed to be done about it, we are also looking at the potential of then having escalating this vice, that now that more people know that it's possible, more people now know that it's possible for you to hire a police uniform, more people now know that it's possible for you to hire a gun, there is possibility that the rate of crime can actually even increase, because these things have been done before, and most often we have not seen a lot of very stern action from the relevant authorities. So it's high time they really have to move in with speed and crack the whip rather fast. Otherwise, if it will go as business as usual, and then it cools down and then it just fades off, we risk then having a very high rate of crime in the next very few days.
And somebody will say that my mate, who is on another rival station, says that the Purity did a good job, because now she brought everything easier for the police now to start investigations and perhaps just to seal the loopholes. And we just hope that she will not be victimized for doing her job.
Definitely.
All right, now let's move on. There is fire in the Jubilee House, and the chances are that things are not going to be so good moving forward. What do you read out of this, starting with you, Orogo? And yesterday, the Jubilee Party Secretary General said that, they have written to the Registrar of Political Parties, and they want to cut ties with the DP and his allied parties. What do you read out of this?
Well, there are two things that come in. One is the issues of the legality of that kind of intervention vis-a-vis whether it's politically correct. And first of all, we have been on this set, Victor, and I think you can remember for some time. One of the things that we have been advocating for is, do we have fidelity within our political, documents that are inscribed within the law? What do we mean? We are talking about a Jubilee party, in the guise of a number of parties that unfolded, those that unfolded and forged and formed a party. So it means that all over 12 political parties, Brock comes and say, we are together in this, and that including PDR, that has metamorphosized to UDA right now. So in one level, I agree that when a political party further the idea of dividing the country based on a class system, you know, that borders what we call, you know, hate, because then if people are classified that others have already made it and others are struggling in the guise of a hustler versus, you know, dynasty politics, we run a risk of, you know, declassifying people and putting people at a level where if you thrive, then you'll be known to be one that has, you know, got your way out of illegal means. So in that level, I agree with what the Secretary General said. You know, the philosophy of Jubilee Party was that we are united, tuko pamoja. But then any outfit that sprouts and further the idea that, you know, we are dividing you based on class, that is not within the latter, in the spirit of the Constitution of Jubilee and the party organs, including the National Management Committee and even the National Executive Committee. To that, I agree. But what I am taking a detour on and a departure on that kind of a decision, it's simply because we are, if for example, such a party has reached a level where, when did the national management of Jubilee Party realize that it's no longer tenable to have UDA as part of the, you know, of the agreement parties that we have? I think the timing to itself, you know, raises a number of questions, because this is an issue. Once the neck of the Jubilee Party and the National Management Committee could have realized on the onset that the formation of such an outfit that still becomes a member of Jubilee Party is not furthering the overall manifesto of Jubilee. So I think to this level, I take a departure on that kind of decision.
Could you just say that the UDA party, they were just a bit smart because they knew they were not going to make it until the last point of 2022. So in between the party, they just wanted to be a bit smart and form another party within Jubilee. But
you see, Victor, that's what we are saying. That if you look clearly and, you know, give cognizance to what is stipulated in the Register of Political Parties Act, it is very, very clear. It says that should you, or even you as a member of any political party, for example, if you are a member of a political party, but then you no longer believes on the idea of that party, you no longer believe that it's tenable, your position as the deputy party, you know, leader. To this extent, I'm talking about the deputy, you know, the deputy president, who is the deputy party leader by default of Jubilee Party. The worst thing, or the decision that you could have done, is to resign from your position and say it is no longer tenable for me to serve as the deputy party over political, you know, over governing party, and break ranks with my own party. But if you stay intact, you know, make a derogatory statements within the party that you serve in, as a member of NEC, or as a member of National Management Committee, and as a member of a very strong political making decision organ, then you stay put. I think that is wrong. For me, I see this was long overdue. Or any political party would have embarked into this. ODM, you know, any other political party has been breaking a whip on people who their position are no longer tenable within the party.
Okay, let me bring in Mundalo. Mundalo, what do you think informed this kind of decision?
I think the SG was clear yesterday. He said this has been a marriage where they woke up at midnight and the partner was not the one that was at the wedding dais. So I think one thing that is very clear and it's very obvious is that there has been a rift in Jubilee for a long time. I think what was just what we were awaiting was just the formalization of it, and I think this is just the legitimization of the process of accepting that there is no unity per se between Jubilee and PDR, which is now being called UDA. And I think from the side of Jubilee, I would imagine that they are right, because you obviously cannot enter into an agreement with the person X, then wake up and you have the same agreement, but then with person Y. And we have seen members of the Jubilee Party go outrightly campaigning for candidates for UDA and even professing the ideology of UDA if there is any. So it is obvious that there has been a faction of Jubilee that has moved out and it's now in UDA. I think the dictates of proper running of a political party and just the proper running of any organization, it would only be right for the SG to accept that reality and just document and legalize it, that now we have no working cooperation, than continue wallowing in the miasma that one day these guys are going to come back. I think this is just the right thing to do for a political party. And in Kenya, we need to have party discipline.
Yes.
At the end of the day. We need to really have party discipline. That's why you always see when things go astray, even in ODM, there has always been a way in which people must be held to account and people must be punished for certain things. You cannot just, for us to grow our democracy, we must be able to ensure that we have very strong political party institutions.
Yes.
That you cannot just move from one party to the other.
Yes.
That you cannot be elected on ODM and tomorrow you are professing the ideology of Jubilee and without anything then happening to you. I think when such things continue, then we convert political parties into just being vehicles for election, which should not be the case, because political parties should stand by a certain ideology and they should profess a certain agenda. But when such things are not done and then politicians are allowed to go helter-skelter, haywire in whichever direction, then we convert political parties into simply vehicles for election winning.
For elections. So the question now is, what now remains for Deputy President William Ruto and his allies moving forward? I think as it is, it's not going to be easy for them anymore, the Jubilee Party.
It is not going to be easy, and I think that is the real reason why the party decided so.
Yes.
Because they have always done their thing, and when you push them to shove, they tell you, by the way, PDR has a coalition agreement with Jubilee, and therefore we are within the right thing. So I think they will have then to rethink their strategy going forward, because then Jubilee will be very right to then crack the whip on them directly. And I think because in politics nothing just happens for the sake of it, I think there is a reason even why they had to dissolve this agreement and make it so official. I think they have a litany of ideas that they want to execute within the next few weeks. We might be seeing cracks. We must be seeing people being whipped for associating with UDA. And the time is now coming when people will have to choose whether you are either in Jubilee or UDA. I long for the days of when we had sober politics, when you could see the likes of Raila Odinga, that when he could not agree and the relationship was no longer tenable with KANU, he was able to resign and seek fresh mandate on a new political party.
Yes.
That is what happened when politics was a bit more ideological than it is today.
Right now,
it is very possible. When a member of parliament today, if Honorable Murkomen writes a resignation and says, now I'm no longer a member of Jubilee very legally, and therefore I want to seek fresh mandate, I don't think the IBC will refuse. We're having so many by-elections happening. So this will just be another election. So if people believe so much in the idea that they are championing, then they should be strong enough to really profess it and be able to go to the people. Because if, every other day the UDA people are always telling us about how UDA is very popular everywhere. But if they are really popular as they say, why do they then fear the same people who they think they have? If they have the people, then they can be able to resign, go to UDA formally and seek fresh mandate. I think at that juncture then, I think I would have enough respect for those members. But otherwise, in as much as that is not happening, then it's just common politics that is politics of selfishness and politics that does not have the interests of the common Kenyan at heart.
Let me bring in Orogo in this. Orogo, what's your take?
Well, I think right now, United Democratic Alliance has got varied of options to consider. In the light of ongoing crackdown on the membership, members who'd been within the UDA but also affiliated to Jubilee, there is jostling in the on working on a winning alliance for 2022. And each and every political party right now is strategically positioning themselves to either run, or form a coalition, a winning coalition to 2022. And UDA is not exemptional. One of the things that from this an advice table in the panel like this, one that I can advise UDA is, to have a very strong caucus in terms of trying to come up with a strategy on how either to form an alliance. And the best thing is to identify, what alliances would they form as, they proceed to 2022. Secondly, I think is hell-bent and incumbent of the deputy president, who is a sole sponsor, also a sole strategist. For me, I think deputy president is a sole everything in UDA. A sponsor, a strategist, everything. So I think for him is also to consider asking the membership of Jubilee, of UDA per se, to have people who strategically think and place, a winning formula for 2022. One of the ways that he can do this is to still continue to craft an alliance with Raila Odinga if he wants. The other would be, to run it alone, because from what I see is that the capacity of UDA right now, to form a very strong coalition, or to go in alone in 2022, it's not tenable, because, looking at their deliverables, in the past elections that we've had, even in the by-elections, for all the by-elections that we'd had, they had only gained, I think in London ward in Nakuru, and that is only, a member of a county assembly. In the background of much resources that is pumped there, both human, financial, and technical. So I think it's for them to go back to the drawing board, become very realistic to themselves, and look at themselves in the eye and say, it is no longer tenable that UDA can run as a sole political party and deliver, by itself and win 2022, minus the idea of forming coalitions. If you look at the options in forming coalitions,
which is quite impossible, because no political party can make it single-handedly to any election and win.
Exactly as we speak. And that's why I say that is not exemptional of UDA as well. So for them is to look at where does a better coalition that can deliver work into. Right now, for any political party that do not have a state sponsorship, let me say this, that a state sponsorship of what we've been calling deep state support to 2022 is paramount, and it's one way any winning coalition will deliver. Minus that, it becomes an uphill task for any party or any coalition to ascend into the powerful position of winning an election.
Let me ask this question to Mundalo. So does it mean that Deputy President William Ruto is now a free man? He can walk out and say, I'm done. Thank you. It's been real.
I don't think Deputy President is a free man per se, because the person who has the authority to make him free is just himself, and so far he has not done that. As it stands today, the Deputy President is still the Deputy Party Leader of the Jubilee Party. And I think that is his party position. He can only be free to engage UDA at the time when he will come out and pronounce himself and resign from the Jubilee Party and officially go to UDA, which will then also mean that he will lose his position as Deputy President. It is until he's courageous enough to do that, then he can be said to be free enough to freely engage UDA. Otherwise, as times go by and as it stands now, we can only imagine and we can only draw conclusions. Like when we say the Deputy President, like we mostly imagine that he's the person behind UDA. It is more real than even imagined. He has even spoken to it himself, that when things don't get okay with Jubilee, then UDA is an option. He has said that himself. But then in official capacity, he has not. And I think that is where even some of his supporters then have cold feet even on him, because they don't find him strategic enough, they don't find him confident enough, they don't find him courageous enough, that if he really believes in his agenda, and if he really believes that the Jubilee Party is sidelining him, if he really believes that whatever his agenda is not congruent with the aspirations of Jubilee, the only reasonable thing that he would have done, like the rest have done in the past, would have been to resign officially, let that office be, instead of continuing to earn taxpayers' money for a job that you're not doing. Because when you do that, then that means that is a lot of dishonesty. If you really believe that this thing is not working, and my work here is even not there, then you don't need to be in that office. He would have resigned, joined UDA officially, become the party leader per se, and maybe go on a recruitment drive across the country. And I think at that time I would find him more honest with his words. But as it stands now, it's mostly just the politics of survival.
So what is the party structure like right now in the Jubilee Party? Because it was a party which was formed for the sake of unity of all Kenya. So what is the party structure like as it is?
I think the party structure as it is, what we don't know very much is who is the chairman of Jubilee, because after the party leader and the deputy, we seem to go direct to the vice chair, who seems more powerful than the deputy party leader. So I think the party structure of Jubilee would, I think the right person who would be able to really answer that question would be the party secretary general, who would then know the exact party structure of the party. But what is in public domain is we know that Jubilee has a party leader, it has a deputy party leader, who is not reading from the same script with the party leader. And you know it has a vice chair who is always giving ultimatums and prophecies that more always come to pass. And then we have the secretary general, who mostly we see writing letters. He serves more as a secretary to this party. And even when he comes to the public, he says, as the party would agree, then I will communicate. So I find him more a director of communication for the party, and the person running the party seemingly to be the vice chair. But that is just as I could imagine, according to what plays out in public galore. But then about the reality of Jubilee, I think the SG would be the best to answer, or maybe Dan. You know, Dan has been a long member of the Jubilee Party, so Dan would also be at the best position.
Dan, you're accused in this.
A key decision maker.
Well, I think the responsibility of an SG shouldn't be shifted to me by advice. But then, I think to try to answer this is, you know, the structure of a Jubilee Party is that the National Management Committee has got at the top-notch tier of making decisions, and the Secretary General sits as the Secretary of the National Management Committee on behalf of the National Executive Committee of Jubilee. And to that means that all decisions that he communicates to the media and to the public about the position of the party are sanctioned by the National Management Committee and is authorized to communicate also as the Secretary of the National Executive Committee to the public. Now, that said, you know, Jubilee, for what it stands for, there is a bit hypocritical in terms of its standing and its grounding. Because, you know, if there is a level at which the deputy party leader has been accused of taking a departure and, you know, making statements that are not in line with the idea and the manifesto and the principles of Jubilee Party and Constitution, but also on the other hand, we have seen the entire members of the Jubilee Party invoking campaigns and campaignings for, you know, other aspirants for different political parties. Kibra by-elections. A number of Jubilee governors, you know, campaigned for, you know, ODM candidate there. You know, in different areas. I mean, we've seen pockets of leaders within Jubilee. You know, campaigning for different, you know, political leaders. Of course, they haven't made an official agreement. The only agreement that Jubilee has deposited, you know, the post-election coalition agreement that was made by KANU, I think, and that is the only public one that has been deposited at the registrar. That with ODM has not been. You know, that with Ford Kenya, we haven't seen. That with ANC, it's not there. So, you see, the stand at which we take, and that's why I said, some of the decisions that, you know, the party secretary general is making on behalf of NEC and National Management Committee in general, it's really not, you know, we cannot absolve him from double standards, because that is exactly what is betrayed. But now as we move forward, and this is why I said, Victor, it is important that the precedents we are setting in this country when it comes to the fidelity of legal procedures including the respect to the Political Parties Act. Because as we head to election,
yes,
most of the things that we are going to see and what the media is going to inform the public is about is a violation of Political Parties, Elections Act 2011.
Yes.
Is the violation of, IEBC, Act and IEBC in itself. But if we are treated to this, but we are comfortable with this as a public, then the precedents we are setting in future governance of this country is that you can be in a party, violate the party structure, and justice okay.
And justice is okay.
So I think as we proceed, and like you've asked, what is what is the stand and the structure of Jubilee? I think right now it's the governance systems of Jubilee is weakest in its state, and there is no, we can't absolve all the political leaders of Jubilee in this.
Just hold on that point. We take a short break, and then when we come back, we are going to continue from where we just left. And of course, we have got so much more. We're going to talk about the BBI. Remember, the MPs now have agreed that they are going to pass the bill as it is. The only thing they are going to amend are just the typos and some of the discrepancies in the bill. And of course, the quest for the next CJ continues at 9 a.m. this morning, and so much more. So let's take a break. We'll be right back with more with the gentlemen in studio. We'll be right back.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Just see me as your family, not just see me as your baby. Everything alright. Journey to the ends of the earth. But the whistle never burn that way. Oh man, he's sick. It's good to see you back in the church, man. I've offset all that bumming and grinding you've been doing in them videos. How long did you know about my father? I didn't feel it was my responsibility to tell you about your own father. It will always be my father's church. Why don't you let church people handle church business? I'm an entertainer. That's not who you are. That's what you're in. But let them fight over that. I don't care. That is your father's legacy. Who's got sight for it if you guys? Hii ni KBC Radio Taifa. Kila kitu maishani kina sauti yaleta furaha. Radio. Sauti ya elimisha, yahimiza yatuleta pamoja. Sauti ya Kenya. Radio Taifa.
Welcome back. This is The Viewpoint. Of course, we still continue with issues affecting you and affecting me. We're just trying to, break them down for you so that we can understand exactly what's happening around the country. Gentlemen, let's continue the debate. And now let's shift gears and talk about the BBI. It must be a very happy mood in the House. The lawmakers agreed unanimously that the only thing they are going to do on the document is just to check on the typos and some of the discrepancies here and there, and it's going to sail through. Let me start with you, Advice. Do you buy the same agenda?
I don't know why someone would reduce legislators to editors.
Wow.
I don't understand. But the whole agenda of the BBI is getting more and more murky as time goes by. Because again, in as much as there is this agreement by both houses to pass it, there is again a court order that bars the president from ascending to the bill. So there is a lot of confusion here. And so, okay, we are also a country that has most often not listened to the courts. But again, it points out to the problem of, now, will we pass the BBI, go to a referendum, and then after the referendum, Okello Omtata in his element goes to court, and 3 years later, we are again told the BBI is unconstitutional. So I don't know how then this is going to pan out. But the reality is that as it stands now, the BBI process is on track. In the words of those who proclaim it at high voices, they always say that the reggae is still on.
It's still on.
And I don't think this is something that is going to be stopped very easily, because it is government agenda. And what makes it worse is that it's government agenda in conjunction with opposition. Now, when that happens, it becomes there is very little anyone can do about it, because you can see the only person who Kenyans were hoping on that he could be able to come out and stand in the way of the BBI, who is the deputy president. He also chickened out and said no. Let us. He doesn't want to give a very clear stand. So everybody that people hoped would be able to propel this to stand on its way chickened out. We saw the governor of Makueni, who was leading the pack of the people who are calling themselves, I don't know what the name was, but they also, after some time, after the governor had led them very well, he also chickened out and said he had, at the time he was leading them, he had not listened to the people. Now he had gone and listened to the people and discovered that the people are interested in BBI. So generally, BBI is something that will obviously go through, because it has no formidable person who is standing on its way, maybe just except Martha Karua.
Daniel, people expect fireworks in Parliament. There was that heavy cloud that now the bill was on the floor of the House, and therefore they're expecting the bicameral House now to start debating. Remember the two issues they were trying to talk about, the delimitation and the creation of the 70 new constituencies. So now, where are we now?
Well, I think the whole saga about BBI, we are coming on the background of COVID. By the way, COVID touched Raila Amolo Odinga. The country should be disbanded by that time. I think we are coming back that it wasn't disbanded, and we are in it. So I think the state of it is we avoided as much as possible in some terms to have a contested referendum. But that was for democracy to prevail. I think we ought to have a contested referendum. Very, very, very contested. Because that then would help us to have an Achillion of democracy, to pinpoint issues that are contested and issues that should, be ratified, and looked into, whether we pass it or not. So in the absence of a lack of contested referendum, then I think the citizens are getting a raw deal. This is according to me, because the bill is in the House, and nobody probably is not going to debate strongly about it, because those that we've delegated the power to debate and to legislate such a very critical, document, are now going to converse about it and are going to have a decision to just edit, like Advice have said. Now, turning legislatures now to be, to edit the bill. Kenyans have lost again in the House. So now what remains, Victor, is that in the absence of a very strong alternative voice, I'm not talking about strong opposition, in the absence of a very strong alternative voice, and we are only seeing it in the campaign of, implement Katiba as it is. I think there's been a hashtag running about Tekeleza Katiba Ilivyo.
Yeah.
The only person who stands for it is Martha Karua, and I think Martha Karua lacks the staminas, the gravitas to hit what is required, to pinpoint issues that are required in this document.
Yeah.
So I think it is now left. If that happens, and if the bicameral house prevails over it, and it's now brought to the public for a vote, it's now left for the citizens to decide on it, and to either shut it down and ask for to be reconsideration, or that it passes, it being promulgated by the citizens. But you see, my humble submission, the way this thing should have been done, if at the jailer committee, and the other one that is led by Jeremiah Kione, it should be some committee that is also should be looking into this issue critically. A change in the constitution is a lifetime process.
Yes.
It touches on the life of Kenyans for years and generations. It cannot be left alone in the hands of people that we've donated our power, and instead of debating it critically, are now going to converse and host trade about it. This is a raw deal for me, to the Kenyans. I'm not saying the bill is bad, but I'm saying the lack of serious debate about this bill on a very contentious issues that will traverse the whole generation. I think it spoils a raw deal for Kenyans.
The question is, let me just put this to advice, is now, ODM Chairman John Mbadi said that probability of having an election in June is somehow 50-50 because it's a matter before court. So what should we expect therefore? Because now, as it is, they are going to put that debate, they are going to have that report ready by Friday. And then, what next?
When you look at the urgency with which this is being pushed, then you would have clarity that it goes without saying that there will be a referendum. About the issue of 50-50, Mbadi said that some time back. But then I think that was when there was a simmering tension between the Jubilee and ODM. But now they seem to be now reading from the same script and they're in agreement. Once Jubilee and ODM are in agreement on the same script, trust me, this thing is going to be pushed so fast that we'll not even know by the time we get to the referendum. If legislators can be whipped into one direction of not debating the bill, if legislators can be made to just become editors of the bill and pass it to the next level, then it shows you the kind of force that government is now using to have this go government way. So I think the referendum is going to happen, and yes, there is an issue before court, and I say that even in my opening statement about this, that there is some bit of misunderstanding, because the court has said that the president should not even sign this bill. But again, I look at our history with the courts, especially with the Jubilee government, and I have not seen the Jubilee government adhere to court orders to what I would call 100%. So I wouldn't really want to imagine that court orders would be something that is going to stop this process. Because we have had court orders that said 41 judges must be appointed. And in fact, it even gave timeframes and deadlines. That never happened. We had court orders that were to bring back our good friend Miguna. It never happened. So we have had a lot of issue with court orders. And so I don't think a court order would be the right thing for me to use to judge that then there will be no referendum. I don't think so. I think the referendum will be there for as long as there is a politics of unison between Jubilee and ODM. The only thing that can stop the referendum is when cracks and the fault lines start drawing between those two. But for as long as the cracks are not there, for as long as the fault lines are not there, then the thing will continue. So remember, when the only time we had a lapse and there was silence about BBI is when there was simmering tension between ODM and Jubilee. But for as long as the tension is not there, for as long as there is congruence between the two, then everything will always go on as normal.
So in other words,
Victor, let me also add something about anyone who is planning for a referendum, the only constitutional body mandated to carry out a referendum is IEBC.
Yes.
Look at the state of IEBC. And right now, we had only 3 commissioners.
Yeah.
But even their jobs have already, are hanging on the balance according to the statement that was issued. The president, who is the head of executive, already announced the positions for IEBC.
Yeah.
And as we speak, there is, jostling about electing the panel to select the commissioners. Victor, look at the state of the country right now. We are talking about a referendum. We are talking about the elimination of 70 additional boundaries. But the electoral management body that is in charge of those 2 critical roles...
They have the power right now.
...is at shambles.
Yeah.
They do not have... 3 commissioners, let me say, the constitutional requirement cannot really give the 3 commissioners the mandate. And you see, beside the 3 commissioners, we are having an acting, CEO. It's a story set. So for me, what I'm thinking is, I think there is a sense in which somebody somewhere is, dragging a nation into a quagmire that probably executive or somebody can just, make decisions that are contemptuous about the Constitution of Kenya, and people just say it is normal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, let's just flip the debate briefly and talk about the interviews that's going on at the Supreme Court. We have been seeing and witnessing and watching several candidates being taken to task. And yesterday we had Senior Counsel Ngatia. Mundalo, what's your take on that? we all watched it. Perhaps if you didn't, but I know you watched it.
I watched Ngatia, and of course the whole country was mesmerized by Ngatia. I think by the 20th minute of Ngatia's interview, the internet had already started blowing, and there was already a trending hashtag on Twitter. So I think the good lawyer was able to really bring out his element of intellect, his deep understanding of philosophy, his deep understanding of the law and a myriad of issues, and his expertise in having dealt with these matters both locally and internationally. And I think he was able to explain his points rather extremely well. At some point, I was tempted to think he was more or less educating the bench than being interviewed. So I think he did quite a commendable job. Together with the others, we have had, I think the most interesting one was Marete, who was also able to excite the country a lot by...
the social media was like, Marete is going to be the people's CJ.
The people's CJ. So I think Marete also excited people quite a lot. I also loved the interview by former DPP, Murgor. I think he was quite honest and blunt with his truth, although in what some people would call arrogance, but in me, I would just find it like he was just a man who was being honest with himself and not being able to pretend for the sake of just finding a job. So when I read these interviews, we are now at, we have done 7 so far. I think I would look at Ngatia as a person who is too qualified for the job. I would look at Murgor as a person who qualifies for the job.
Too qualified?
Yes, and then I would look at Murgor as a person who qualifies for the job. And of course we had others. I also liked Kome. I think basically we have had people who have a gravitas of an understanding of the law, an understanding of administration. And so it's my wish that at the end of the day we'll have the best among them picked for the job, not because of his tribal or political affiliation, because my problem normally is we take professionals through these tedious tasks, and after they finish doing this work, we then go back to our political cocoons and start making political decisions and start looking at the arithmetics of tribe and the arithmetics of gender and such arithmetics. In my view, if those were to be the SI units for this selection, we would avoid us spending taxpayers' money on the whole process and just go to give the 10 names to the politicians and let them do the tribal arithmetics and the political affiliations and give us a CJ. But for as long as we've been able to take Kenyans through these 10 days and take professionals through this work and spend taxpayers' money on it, let us just be honest that at the end of the day, let us give this job to the most qualified person without minding where they come from, without minding the agenda, but just minding that they can be able to serve Kenyans.
Okay. Daniel, what have you picked out of these proceedings so far?
Well, what I've picked out from the interviews that so far has been held is that indeed we have qualified, men and women at the helm of judiciary who have exercised, their jurisprudence in a sense, that is tenable for the country, and they can serve as CJ or any other, position at the judiciary. Now, Victor, what is the challenge right now that is required with these interviews that are going on? One is that, are you able, or is a candidate able to deliver and lead a bench in solving a presidential, petition?
Yes.
That is a question that has been coming all over from the, the panel that is interviewing. The other one that I understand, and this is the heritage that we've had as a country, that we are proud of from the rest of our neighboring countries, that we've reached at a point in time where any interview panel now focuses on the character of an individual, focuses on the integrity of an individual, as opposed to somebody who is single-handedly referred by another party. And what I am impressed about from the previous interviews I've had, that the panel is so much pressing the candidates to talk about their taxes, to talk about their assets, to come up front and say, how then did you acquire certain wealth? Provide your bank accounts. Let us know how you, you acquire certain wealth, so that this is a remedy of unscrupulous accumulation of wealth once anybody ascends into such a position of the president of the judiciary.
Yes.
And I think lastly, each and every candidate comes with, the unique thing about them. And I have always been challenging my friend Advice, because I'm looking at Advice comments always on social media. Advice seems mesmerized about each and every candidate, to the level where I keep on asking him, who then is your candidate? Because if Martha Koome, she says that was an excellent. If, Marete says that is an overboard.
Yes.
If Philip Murgos, he said that was another excellent. So, you know what, my friend, we really need,
I think,
purposefully to now look at who then is a candidate. But I have a problem with, already starting to dictate, who is then can have, the helm of the Supreme, because the moment we comprehend, the moment we begin to, become apprehensible and begin to talk about who is already qualified, I think that then, defeats the duty of the selection panel.
Okay.
But so far, I think I will wait and listen to all the candidates. William Ouko is in the panel today.
Yes.
And I think he's also another competent one that, we really need to give a chance.
He's also
and also listen to before we close curtains to the rest that are remaining.
Mundalo says that he's also a good candidate. He's also a good candidate. I think to Mundalo, let's just help him. Probably there is a decoy candidate, and that there is non-negotiable candidate for him.
Yes. You see, Victor, Dan accuses me of saying all the candidates are qualified, and then in his many words, he also says all of them are qualified.
Right.
Because I've listened to him and I've not seen him discredit any of them. So the difference between me and him is just that I'm confident enough to be public about it.
Yes.
When he is not confident enough to be public about it. Otherwise, I think most of these people they have the gravitas and they qualify. But then I think since Dan wants to really know who my candidate is, I think he thinks my interest in a particular candidate would affect the results. I will brief him after this interview.
Okay, we have got 2 minutes to go, but we cannot finish this debate without talking about, yesterday was a blow to President Uhuru Kenyatta. The CS, the High Court said that, your cabinet is in office illegally.
Yes.
How are we going to handle this? We are almost like few months to election, and the whole cabinet will be out.
And that's always my problem with the court sometimes.
Yes,
because sometimes they give directives that I would say, with all due respect, do not really make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because in one hand, when you read that judgment, they say these people are in office illegally, but then they say do not remove them. Yeah. They again postpone the time at which this is supposed to be acted on. So you ask yourself, are you saying that this is an illegality that should go on for some more time? I think the judgment in itself was something that I think maybe now lawyers would be able to make us understand even better, because you cannot tell us that this thing is illegal, but wait a minute, don't work on it. Don't work on it just yet. Wait until a certain time. So the illegality is supposed to continue. So I think to me that was not a very necessary judgment per se, because then to what extent does it even affect the country? Because we have had people in office, these guys have been in office all this time. Now you're telling us today that now it's illegal for them. You're telling us, wait, you're telling us it's illegal, but wait a minute. So what are we supposed to do about that? Because I think sometimes the courts just take us through circus. They should be more straightforward.
Daniel, just to pick it from there, they're in office illegally, but wait a minute, don't. So what is the next ruling? What is the next judgment? Because that was like the final ruling.
Yes.
So what are we waiting for then?
Well, I think any court ruling or judgment, there are always factors at play. One is the public, the larger national interest. The second one is the gravity of the case. And I think the other one that is also other judgments that have been made in relation to the particular one that they have to make judgment on. So, there are things that are concerned, and I agree with what advice is talking about. One, when it comes to the legal interpretation of that, that case, the legality, the interpretation that is that they're illegal. Actually, their selection or their nomination or any other process that was followed is not spelled in the Constitution of Kenya as the supreme document. But wait a minute, also by the fact that for the matters of the public interest, in that these particular chief, administrative secretaries are serving, the current government, and in their capacity, they have a tenure. They are still continuing to do the government service, and in that sense, that is why I think the court, however much illegal it is according to their legal interpretation, but for the public interest is that these are leaders that are in the office that are serving, so therefore we cannot, remove them. But I think for me, the difficulty in terms of balancing the legal interpretation vis-a-vis the public interest is what put court into the very difficult, very difficult situation. So I think the issue right now, the courts have done very well. For me, according to their interpretation, constitutional, but also it is now left to the court of public opinion.
Should the president be worried as of now?
He should, because this portrays the president as not only the president but also the structure of the governance system. It portrays a structure that is saboteuring the Constitution, a structure that do not obey, the judiciary. That definitely what the effects of this ruling is about, because it sustainably poke holes into the working of the judiciary, as in the working of executive, as an executive that makes a decision that is not considering the legal dictates of the Constitution. And you know what that says? It says about the office of the Attorney General and the office of the Solicitor General largely. Because even as Justice Kihara sits on the panel, one of the candidates might even question him. Why are you questioning my qualifications while you yourself, as the legal advice of the government, is falling short of advising the government on the legal issues that are required. And the government is having a lot of court orders, a lot of court summons, and a lot of court directives because of the lack of legal advice to the government and to the executive and to the president in specific.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, allow me to finish this debate on a different note. I'm going to give you 20 seconds each. We discussed here an hour ago with my colleagues the issues of domestic violence and men killing women, and I mean it's all over. As men, 20 seconds as we finish.
I think that issue is actually very bad, and as time goes by, I think it's becoming almost daily. It's becoming almost routine. I think the only way for us to be able to salvage this is, first of all, to agree that there is a problem. And let us just stop making fun about it. And we also have to agree that it's until there has been a problem with basically both gender, because there has been a lot of call for women empowerment, which has left the boy child neglected. It's until that time. Sorry.
Oh, just a minute. That is, those are live pictures from the Supreme Court. The next candidate walking in is Justice William Ouko, who is also the president of the Court of Appeal, walking into the dome to face the JAC panel for his seat. That is going to be taking place from any moment from now. There you have Professor, who is the chair, and that one. I'm going to, Daniel, allow me to just cut it there. We are going straight there. And thank you so much for joining us. My name is Victor Lo. Let's do this again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii ya jitume mwenyewe kwa simu yako, bonyeza *811 *963 hash.
Unavyojikakamua kupata ufanisi, ndivyo utakavyofurahi baada ya kufanikiwa. Usisubiri kusukumwa na mtu, jitume mwenyewe.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii, bonyeza *811 *963 hash. *811 *963 hash. Next on.
On KBC Channel 1, I want you to approach her mother. And when you're in front of everyone, you will hug her as if you truly love her. Who else knew that Miss Serrano was going to go to your apartment?
I don't know anything about guns, but what I know is that Anna owns a gun.
What? Why in the world would she have a weapon?
What's the matter, my love?
I won't know what I would do with my life without her.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Namleta mgeni na mpangaji.
Mbona mnamfanya hivi lakini?
Kwa leo tu, kesho tutakwenda kutafutia ile nyumba nilokuambia. Asiweza kutumia huo mzigo. Shukrani sana. Sasa shindwa mwenyewe. Ninalesikia hiyo kama kundalalisha huko, mndalalisha mama. Alafu na wewe nani?
Mimi naitwa Dabra.
Very good morning, my Lord Judge President of the Court of Appeal, Kehara Kariuki, the Attorney General, here by virtue of my office.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Your Honor, I'm Olive Mugenda, Commissioner representing the public and also chairing these interviews. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
We also have Honorable Anne Amadi, who is the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary and Secretary to JSC.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Also, we have Frida Mukaya, who is the registrar of JSC at the corner there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So once again, welcome, Judge. A few housekeeping issues. Please be precise in your answers as much as you can so that we can manage time. And I'm also asking my fellow commissioners to also be precise in their questions and also keep within the timelines that we have decided. Your Honor, feel free to ask for clarification if you're not sure or if you didn't hear the question properly, so that you are able to answer the questions properly. After 2 hours, we are going to take a break, and Anne Amadi will come for you to take you where you're going to have your break. Or maybe you can even go to your office because it's around here.
Yes.
Okay, so you now start with the interviews. And I'll start, Your Honor, by asking a question. We have read your very impressive CV. You have done a lot of work for judiciary the last 30 years. And in 10 minutes, because the rest of the details will come through the questions, but in 10 minutes, please summarize why this commission should nominate you for the position of CJ.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. I joined the judiciary 34 years ago in 1987 as a district magistrate, professional, that's what they were called those days. In those 34 years, I have risen through the ranks to become a judge of the Court of Appeal where I am today. 3 years ago, my colleagues in the Court of Appeal identified me to be their captain and unanimously elected me as their president. As I steer the Court of Appeal, I'm pleased to tell the commissioners here that the court, despite the numbers which we are all aware of, has done a great job under my leadership. The court has been able to put in place case management systems that has seen it reduce the backlog in that court. When I took over, there were 7,000 or so appeals pending. 2 years later, they were down to 4,000. We had and finalized 3,000 through active case management. Unfortunately, the numbers kept dwindling. Unfortunately, COVID-19 came, and these numbers have started rising, heading back to 7,000, 8,000. The Court of Appeal, under my leadership, is regarded as one of those courts that are most collegiate, where judges work together. There's chemistry in the way we work. The Court of Appeal is also known for delivery of robust decisions. But all this has been because of my leadership, because when I took over, we identified as a court the gaps, one of which was the backlog at the time, the delays in judgments. We had judgments that had been pending from our court up to 3 years undelivered. We took a deliberate decision together that all those judgments, we sat in June of 2018, April 2018, and we agreed that by June 2018, we must have all those judgments delivered. So when we assembled in June again to review, we noted that we still had a few left. The judges had worked really, really hard to reduce the backlog of delayed judgments. So we extended time to August, and by August, all those judgments were delivered. As I speak to you today, commissioners, there is no delayed judgment in that court. Perhaps 1 or 2, 5 months or 6 months, again through leadership of myself. How did I get to the Court of Appeal? And I want just to add that when I was elected by my colleagues, I was not the senior most. In a list of 20, I was number 13 in terms of seniority. In terms of age, perhaps the same number. And so they saw something in me that they identified with, that they thought would make a difference in the court, hence the unanimous decision to pick me as their leader. And I want to trace my journey to the Court of Appeal from the time I joined in 1987 as a district magistrate. As a district magistrate, again, I was identified, having worked only for 1 year, working in this very building as a district magistrate and dealing mainly with criminal cases. The chief magistrate at the time, Mr. Justice Mango, identified me to head the traffic court. And he told me in particular that that court had had problems of integrity. Each time a magistrate was posted there, it became a toll station. And he said, I want you to streamline it. He made me in charge of that court. He asked me to ensure that more traffic courts are established in Nairobi and its environs, and I did that. 1 year later, while still a district magistrate, I was promoted my second year in the judiciary to the position of resident magistrate. Hardly had I done a case than I was called by a team of JSC members, just two of them, Mr. Justice Nyarangi, who was then in the Court of Appeal representing that court to the Commission, and Lady Justice Joyce Alwach, who was representing the High Court. When I got a call that I was required to go before them, my reaction was panic, because I didn't know why I was required before the Commission members. With them was Mr. Justice Mwera, who was then the registrar of the High Court. That's how they were called, a misnomer, because the registrar of the High Court was really the chief registrar of the judiciary at the time. With them again was Mr. Jacob Olekipuri, who was then the deputy to Justice Mwera. And I was told that the two had their hands full as administrators. The more we were expanding, but the administration only had 2 people to help the Chief Justice, so they wanted a third hand. The truth of the matter was that Mr. Justice Mwera was being elevated to the High Court, and Mr. Jacob Olekipuri was taking over as the registrar. So they picked me as a deputy to Mr. Jacob Olekipuri as the deputy registrar. Working in administration, which I did for 17 years, exposed me to many things. While serving as chief court administrator, which was the highest at the time, actually had just been created, I was the first person to occupy that office, and 2 others did after me, or 3 others. I was exposed to many things in the court system. I made so many reform initiatives that we enjoy up to this day as a judiciary, and I just want to give a few examples. The medical scheme we are having today, it was my brainchild, and this is how it happened. I'll be very brief. As judges, magistrates, and other judicial officers and staff, we were being paid a medical allowance or up to the standard of your cadre, all put together under the printed budget came to something like 20 million. And then we had also a line called ex gratia medical, which came to about 30 million. I worked out these figures. We commissioned a healthcare provider, and I approached PS Treasury with these figures of 50 million, having consulted very widely among our colleagues, and I traded off. I said, take away the medical allowance that is in our salary, and take away the ex gratia vote, and we get a medical cover. And we started off with one officer alone, first year. The second year, an officer and a spouse. It has grown today to an officer, a spouse, and I think 4 children. Per diem that we today receive when we travel on official duties, again my brainchild, because of the demeaning manner people were surrendering, impressed. You are given 10,000 to go to Kisumu on official duties. You only spend 3, but when you come, you have to account for 7. And you'd see all manner of receipts. It was quite demeaning even for judges. And if you didn't surrender, then of course next trip you'd not go. Again, I negotiated this with the PS Treasury at the time, and they changed it to per diem that we enjoy today, so you don't have to account every a day is costed, and if you go for 10 days, you're paid equivalent. Apart from those two, in administration, I also took part in many reform initiatives. I was appointed a joint secretary to the Kotut Committee by the President of the Republic, the late Daniel Arap Moi. And Kotut Committee was formed to delink or to address issues of terms and conditions of service of the judiciary. The Kotut Committee made a report that completely delinked the judiciary from the mainstream civil service. The judiciary, for years, from independence, was an appendage of the Attorney General's chambers. All our staff, all secretaries, clerks, executive officers, all were seconded from the Public Service Commission to the judiciary. With the Kotut Committee and the report, this came to an end, and we adopted, so to speak, those who are seconded to us. Hence, that's the time we started using PLS 1, PLS up to I think 12 or 13, which have now been converted under your organization review. And that's how we delinked completely from the mainstream public service. The other thing we wanted to do after the Kotut, I was part of the implementation committee that was to implement this, was to completely identify our needs. And one of those needs was to try and have our own pension scheme, away from the one that is enjoyed by the civil servants. I will, if you ask me later, I'll be able to say more about this. I then was appointed as a secretary again to work in the famous Quach committee, again dealing with issues of judicial integrity. Again, after that, I was part of the implementation team that was implementing the recommendations. Finally, I worked, a meeting was called by the then Minister for Constitutional Affairs, the late Mutula Kilonzo, with the Chief Justice at the time, Honorable Mr. Justice Gisheru, and Emeritus Attorney General Amos Ouko. Of the Court of Appeal judges at the time, a few High Court judges, and Law Society and many players in the justice sector. The issue was reform. At the time, reform was in the air. This was after the Kriegler Commission and all that. In that meeting, again, I was perhaps the youngest and perhaps the most junior. I was asked to chair a task force that was appointed to look at the reforms in the judiciary. That task force was multi-sectoral. The current Speaker of National Assembly was a member. The Honorable Mr. Justice Lenaola of the Supreme Court was a member. Senator Okongo Mogeni was my vice. And I can go on, and it was multi-sectoral. Apart from myself and Mr. Justice Lenaola, most of the members were from outside. We did our work, and that work is reflected in Chapter 10 of today's Constitution. This commission, as constituted today, was recommended in that task force. And so many other things that are in that chapter came from the task force. So, Chair, I believe that with my qualification, that with my training in court administration, with all the things I've done to bring change to the judiciary, that I'm capable of moving this institution from where it is to another level. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for that explanation. My second question is regarding your time in judiciary as an insider, Your Honor, and you interacted closely with Emeritus Judge Mutuga and also Emeritus Judge Maraga, and both who came up with great initiatives, great blueprints. So my question is, what reasons do you think interfered or affected their ability to implement those blueprints to, fully? I'm asking that because there are still gaps. I mean, there's still ICT issues, there's still case management issues. So what affected, these great ideas not to be implemented fully?
Thank you. Correct observation. The two Chief Justices did great jobs. Chief Justice Mutunga laid a very firm foundation on issues of access to justice, built many courts, opened up the engagement, employment, and appointment of judges and staff. He did a great job in this institution. And Chief Justice Maraga picked from there and has also done great things. He has brought a sense of independence to all of us who work in the judiciary. But as you said, each one of them came with a blueprint, building on each other. And these blueprints, when you look at them, Mr. Justice Mutunga's blueprint, JTF, has 4 pillars, which are more or less replicated in the 6 pillars in Mr. Justice Maraga's SJT. Reform process is indeed a process. It is not a one-off thing. Even those jurisdictions that have developed, they have gone stage by stage. But I think really a critical look at the implementation of the reports, I do not see a focused approach. I think there's a bit of distraction because we are coming out with too many other things. If you look at the policy documents that we roll out, which are all meant to further these reforms, I think they take us off. And I think we need to really, really focus on those recommendations that are aimed at enhancing access to justice. So I would say that we need to just focus and, of course, prioritize those that are low-hanging fruits, and those that are medium-term as well as long-term. Once we identify them, we should be able to see the movement clearly. But as it is now, there are many, many things happening around us, very useful things, perhaps the coordination. Thank you, Chair.
Your Honor, you have talked of focus and coordination. Money was not an issue that we should maybe also address?
Thank you. Yes, money has always been a big issue ever since. Even when I was the accounting officer, money has been a big issue in the judiciary. Just to digress, up to 2003, just before I was appointed a judge of the High Court, the budget of the judiciary was 800 million. We had not reached $1 billion. Out of the 800 million, we were expected to raise in appropriations in aid 300 million. The Exchequer was therefore giving us only 500. This has really grown, really grown. It's to some of us who worked in the judiciary in the early days, this is really a dream come true that now you can talk of 17 billion to the judiciary. But the judiciary has also grown in numbers and in activities. And so money is very critical in reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. How would you describe your leadership style? Are you democratic, maybe too democratic? Are you authoritative? How would you describe yourself as a leader, Your Honor?
I am very democratic. And my colleagues in the court will tell you, no decision is taken from my office alone. Just to give you one example, everything we do in that court is done as a team. I'm just a leader. We looked at the number of applications pending in our court, 1,700 applications. Some were filed 4 years ago. Applications for stay, for injunction, simple applications. After I identified the problem as the team leader, I assembled the judges and staff, and I told them this is the problem. I knew what I wanted. I wanted us to clear this backlog of applications. And proposals came from the floor. We want to hear these applications. Can we list? Normally we list only 4 applications. I wanted to push them a little to list 6. It came from the floor that we list 15. Again, it was reviewed to 9. And we went out, and in 16 days, we had done 600 applications. And results are out there, rulings delivered. One thing, again, we agreed as a court is to borrow what the Supreme Court has adopted. The applications, you don't have to do 13, 15 pages. These are applications that are run of the mill. And so we agreed we would reduce the number of pages, and we were able to achieve. So through consultation, through teamwork, the court has been able to work together and gel very well.
Thank you, Judge. There are no times when you put that authoritarian hat at all.
Oh, yes. Sometimes you cannot, even as a democratic leader, there are times, a time comes when you have to insist that what you think is best for the team is what has to be done. And sometimes, yes, I do.
Thank you. My last question, Your Honor, is again checking your CV. I noticed that you are a member of the Judiciary Honors Committee since 2018. And one of the candidates that we have interviewed this week, Your Honor, said that there's no criteria, and if it is there, it's not well known, which determines or which, so that one is able to predict who qualifies for that award. So my question is, again, look at your CV, Your Honor. I realize that you got the Elder of the Burning Spear, EBS, in 2019, and also got the higher one, which is the Order of the Chief of the Burning Spear, in 2020. That is two very heavy honors in 2 years. So in 2 consecutive years, because there's nothing wrong with the honors. I think you deserve them. But then when they come in 2 consecutive years, my question is, much as you may be deserving your honor, was this due to your membership of that committee, or how did that happen? And number 2, could you have given a chance to one of your other colleagues in the judiciary who deserve to get this honor, so that you don't get 2 of them consecutive? And I'm saying this, Your Honor, knowing that you don't give the awards yourself. Your committee was recommending, but I'm just thinking that it looks a bit odd that you're honored 2 consecutive years. Maybe you can explain to us.
Thank you. Yes, Chair. I am a member of the Honors Committee that is chaired by the Honorable the Chief Justice. We have only had 2 or 3 meetings. There's an act of parliament that deals with honors, and there's a criteria that is used to award honors. And we are just advisory as a judiciary honors committee. We forward names which are received from different courts, different divisions, from different cadres to the National Honors Committee that I think is chaired by the Deputy President. It is there that they now choose who to give. And so it's not, we make a recommendation. Why I ended up with the 2? One, because it was realized that the honor that had been given earlier was lower than the level a judge ought to be given. So we made a case for the judges of the Court of Appeal, because they're the only ones who are getting that lower grade. So when we sent the names afresh to be given those honors, only myself and I think Mr. Justice Kiagi got the higher one. I don't know how they picked the 2 of us and left the rest. So it's not that I used perhaps my membership in the committee to do this. This is, it's quite, perhaps it's not very transparent also. We simply write to the courts, to the directorates, to nominate those they want to be awarded these honors. And from the list, we don't make any amendments, we send it as it is. Amendments are done in the National Committee. And we give everybody a chance. In my court, a secretary got, because she's outstanding in her work. Thank you.
So if you became CJ, it is an area that you would want to work on, so that hardworking judges and judicial officers also get these honors. It is something you would want to improve, maybe come up with a criteria, maybe people can apply if they feel that given certain qualifications or achievements they deserve. Is it something that you might want to change?
Yes, because I don't know how each unit identifies those to be brought to the committee. We need to make it also very transparent from those units, that everybody in the court, if it's magistracy, let all the magistrates know that this is happening this week, and we are nominating those we think have distinguished themselves. And so it is something that should be given as a reward for some achievement and not for any other consideration.
Okay, I think I'll add there, but just a disclaimer, Your Honor, that some of us have those 2 awards. My only problem was the consecutive years, so, yes. But you have explained, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now request Acting CJ to continue with the questions.
Thank you. My Lord, just before we leave that point of the honors, you have described to us what you've done in your long service in the judiciary. Is it not true that the Chief Justice has in fact never chaired any of the honors committees, and that in effect you are actually the chair, my Lord?
I can't say that the Chief Justice has never chaired. The retired Chief Justice asked me towards the end of last year to chair on his behalf, and I've chaired 2 meetings. So I do not know. That was really my first interaction with the committee, so I can't tell whether there were earlier meetings.
No, I'm talking. This is important because not only did Judge raise it, you know there are mamas in the institution. You live here, don't you? So you know what our people have been saying about those honors. So I think it is a topic that we ought to make closure about, and this may be the opportunity.
I agree.
Emeritus Chief Justice Maraga, for the last 2, actually for the 4 years that he was here, he did not chair an honors committee meeting. He always delegated that to judges, and you are one of the judges to whom chairship was delegated in the last 2 years of his term. That's my concern, because I want to ask one other question on the issue. Is that correct?
Yes, as I said, I really do not know the circumstances under which the retired Chief Justice asked me to chair. I thought it was a temporary thing. I didn't know, because under the Act, he is the chair.
He is the chair under the Act. Let us confine ourselves to the period you were chair. He never chaired during your membership, did he?
No.
No, he did not. And therefore, that would be a serious place to start reform. You agree?
I do.
As Chief Justice, my Lord, you would be the Chief Judge and the Chief Administrator of the institution of the judiciary. Is that a correct statement?
True.
Let for now our concern remain with the Chief Administrator. You appear to have got to administration quite early in your days in the judiciary, correct?
Yeah, true.
As early as?
1989.
Since then, you've been, my Lord, in internal leadership of the institution of the judiciary. Now, being specific to yourself, forget the committees out there. Please tell us what your specific contribution has been to the benefit of the institution internally. I heard what my Lord said about the pension. I heard what my Lord said about the medical. But this institution is concerned with more than those two. My Lord would agree?
Yes.
So, as regards, and I heard what my Lord said about being president of the court for the last 3 years, and what the court as a team is doing under my Lord's leadership, correct?
Sure.
So now, my Lord, would you give us specific achievements under the 2 heads, administrative and judicial, for that period, my Lord?
I said I have served in administration for 17 years. And in administration, your duties are confined to the management of the court, staff, provision of tools of trade, facilitating the judges and staff. And as I said earlier, for administration, there is a lot that I did. I just mentioned two. I can also add pensions, as you've raised it. We started following the issue of pensions in the 90s, and there's one thing that has remained as a scar in my heart, that we've not been able to bring it to closure. But I'm pleased to say again that there's a lot that was achieved also. The magistrates and magistrates and the other staff now have a separate scheme from the public service scheme. Is a contributory superannuation scheme, and that was as a result of my work in the committee that was looking at it. It is that committee that made a proposal to the Retirement Benefits Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act that introduced an amendment to include in that act, because it was taking so long to get the judge's pension running, to include the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice in that act. My contribution as a magistrate was really brief. I only rose up to RM, and when I became a High Court judge, I believe my decisions when I was fasted to Malindi, I made decisions regarding the purpose and objective of using assessors in criminal trials, and I made a very strong case that it was not useful if the courts were not going to use their opinions to arrive at a determination of a criminal trial. And I believe as a result of that, I saw more or less a few years later, the use of assessors in criminal trials were deleted from our statutes. Very useful thing, something, if you asked me, we can go back to, but make their opinion useful, rather than just have them there give an opinion that you can rubbish. I made decisions regarding when I was in the High Court, regarding the use of confession before magistrates, and I thought that to confess a crime before a magistrate who is presiding in a criminal case was to take a magistrate to be part of the investigating team. I thought personally that it was not in order to call a magistrate to go before another magistrate under a trial within a trial to say that I did not torture, I did not promise. I made a decision to that effect. In Nakuru, I made another decision that has gone all the way, my lady, to your court, Supreme Court. This is a wildlife-human conflict, where I made a decision that it is the role of KWS to ensure that wild animals remain where they belong, and that if they escape and harm human or interfere with human activity like agriculture, then KWS is responsible, a decision that was upheld. In the Court of Appeal, I've also made my contribution in the jurisprudence of that court, and I have shared with the commissioners some of my decisions, among very many others.
Thank you, my lord. As chief administrator, my lord will be required to ensure that there is full implementation to the greatest extent of the policies that guide the way the judiciary does things, and to improve from where we are at, right?
Yes.
Now listen to this. The principal judge of the High Court is a lady. The principal judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court is a lady. The chief registrar of the judiciary is a lady. The acting president of the Court of Appeal is a lady. The acting chief justice of the Republic is a lady. I hope, by the way, my lord, that the two acting ladies may be acting, but I hope they are not playing with their duties. That said, my lord, the gender audit report, which I am sure my lord has interacted with,
yes,
met with a lot of dissatisfaction from the female constituency of the judiciary, that there are no ladies. It wasn't that there are not enough, there are no ladies in leadership positions in this institution. Would my lord very briefly discuss that?
Do what? Sorry.
Would my lord very briefly wish to say something about the audit, the gender audit report?
Thank you very much, my lady, CJ. We are blessed to have the only person you forgot to mention, my lady, is the CRJ.
I did.
Oh, you did. Thank you. And the registrar of the commission. And so the list goes on and on.
We're talking about the judiciary, my lord.
Thank you. So that audit report, to me, has acquitted the judiciary in terms of its gender sensitivity, because it is nearly 50-50. The ladies are, I think, 49 point something, and the male 50 something percent. And so I think, compared to the other branches of government that I believe are struggling, look at the executive, look at parliament, I think we are far ahead of the rest. And I want just to commend the commission for bearing in mind this very critical aspect of our lives today, to balance. And I have no doubt at all that in those positions, the ladies are delivering, just like men would. There are ladies, for instance, your ladyship, you have been able to hold this fort. You call us as JLAC for meetings to make decisions. We have seen, we have had any gap at all. You can't know that the actual Chief Justice retired and somebody is acting. The same thing with the Court of Appeal, where Lady Justice Wanjiru Karanji is acting in my place. I don't receive a telephone call from her to ask me, how do I do this? Because she has a free hand, and I think she's done a great job so far.
My lord, allow me to say this. The concerns from our female constituency, my lord, is this, that they are not enough, and I don't think JSC has a role in this, unless I'm mistaken. There are not enough females in top leadership positions in our institutions. So, as chief administrator, how would my lord, the CJ, promote that? Because I think it's also fun. Okay, fine. Go on, my lord.
I do not have statistics of the other levels. I know the High Court, I think we are doing very well, just like in the Court of Appeal, the judges, and even the staff. But I do not have statistics of gender in the magistracy and in the other administrative arms, the directorates and staff. But there ought to be a way of seeing that everybody has equal opportunity. And if we realize that in some areas there's imbalance, is to balance the imbalance.
Thank you, my lord. Or in fact, is it not true that we are all over the place in the institution of the judiciary? It's just that we don't communicate sufficiently. Isn't that one of our greatest challenges? And how would my Lord CJ improve that? Because the dissatisfaction will continue for as long as things are being done opaquely. Does my Lord agree?
I agree, my lady, fully. We are too hierarchical to begin with. We sit in our corners and forget there are other people around us. The Supreme Court does its thing, the Court of Appeal its thing. We are just all of us, my lady has said. There's need really as a family of the judiciary to have a way of communicating. We have had good and bad times. We have had colleagues who have departed. Again, we do not see any coordination. People just do things in their personal way. And I think really there's need for us to unite.
And so, what is my Lord going to do to correct this situation as Chief Justice Ouko? That's what we're looking for.
Thank you. We have in every station leadership and management teams. Through these teams, we can be able to communicate. We have the Judiciary Leadership Advisory Council, which needs to coordinate all these teams to work together. That council, I can say, has done a great job also. Even during COVID, the council has been giving directions together with, of course, NCAJ. But that council perhaps needs to be expanded, in my view. There are people who can offer some leadership in the council. And so what I'll do is to ensure that there's synergy between the teams on the ground and the council at the headquarters.
Thank you, my Lord. Let's go to the second issue under that topic, and it is this, my Lord. The 2010 report on the task force on judicial reforms proposed that there be a separation between the judicial function and the administrative function. Would my Lord please tell the Commission where we are at currently with that? What role my Lord has played up to now, and what role my Lord will continue to play as Chief Justice, giving specific recommendations on how to attain optimum results from the separation.
Thank you, my lady. For many years, the magistrates and judges who are heads of stations were doubling up also as the administrators. And so before a magistrate or a judge goes to court, he or she has to deal with issues of leaking roof, issues of discipline, a broken car. And so much time was being taken off court work for administrative duties. That report, that recommendation your ladyship has identified was to address that, to take away the magistrates and judges from the corridors, from the yard, to go to court. I'm aware that we now have administrators in the stations who are helping with administrative work so that the judges and magistrates can concentrate on their core business. As to what part I've played, of course, since I moved to, because that report, after it was made, then I moved to the Court of Appeal. And so my contribution will be confined only to the Court of Appeal, and just to say that those devolved functions for administration have been quite useful, and we've been able to use those officers who have been sent to our various courts, and they have really helped in easing. We have the supply chain officers in our courts, and they've been quite useful to us, and I think I can say that we now have indeed taken away magistrates and judges from the corridors and from the loans.
Thank you, my lord. Is my lord aware of the implementation of the org review process ongoing?
Thank you, my lady. I would have said that that has really gone a long way, looking at even the proposals, the harmonization and the rationalization of the structures, the work that has happened. I believe that under the Honorable the CRJ, there's a team working to sensitize the staff. I can only say, like most of the things that happen in the judiciary, the judges are normally not quite involved, and so I hope that as they sensitize the staff and everybody else, that they'll remember to sensitize us.
My lord, we've had committees since your days. You are properly an insider. That's correct, my lord?
Yes, I am.
That is what you are. We've had all manner of committees around here. Do you know what has happened lately about those committees? And what is the involvement flowing from what we've just been discussing of judges and magistrates in that aspect?
Thank you, my lady. There have been too many committees. I've lost count. There was a time, perhaps there were like 2015 and
42?
42. Incredible. I really don't know what they were doing, and it concerned me that for every little activity there would be a committee. It concerned me, and it completely adversely affected the main work we do in the judiciary. A lot of time is taken in these committees, and I know that they have all now been collapsed. They have been reduced. I can't remember the number. I think there are 7. 6. Which, to me, in my very honest view, may still be too many, because in my court alone, I think, save for myself, who is not in any of those committees, and maybe 2 other judges or 3, most of them are in those committees. And the way the committees meet sometimes in the course of the week can affect our core function.
And so, my lord, will do something about that. I think it's fair to say here, we have nearly almost removed everybody who is a core deliverer of access to justice from those committees, save for just 1 judge, 1 magistrate, max. We've removed all the others, and these reports are available, except, of course, for the statutory
committees.
Now, this institution has been talking transformation since 2012. 11. When will we do transformation and stop talking transformation? And how long is enough?
Thank you, my lady. We started with the word reform, and then 2010, going forward, we moved to transformation. But my lady, transformation in the judiciary or reform in the judiciary started much earlier. The RAM2 report, the Mbithi report. There have been many reports. The Quach report, Nyango Tieno, my lord, Mr. Tony, the Kiara Karaoke report. There have been many reports. There has to be an end to more reports. And as I said earlier, reforms are progressive. We've reached a point where we have enough reports. It is time now to implement.
And so what, sorry, my lord?
Yes.
So what would my lord do to make us achieve a most effective implementation?
The two main blueprints currently that I think have subsumed most of the recommendations in the previous report is the starting point, our strategic plan. As I said, in order for one to move as a leader, you must get views. And so I have my own view, which is we must move and have results. When Chief Justice Mutunga took over, it is said our backlog stood at 1 million cases pending. As CJ Maraga retired, we are, I think, at 600, 700,000. And the focus should be that, because what Mwananchi wants us to do is to give expeditious determination of cases, and that will be my approach. I know what Mwananchi wants. You go to any court, Kerugoya, Busia, meet any litigant in the court corridors, ask them what is one thing that disturbs them. I keep coming to this court. I've come to this court 5 years, 6 years. The focus should be instant delivery of service.
Thank you, my lord. This institution has been trying to operationalize the institution of tribunals, which are part of the judiciary. I think it's Article 169 or thereabouts. Might my lord know, one, what challenges we have met there, what success we have achieved, and what my lord would do. In fact, the import, let's take it this way. First, the importance of the tribunals, the challenges we have faced, my lord, any successes, any, and whether the discharge of function of the tribunal is a distortion of the core mandate of the judiciary as regards alternative dispute resolutions.
Thank you, my lady, again. Yes, tribunals are described in the Constitution as subordinate courts, and so they ought to be part of the judiciary. Tribunals are important. They are specialized. The rules of procedures are not as strict as those of court, and so they dispense justice faster. It is so believed. tribunals are become fashionable. Again, I've lost the number. I don't know whether they are 60 or 70. It's become fashionable for any legislation to have a provision for a tribunal, which is a good thing, as your leadership has noted, as part of alternative ways of resolving disputes. We've faced challenges with the tribunals because the transition has been long. I believe there must be some resistance. If I was given the power to appoint people to positions and this power is being taken away, I'll definitely, as a human being, may not be very happy. So I believe there's some resistance. I'm aware that we've made strides. There was a committee, I think chaired by my Lord, Mr. Justice Ntoinoti, that made recommendations to the Commission as to which tribunals can move. And I believe with the recent decision by Mr. Justice Mrima, that we ought to finalize this as soon as possible. Looking at even the arguments before him, the Attorney General didn't seem to have serious resistance or problem with this process being moved. The main issue appears to be the legal framework, and I'm aware that there is a bill 2019 which ought to be fast-tracked. And so I think the first thing that I would do, if you honor me, is to fast-track this bill so that we can be able to have them in. Tribunals are important, and that's why Kenyans in the Constitution thought that they are part of dispute resolution mechanisms and systems. And so they help us with these 700,000 cases. There would be more if tribunals were not there. So they play a critical role, my lady.
Thank you, my lord. Save that they are not the alternative justice systems. They are mainstream judiciary. And so the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms are those other ones, the arbitrations, the mediations, the AJSS, and the question still remains whether the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms may distort our core mandate. May they?
No, I don't think they'll complement.
They'll complement. Let's go to something else, my lord. And it is this. The magistrates, you, my lord, will agree, carry the greatest load of enabling access to justice in the institution. Is that a correct statement?
True.
Where are their decisions reported?
Yes, the magistrates are the first port of call. They are the face of the judiciary. Perhaps 90 or 80% of Kenyans who come to court end up there. They make decisions. Unfortunately, the law establishing the Council for Law Reporting does not seem to recognize that. I was a member of the National Council for Law Reporting at its inception, and it's something we discussed, and it's something I think needs to be discussed further, because it is imagined that when magistrates make decisions, they are decisions that can be overturned immediately by the High Court. or confirmed by the High Court again, but overturned by the Court of Appeal, and therefore they do not have any binding effect. But something we were discussing in the council was whether they could have their own way of having their decisions reported. But again, for what I've just said, because those decisions can go up to the Court of Appeal, perhaps even to the Supreme Court in some instances. So why would we have different levels? What we do normally, even in the Court of Appeal, when you cite a High Court authority, we ask you, and I believe you do this also in the Supreme Court, we ask the person citing it whether that decision stands or whether it has been overruled or confirmed. Because sometimes people cite authorities that suit them, but authorities that may have been overruled. And so all I would say is that for that reason, that eventually the decision that will be binding are those decisions of the superior courts on the magistrates' courts, that it would be, I don't want to say a waste of resource, but it would be superfluous to have another law report.
My Lord, the NCIJ, which my Lord would be chair of, has not found it prudent to have decisions by the courts that discharge nearly 80% of the work we do. Last I checked was 70. Is that a gap? And so, what is my Lord Chief Justice? As Chief Administrator, I'm remaining there, will shortly move to Chief Judge. What is my Lord going to do? Is it not important that the work that magistrates do should be reported? And if it is not reported in Kenya law, should it not be reported some other place, my Lord? Or is that what you're saying, we should not have another report?
Sorry, my lady talked of NCAJ. I got a bit confused, but I got the question. Is the Council for Law Reporting?
It is actually under NCAJ. That's the work of my Lord as chair there. All these other bodies feed into that body, isn't it? And so, my Lord, the direct question is that Kenya law, because of what reason, by the way, has decided that the work done by the magistracy should, has so far not been reported. Okay? Is that a gap? Is that a good thing? And if it is a gap, then what would my Lord do to fill that gap? But if my Lord feels that it's okay the way the situation is, then you discuss with us.
I reiterate, there are many good decisions. I just shared with you some of my decisions when I was even a magistrate. And so there are many, many good decisions that come from those courts. They ought to find a place somewhere. But I think the issue is the law. The Act, I think, foresaw only superior court's decisions. So it's a matter, perhaps, I'm not quite sure what, I can't remember now. If it's a matter of the law, then the law has to be amended.
Yes, it's my Lord's role as chair, as chief administrator of the judiciary, that my Lord would play towards getting this, I think, big gap being filled, whether by amendment of the law, whether by some other form. That's what we're looking for. Let's go to what I think is my last part, second last actually. My Lord, as Chief Justice would be chair the Judicial Service Commission. My Lord would be chair NCAJ, and my Lord would be all over the place, so to say, a minimum of 5 places. I call them 6 because of the rules function, and so many others that are not under statute. Now, that is time consuming and would require very serious time management, planning how to utilize one's energy to still remain relevant in each of those many roles. Would my Lord please tell us what prepares my Lord for multitasking, and which role my Lord considers as the most important of the many hats my Lord would wear as my Lord Chief Justice?
Thank you, my lady. Yes, 5 very critical roles, very, very critical, head of the judiciary and all that. They are all equally important and must be given equal priority and chance. What prepares me to juggle this is the background that I've given you, that as registrar of the courts, I was able to wear more hats and was able to deliver without losing my head. As a registrar, you are an accounting officer doing a budget, defending the budget, accounting for expenditure. You are also what they call, I don't know whether it is still relevant, you are also the authorized officer dealing with HR matters. You are in supplies, as we called it then, a library, and even outside the country, you are a member of some community in a committee in the East African community. I went through all this, so my training, my experience and background prepares me to be able to wear these hats.
And to wear them effectively, my Lord.
Yes, yes, my lady.
I don't feel that I should leave this area before we discuss just 3, which are the most important priorities we have identified for moving us to the next level in our strategic plan on the commandate of the judiciary 2019-2023. Would my Lord kindly discuss very briefly those and tell us how my Lord will ensure that we get there?
Thank you.
On the commandate.
In the strategic plan, I think the strategic plan identifies 8 key areas. The first one would be on access. Access in its very broad term, opening up courts, making work efficient, delivery on time. The second one is on issues of integrity, the strengthening of the Ombudsperson's office that has been identified too. And of course, there's the issue of leadership, enhancing responsive leadership in the judiciary.
On access to justice,
Honorable CJ, I hope you are winding up because time is going.
All right.
Thank you.
On access to justice, which is core, and on organizational sustainability, which also is core, and on the corporate identity, which is also core, I would imagine that one of the very serious issues we would have to settle would be this problematic caseload, how to manage it so that we remain relevant. My Lord, as you hear, we've run out of the time allocated to me, but let me ask one final question. Judicial discretion. What is it? When may it be misused? And is my Lord aware of instances of misuse of judicial discretion? And my Lord, I wish you the best.
Thank you, my lady. The judicial discretion is the inherent power given to a judge or a judicial officer in law, in the rules, to make a decision. I know that in many instances we have properly exercised our discretionary powers, but I'm aware something that concerns me most, the discretionary powers used in interim orders, ex parte orders. That concerns me quite a bit. We have seen people running to court last minute to get such far-reaching orders which are issued ex parte, and sometimes we don't even reflect on the ramifications of those orders. That is one area. I can't say it is being misused or abused, but given the effect, I think it's an area that ought to be looked at very, very carefully. Thank you, my lady.
Back to you, Chair. Thank you very much, Acting CJ. Thank you, Judge. It's now the turn of Commissioner Judge Wasame to ask his questions.
Thank you, Professor. Judge, again, welcome. Judge, you have talked about how you have transformed the Court of Appeal. Now you will be head of the institution of the judiciary, and in particular, you will be the president of the Supreme Court. Tell us one thing you see as a problem in the Supreme Court you will solve within your first 60 days, if given the opportunity, God willing.
Thank you. It's a tricky one. I'm not in the Supreme Court. I'm not able to identify a problem. But going by the current discussions, going by the general feelings, of course, there have been many criticism of the court, whether right or wrong. I personally think that we have had very good jurisprudential guidance from that court. Just read judgments of the superior courts below the Supreme Court, and you will notice that we make reference to their decisions. But there are criticisms. All courts are criticized, including our court. I think the Supreme Court, having done 10 years, there ought to be some audit, some introspection. The equivalent in the UK, which was born 1 year before ours, had their reflection period, where you introspect, look at whether these criticisms are grounded or are just hot air. And that's all I can say, that perhaps it's time for us as a court to have self-evaluation and even involve scholars, to help us really break down these criticisms. Thank you, my Lord.
My Lord, again, the timelines provided under the Constitution, under the Elections Act, in terms of resolution of election petitions, is designed to facilitate quick resolution of the dispute. From the magistracy, the High Court, the Court of Appeal, to the Supreme Court. Of course, I agree that there is timelines for magistracy, High Court, and the Court of Appeal, the 6 months. But I have not seen any constitutional requirement other than Rule 28 of the Supreme Court rules. I have also read the strategic plan of the court 2020-2024. Of course, it has a catalog of fundamental landmarks, achievement which the court has done. But one thing that is missing is the timelines for resolution of election petitions. I have noted from my own research, sometimes they take 9 months, others take 8 months, others take 12 months. So how do you intend to resolve that problem and ensure compliance with the Rule 28.1 that provides 90 days from the last day of the hearing?
Thank you, my Lord. Apart from the presidential one, the rest don't seem to have timelines, election petitions that end up there. But your question concerns the rendering of a determination within 90 days. Long time we used to have judgment on notice. I'm saying long time because it's been discarded in most courts. If you give a date for judgment and 90 days pass, I think the rules require you to explain why the date, the ruling or judgment has not been delivered within that time. And so if you go beyond 90 days and there's no explanation, then that ruling or judgment becomes one on notice, which is something that ought to be discouraged if it is there. People come to court with grievances, things they cannot agree on, things that are dear to their hearts, and they want results either way. And so if you do not render a decision within those timelines, which were set deliberately for a purpose, then you have not rendered justice. A colleague in our court says it is like cooking. You can't be in the kitchen forever. People want to eat, bring food on the table. We bring judgments on the table. So I'm not answering that because I really don't know what is the situation in the Supreme Court. I'm just giving a general answer as to the 90 days.
Thank you very much, my Lord. And secondly, you have also talked about how, under your leadership, the issue of the backlog and ownership of decisions by the Court of Appeal has been very impressive. How do you intend to translate that record all across the judiciary?
Again, the concern has been in a collegiate court, whether we need to write separate decisions. When you write separate decisions, you are thinking, your philosophy is espoused. It is something provided, I believe, in most, or if not, perhaps all of our rules. And there's a reason why that is so. And so I would encourage people to write separately, but we face challenges when it comes to numbers. If you are each, like in our court, if you are each to write each time we had a matter, the time taken, you'd have done 2 others. And so, although the rules say as a general rule that separate decisions will be rendered, the reality is that it's not possible with our numbers. But it's an important thing to follow up.
Again, judicial officers all across the board have been accused of having inbuilt administrative nightmares and insensitivity to the citizens of this country. One area of concern to me is how sometimes we treat the elderly, terminally ill people and succession disputes. What is your idea of how to resolve or how to target those specialized litigants before court?
I'm told of an example of an old case at the Milimani Court of a paraplegic, a lady who has to be carried by people on the stairs up to the court. I'm aware we don't have ramps in most of the courts. I'm aware we have no braille facilities for those who are impaired in their sight. And there are so many categories of people who seek our services but are not able to get them. And if ourselves as judicial officers, judges, are not able to treat them when they appear before us with the respect, then that worsens their situation. So there are reports on how to deal with these categories. Even the task force I chaired had elaborate ways of dealing with that. The strategic plan that we have ways of dealing with this, really just to implement, to make sure that everybody who comes to court is catered for. Those who cannot hear, we have interpreters. Those who cannot speak the language of the court, we have interpreters.
Again, another area where we have been accused of being insensitive is that judicial officers keep files after the delivery of the judgment quite some time, sometimes even inhibiting the right to appeal. What do you intend to do about that problem?
Very true. Perhaps not widespread. And the question is, once you deliver judgment, what is your interest with the file? That is a question of discipline. Because once you deliver judgment, time kicks in for many things. People want to apply for stay, people want to extract orders to execute, people want to appeal. So if you keep the file and there is evidence that you did that deliberately, it wasn't in the typing pool, that's a case for indiscipline.
Again, another problem is how to get fines and deposits refund from the judiciary. That's also another nightmare. How do you also attempt to resolve that problem?
A nightmare indeed. When people come to court, you give a conditional stay, pay 2 million, and you get a stay, deposit in court. You come to court, you are fined, you are acquitted. Whatever deposit you place in court, that is your money. I'm aware in the past we used to have district treasuries. I'm not quite sure whether we still go there, but I'm also aware that almost up to 70 million shillings are tied in these district treasuries. And I'm aware too that there's a process to try and resolve that. Yes, but to answer your question directly, we must have a system, and I'm aware we are having JIFMIS that should be able to deal with issues of deposit instantaneously.
Another problem facing the judiciary also is the transfer policy for magistrates, judges, especially from the High Court. It is very effective in the Court of Appeal, as you know. but it is not followed for the High Court, the magistrate caddies and the staff. How do you intend to resolve that problem?
Transfers can also be described as nightmares. They disrupt families, they disrupt court work. It affects even litigants. And so when the judiciary leadership thought of having a framework, it was a great idea that people can plan. And as you have correctly, my Lord, noted, in the Court of Appeal, that is known. 2 years before you move to a next station. So your second year, the month of April, you start packing, and May you are in your new station. Nobody comes to say, I have a little child, I'm going to college. Nobody. It is something that has been accepted. The High Court and the other courts of equal status also have a policy. I know that policy has not been adhered to. I know magistrates and the judges who have been transferred within 6 months to so many stations, 2 or 3. There must be a way of institutionalizing this policy so that people know, people can plan. There's a financial aspect to it as well. If you move people, each time there's money paid as transfer allowance. The officers have to hire transport at the expense of the judiciary to move their household goods to the new stations. So there must be a firm policy that is known. Obviously, there are exigencies of duty. There may be a reason for a judge or a magistrate to be moved at once, but it cannot be very common.
Again, my Lord, you talked about having, during your short time as the President of the Court of Appeal, you have given an identity to the Court of Appeal in terms of delayed judgments, in terms of ownership of the decisions, in terms of getting debts within the reasonable time. How do you intend to give courts like the Commercial Division, which is sometimes unfairly accused of having lost its identity, the Labor Court, which is sometimes unfairly accused of being pro-employees court, the Land Court, which is also sometimes unfairly accused that it is a nightmare to get a hearing date from that court. How do you want to give those 3 divisions or 3 courts an identity?
Yes, the accusations are there, I've heard them. But we must understand the background why we have these accusations. It really boils down to numbers, judges. So when you hear that your matter that you filed in 2020 will not be heard until 2025, then you know something is wrong. So to begin with, the identity that they must be given is expeditious disposal, which they can only achieve if they have the numbers. They can also get that identity by being active in case management of the cases that are before them, to be able to identify which cases have been there long, and to identify those cases that are urgent in nature. But the whole thing boils down to capacity. Thank you.
And lastly, another nightmare facing the judiciary or the administration of justice, my Lord, is the Mariotetu case. The Supreme Court, respectively in my view, dealt with the circumstances, the degree, gravity, and the culpability and the exceptional nature of the death penalty in terms of Section 203 as read with 204. And what the court said, from my reading, I could be wrong, is that the two accused persons, and the court, let me start by saying, this decision, the court was very specific and said it only applies to these two petitioners, Mariotetu and Mangi. Again, the court did not set aside the death penalty, which was imposed by the High Court and also upheld by the Court of Appeal. But they remitted back the matter to the High Court for resentencing. And what the court was saying, in my view, is that a formal equal penalty for an equally wicked crimes and criminals is not in keeping with the tenets of a fair trial. And the court said, anybody who thinks there is a problem of the death penalty need not to approach us, but go to the relevant court, and then they come to us. And they said, the AG to set up a framework to deal with the sentence and rehearing of cases relating to the mandatory nature of the death sentence. Of course, the point I'm raising, my lord, is that there has been a remarkable concerns that that judgment has been misused and abused and misunderstood and misinterpreted by all the courts, from the Court of Appeal to the Magistrate Court. And now it's free for all. How do you intend to resolve that nightmare as CJ Ouko?
Thank you, my lord. On a light note, I think Kenyans must be wondering, this Muruatetu man that is being discussed in this tent from the time we started. Perhaps the commission may want to introduce him at the end of your exercise. He's a great guy. He very resilient. He brought a change to our jurisprudence. Muruatetu, a very resilient man. Having said that, perhaps we go back to the decision of the Court of Appeal just a month before the promulgation of the Constitution, the Ngothom Mutiso, where the court was faced again with the 204 crime, Section 204. And the court was very specific. The court said this decision is limited to this case and to the mandatory nature of death sentence under Section 204. And it went on to say that it perhaps may apply to the other capital offenses, and they named them: treason, robbery with violence, attempted robbery with violence. They said a day will come when that will be resolved. But for now, Ngotho's case ends with the determination that death penalty is not the only punishment that you can be given when you commit murder. Then, of course, came a 5-judge bench of the Court of Appeal a few years later in the case of Joseph Maura, and the same question arose, except I think Joseph Maura was robbery with violence, but the principle of the mandatory nature of the death sentence was still at the center of it. And the court said, we have no alternative. The law says you murder, you commit robbery with violence, it is death, nothing less. Then the Supreme Court came. The Supreme Court agreed with the first case, Ngotho, and said what it said. The two issues that I think have been raised, that after that decision, there's been confusion. I think the courts and the practitioners ran to town. The Supreme Court had said, hold, they had actually said what Ngotho said, that this case relates to the circumstances of this case. But the Supreme Court, in my view, said two things that perhaps has caused the confusion. The first is, I think, paragraph 48, which I think people have misread. Paragraph 48 of that decision, the court says that you cannot take away discretionary powers of a court in sentencing by an act of parliament, that is not the role of the legislature. Of course, they've gone on to explain again that it was really in relation to what they were saying. Personally, I don't think they were saying it generally. Then they asked the Honorable the Attorney General to come up with a framework, what they call structural interdicts. And I think perhaps people waited and became impatient. There was no direction, and we took the law in our own hands, hence the confusion. I can't blame the Supreme Court. Had we held our hands, had we waited for the framework, perhaps this confusion would not have been there. So what I'll do, if you allow me to be the Chief Justice, because the Supreme Court did not finish its work. It gave an interdict. Have a mention and hear what the Honorable the AG has to say with regard to the assignment that he was given, now nearly 3 years, and you make a decision from there. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. I wish you well. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, Judge Wasame. Thank you, Your Honor. I think we have now questions from Commissioner Judge Majaja before we take a break. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again, my Lord.
Good morning, sir.
One of the tasks I've been given is to deal with your writings, not necessarily to interrogate the reasons, but just to satisfy the Commission that you meet the standard, and I must say that they are very impressive. We have 4 judgments. The first one is in a civil appeal, Kenya Hotel Limited and Oriental Commercial Bank. Another one in Elizabeth Wambui Githinji versus Kenya Urban Roads, and a ruling in Judicial Service Commission versus Honorable Lady Justice Kalpana Rawal. What I read from those decisions, first of all, they are individual judgments. In 2 of them, you actually delivered the majority decision, and there were dissenting decisions. I think one of the issues I had raised with your colleague, and probably you followed that debate, and you've mentioned it, is the level of accountability for individual judges in the Court of Appeal or in a collegiate court to the public, being able to write your own decision. And my view and assessment, and correct me if I'm wrong, over the period the Court of Appeal has not done very well. You've been writing joint judgments, and when I look at other courts of your status, Supreme Court of Appeal South Africa, there are 5 judges, but normally, even when they agree, it is one judge who writes and he's identified. Look at Tanzania, look at Ghana, that's what happened. So maybe you want to tell the public why this is a different position. And in fact, if you look at the old East Africa Court of Appeal, that was also the position. That's why we know Madan, that's why we know Dewbold J said X, Y, Z. Why is that?
Yeah, thank you, my Lord. Yes, it is very important to not have known Nyarangi was a great judge, but his decision, one decision that has stood the test of time, the Lillian S, has his name on it. And so I can't overemphasize the need for a collegiate court to have separate opinions. It is in our court, there are those who think we should be doing separate judgments, but there are those who think that the reality is that the numbers cannot allow us to do that, because if you hear one matter and each one of you has to write a reasoned judgment, the time you take to do that in one case you'd have done 2 others. So that's one reason, not a very persuasive reason, but it's based on the current number of judges. And we had actually resolved that when we get the 11 judges, that is going to be the way, because it is provided for in our rules as a general rule that to begin with we must write single judgments. And so I want to admit to the public that that's one area that we haven't done very well on account of our capacity.
Yeah, because, and I agree with you, it's not a very good reason, because it is one judge who writes. Once you agree, you conference, you say, Judge so-and-so right, and the rest just concur. So it doesn't add, unless the case is of such magnitude that you feel that you need to write single judgments. It's normally you agree as a panel, and then one judge writes and the rest concur, and that's what I've seen in the other jurisdiction. But let me go to the next question, and this is a quote from a young jurist called Walter Kobe on the Court of Appeal. It's a quote, it's out there, and it says as follows in the platform. If there's a group of people whose ideology is contrary to the spirit, values, and principles of the 2010 Constitution, it is the judges of the Court of Appeal. In fact, if there's a group of people who are irredeemably mired in a legal culture of liberal legalism, that is formalism, positivism, rule-bound technical approach to adjudication associated with the pre-2010 dispensation, and are oblivious to the demands of change in legal culture demanded by the 2010 Constitution, it is the judges of the Court of Appeal. So this is criticism. So as the president of this court, is this statement true? And probably you would give me examples or give the public examples why you think this statement is not true or correct, as you may.
I'm actually surprised. We thought we were doing our best. We thought we were progressive. And so I do not know where Mr. Kobe did his research, if he's able to identify decisions that he thinks are not progressive, because that's what we encourage. Even among ourselves, we sometimes reflect on our decisions where we have gone 2 different ways. And we have invited people to come and talk to us from the academia, from the legal practice in the court, in order to be able to have this robust jurisprudence that we talk about in the judiciary. So really,
so can you give us an example of what you consider progressive jurisprudence from the Court of Appeal?
There are many, my lord. There are very many.
Because you have to answer this question, so give us 2 examples.
We have made decisions in election petitions that have gone to the Supreme Court and upheld, and so many other decisions. This Murwate 2 and all these things we are discussing all pass through the Court of Appeal. So I think it is unfair criticism without detail, and so it's to answer.
So, for example, he says Mitubel, one of the decisions he discusses, the decision of Mitubel.
Right.
Of course, Mitubel has now been overturned by
Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court. He also mentions this decision, which you quoted, this one of the decisions in your this position in Elizabeth Wambui, the one you gave the majority decision. Another one, for example.
Me too, well. Yeah, so it's good when somebody criticizes and gives you an example, then you are able to respond. Of course, the Me Too Bell, the main reason was the way the Court of Appeal did not reflect on the issue of structural interdict. I think that may be a valid criticism. Okay. I want to admit. I don't know what the problem with Wambui case was.
This is, in fact,
the Runda?
Yes, the Runda case, right. About illegally acquired land.
Yes.
And in that respect, I think there have been several decisions that are conflicting on how the courts should deal with the illegally acquired land from the Court of Appeal, and that has actually caused a lot of concern in the lower courts. The Court of Appeal has given conflicting views on that particular issue.
Yes, I can talk about the Runda one. It is more or less Me Too Bell, if you asked me, except maybe for the area where these people are. They are in Runda. Me Too Bell was Mitumba village. But save for that, if I sat in Mutubel, I would have done the same as I did in the Runda case, because these are people who settled on that land from the 70s. The road on which they say to have encroached was built, and cars drive through it. The surveyor, government surveyor, confirmed that that stretch of the road, the width was 60 and not 80 meters. And what was going to happen to nearly 300 families was to have their homes demolished. Some homes were 35 million. That's not really a big consideration, but the fact that they had titles issued by the government, the fact that the survey was done by government surveyors. So I would say that if I sat in Mutubel, I would have come to the same conclusion like the Runda decision.
In Mutubel, the court seemed to cast doubt on prescriptive rights. If you read the decision, they seemed to suggest that prescriptive rights are not permitted. You are aware of that?
Yes.
Yes. But then in a very decisive case in Malindi, when you were sitting at Malindi, in fact this is a case where the three judges gave very considered opinion on the constitutionality of adverse possession. You recall Mtana Lewa?
Yes.
Very detailed, and you rebuffed any suggestion that prescriptive rights of a land are unconstitutional.
Yes.
So, do you think it's right for the Supreme Court to cast doubt on prescriptive rights, particularly when that was not an issue before them?
That's a tricky one also, because Article 163, I'm bound by their decision, and I can't say that they were wrong. I can only say that we decided Mtana Lewa on the matter that was before us, the question being, is adverse possession unconstitutional? And we said it is not, because there are procedures to be followed, there are conditions to be satisfied before you get title under adverse possession. The possession is not arbitrary. That's what we decided in Malindi.
My position is really, and the question I'm asking this is because you'll be sitting in that court, and just as we have been discussing, the obligation of the court is to be careful about what they talk about, isn't it? They're very circumspect. And by the way, probably that is why the Court of Appeal is always condemned sometimes, because you actually sometimes take a narrow view of the issues you have. So in Mitubel, the issue was squatters on public land. But the court went ahead and suggested, and that's why I'm asking whether that's a correct assertion by an apex court. It suggested. So you sitting as an appellate court, would you approach that issue in that way?
One thing I was taught when I joined the bench as a judge, having been in administration for so long, those old Court of Appeal judges told me that decide a matter on the basis of what is before you. You may have great ideas you want to put in a matter, wait until the occasion presents itself. And so you're right that we are very, very circumspect when it comes to the matters that we deal with. If you think that you do not want to be bound by a statement that was made, what colloquially would be called out of context or in per curiam, then you go for the main decision that the court made, and you do not have to follow what was not before the court.
And now this brings me back to Muruatetu, because again, it goes to the same way decisions are made. So you have told us, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, the issue in Muruatetu concerned Muruatetu, this man whom we talk about but we don't know. He has been sentenced to death. All the court was saying is that the mandatory death sentence, just as the court held in Mutiso's case, the same thing, but that was pre-2010. This is after 2010, reaching the same conclusion that death sentence is not mandatory, or the mandatory nature of the death sentence is unconstitutional. What did your court, and again I'm saying this because it's your court, say about Muruatetu in respect of sexual offenses?
Yes, again, we just borrowed paragraph 48, that we have been given guidance by the Supreme Court in the sentence where they said discretionary powers cannot be taken away by a statute. And so we ran to town. We are now applying it in sexual offenses, and I believe there are other offenses where perhaps other courts are applying it where we have minimum sentences. As I say, it is not neat because of the confusion it has brought to the judicial system.
So the court is basically, what the court in Muruatetu was saying is the legislature cannot take away judicial discretion, cannot take away the judicial function and arrogate it to itself. That was the principle. So what is wrong with a court anywhere sitting saying, the court, forget about the offense, what is wrong with a court sitting anywhere saying that this is what the Supreme Court has said, there is nothing wrong? Is there anything wrong? Because that is basically the decision, that is the foundation of the decision.
Yes, and I said we had a similar decision in 2019. No, it was July 2020, the Ntisongotho. But people didn't run to town. We did not interpret it to mean, and they said the same thing about discretionary power. So I think as a general rule, really, that's the law, that the powers of the court cannot be taken away when it comes to issues of sentencing. But it's the way it is being done now that appellants from the Court of Appeal go back to the magistrates' courts irrespective of the offenses, and they're having those sentences reviewed.
So who can you blame? No, let me not ask that. So actually, the fact is, Supreme Court made, so who are you blaming for that particular mess? Who are you blaming? Because people are entitled to go to court anywhere.
I don't want to blame anybody. I want us to get a solution to the problem.
Okay. Now, there is another case, again, which this case of Kalpana Rawal and others, JSC versus Kalpana Rawal. And again, it's one of the decisions you gave, and this was a 5-judge bench. All the judges gave separate decisions, I believe because of the magnitude and importance of the decision regarding the right of appeal. The Supreme Court has now come up with another right of appeal, and I take this from my colleague, restlessness of jurisdiction. It is called restlessness, and I call it residual jurisdiction, coming from Newto and the cases. So what is this residual jurisdiction?
In relation to Newto?
In relation, actually, let me take, in this case, you were very clear, and this is what I always understood, that a right of appeal can only be conferred by the Constitution or the law.
Yes.
That's what the court was saying here. And in light of Section 163, right of appeal to Supreme Court on constitutional issues, it meant that, in fact, there was a right of appeal to the Court of Appeal. Am I right?
You're right.
That was the law. But there is another residual jurisdiction that has come up that says, and this is, says, if there is an error so grave, the court must be able to intervene. That is the Newto jurisprudence. Are we on the same line?
Yes.
Yes. So what is the problem with that kind of decision? What do you see going ahead where you sit? We've already talked about the problems in Muruachetu, in the other cases. Now let us look at this residual jurisdiction problem.
Lord, I think I said at the beginning that there are many issues being raised about decisions of the Supreme Court. And I said also that the Supreme Court has been giving us, in many cases, the ones that they're being criticized are isolated. By and large, we've been getting guidance from the Supreme Court. Hamana's Koinange investment defines the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. And now, from what people are saying, there seems to be some mix-up, that the door seems to be opening. Yet in the Koinange investment, the Supreme Court said that there's a sieving mechanism, just the way you sieve tea. Tea leaves remain in the sieve, and only pure tea goes into the cup. That this mechanism ought to be strictly followed. But again, there's been talk that the door is opening wide and wide. And that brings me to what I said earlier, a time for us as a court to take all these things with our stride, sit together as judges, get all these areas where we are being accused, wrongly or rightly, that we have overreached. Let us reflect. Let us get scholars to look at these areas that you are identifying and tell us, this is the road, you have left the track. It is only through that courts grow. And for me, it is all very well. If you criticize the court where I work, just show me the instances and we will look at it. It makes us wake up that there are people there who are watching us. The Supreme Court is so important to this nation that we must, as judges in that court, take these criticisms seriously, because institutions are run down when they bury their heads in the sand. We need to take criticisms positively and address them.
Okay. There is a case, one of the major cases you'll be dealing with are election petitions. You are aware of the decision in Martha Karua. You know the history of the Martha Karua case from the High Court, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, High Court again. You know the history.
Yes, I do.
You also know that it went to the East Africa Court of Justice. And the East Africa Court of Justice said something. It awarded Honorable Martha Karua damages for infraction of the Constitution. One of the commentators, again, I like reading criticism or comments, is called Caxton Kigata. He calls this a legal brawl between the East Africa Court and the Supreme Court. As a Chief Justice and President of that court, is this something that would concern you, that people have to go outside the country for relief against what the Supreme Court itself has done, and how would you propose to deal with that kind of situation?
The timelines of election disputes. I sat in the initial one, in the Martha Karua one. We had hardly 4 days to the end of 6 months, I think so. In fact, I sat with my brother, Commissioner Warsame, and Judge Musinga, and we debated, is it worth taking back when they have 4 days? Where is time to be able to call evidence? But we said that is for that court to decide. We do our bit and send it back. And so it has rolled across the borders of this country and back. So again, without casting in aspersions, again, really just to review all these things. If it's the law, we are able to recommend what laws need to be amended or made. But the beginning is to reflect.
So what is your reflection on this particular case?
Reflection will have to be collective.
No. Now you're the Chief Justice, you're concerned because it would undermine the position of the Supreme Court if every litigant kept, when they leave your court, they go to East Africa Court and they are awarded damages. You can imagine what that does to the credibility of your court. So there must be something you can think about, and you tell us that when I'm Chief Justice, this is what I would do.
Obviously, the credibility of the court suffers when people have to leave Kenya to go and seek redress outside Kenya. I really do not want to say more than I've said regarding the Supreme Court and what I will do when I get there, if you give me the chance. will to ensure that this does not happen, because we will have collectively to agree on how to deal with this situation.
Okay. Now, there is a doctrine called the political question doctrine in terms of constitutional adjudication. Can you just briefly explain to us what it means and where it finds its place in the Constitution, if it does, and where it finds its place, the political question doctrine?
Sorry to ask, is it something to do with justiciability?
Yes, sometimes referred to as justiciability or the political question. The court saying, this is a political question, we will not deal with it.
Right.
So does it find its place in the Constitution, or what is the basis for the court saying that this is a political question?
I can't right away think of the provision in the Constitution, but there are disputes that are better resolved through political mechanisms. I know long time there would be issues of nominations by political parties, violations of rules and constitutions of political parties that the courts would be very reluctant to address. So I can't recall exactly what provision it is at the moment.
So is it an issue of, again, on the same point, is it an issue of jurisdiction, or is it an issue of avoidance?
I think it is avoidance, because avoidance is to avoid flogging the Constitution too much. To avoid is to return certain matters to where they belong. And so I think this is one of those instances where avoidance can be used.
Okay. My last question, which we've asked all candidates, the court which you preside is the one, I believe, that has suffered most because of the 11 judges. In fact, one of your key, what you would say, limiting factors to your success. You have been successful, and for example, you have 67%, satisfaction amongst the public. But what is holding you back is those 11 judges, isn't it?
Yes.
Chief Justice Ouko, what is your solution to that issue?
Very true. My court has actually felt the brunt of this. When I joined the court, we were when I joined the court, we were 27 shy, the 3 judges shy to the complement under the Constitution. 27. And work was smooth. We didn't have to sit the way we are sitting now. And with time, this number has been dwindling. Judges have retired, a judge has died, and so we are 15. 15, if you take away myself, if you take away my Lord, Commissioner Warsame, if you take away the Director, Mr. Justice Ntoinoti at JTI, you have 12. That's a court that we sit 3. So 12 would translate to 4 judges. 4 judges dealing with appeals from nearly 200 judges from the courts below. And so we felt the weight because of this. And so when I talk about what we've gone through, it is really from my heart. There ought to be a way out. And for me, if you graciously give me the opportunity, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to the commission. This is where it all started. To retrace our steps, to find out where the rain started beating us, to find out, as it is now, I can't tell exactly where the stalemate is, but I know there are cases. I don't know the nature of those cases apart from what we read in the papers. So I'll come back to the commission. And depending on what I get from the commission, and depending on what the commission thinks, of course, I personally, I'll have my own view that the solution lies with the head of state, and that's where we will take our grievance. I believe that as head of a branch of the government, as head of the judiciary, a Chief Justice has some structured channel of communication with the head of state. And if there is none, it will be really for me to establish that structure, channel of communication, which will involve all the three branches of government, because that's how governments work. A government has three legs like an African traditional stool. So those legs are the same. And if one is short, then you can't comfortably sit on that stool. So the eventual protocol will be at State House.
That is all, Chair. Thank you, and thank you, my Lord.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Judge Majaja. Thank you, Your Honor. We'll now take a short break, 10 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
KBC Channel 1. I want you to approach her mother. And when you're in front of everyone, you will hug her as if you truly love her. Who else knew that Miss Serrano was going to go to your apartment?
I don't know anything about guns, but what I know is that Anna owns a gun.
What? Why in the world would she have a weapon?
What's the matter, my love?
I won't know. But what I would do with my life for that.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Namleta mgeni na mpangaji.
Hakuna namtania lakini
Kwa leo tu, kesho tutakwenda kutafutia ile nyumba nilokuambia. Asiweza kutumia huo mzigo. Shukrani sana. Sasa shindwa mwenyewe. Ninalesikia hiyo kama kundalalisha huko, mndalalisha mama. Alafu na wewe kwa nani?
mimi naitwa Barbara. Those were the days when Kenya silenced the elite in world cricket, thanks to, among others, Martin Amon Suji, who was regarded as one of the greatest bowlers in Kenya cricket during his time, where he formed the backbone for a decade.
I enjoyed my cricket the least, then that even now, if you ask me that if I could, go back to cricket, I'll tell you no, for sure, because I enjoyed it and I loved it there.
He was born in a larger family that embraced the sport in its environs, but first he had to find his footing before he fell in line.
I wanted to be a golfer, but my dad could not afford to buy golf clubs for me. But it came as just a hobby, or I think it just came as a pastime where we lived. We lived in a small estate called Park Road, but we used to live in a colony, and we used to be friends, and we used to have older brothers who used to play the game, and actually we just spent time with them, because where they went, we went. They played football, they played hockey, and they played cricket, so we ended up spending more time playing cricket than the other sports. Then we just started copying them and just going through the paces of the game. And that's where, cricket came. I was given a bat, I was given a ball, and I found something to do with them. And I enjoyed using the ball more than the bat, so I ended up being a bowler, and that's how I developed my skills of cricket.
He tried to pitch a camp at Swami Bapa Cricket Club, which was a team to reckon with at that time, but it was too crowded.
A small team came and picked me up, which was, the Wanderers, where now, the Wanderers Forest is, or the Karura Forest is. There was a ground there. And I actually thanked an old man called Bob Besson, the late Bob Besson, who came and picked me up one day and asked me, Martin, what are you doing? I told him that I was just at home playing Kalongo. So he picked me up and he said, why don't you come and start playing cricket? Then I said, fine. He said that I'll come and pick you at 1 o'clock. So he came and picked me up with his Ford Escort. I don't know if you remember that car. He took me to a cricket ground, and I started playing the Saturday games. So he used to pick me every Saturday, and I started enjoying it. And from there, I believed that I improved. And after 3 to 4 years, a first division side came and picked me up, which was Candies. Picked me up. I played for them, and I played as an all-rounder. I played for them for 2 3 years. I got better.
The all-rounder eventually settled in Aga Khan, where he got more than he had bargained for.
Best moments were just winning the league for the club and winning tournaments with the club, and playing amongst one of the good players or the best players in the country. That's helped me analyze myself and realize myself as a player, as a cricketer, and Aga Khan. When I joined Aga Khan, I was sponsored, my education was sponsored, so I think that also was a token of appreciation, and if you're looked after, I think you'll always enjoy. You are just 8 in the family. A salary of a few shillings from the government to my parents could not enable, of course, all of us to go to school, but I also thank them because they took care of my schooling.
His talent impressed such that he could not miss out on a place in the national team.
One of the players was didn't pitch up on a certain training day, and I took that opportunity and I trained my heart out, and there was a selection to be done in a week's time. So I used that opportunity to impress my selectors, and maybe my prayers were answered, and when they were announcing the team, I was picked. I don't know if my knees were working at that moment, but I got hold of myself, and my brother was in the team, and I told him, and I asked him, was that my name? Then he told me, yes, he had something like that, and he actually congratulated me, yes, McDonald, and it was a good feeling, to be honest.
The right arm and medium-fast bowler Daza began his journey to follow in the footsteps of his mentors, among others Maurice Edimbe, Steve Chikolo, and Alfred Njuguna Boy, to discover his potential in the ICC World Cup and ICC Trophy competitions from 1990.
Between 1990 and 1996, I mean, the 6 years I was able to, to get chances in the national side, in the friendlies, and just being now part of the 11. I started bowling there, and I started just opening the bowling then. From there, we went to the World Cup in India in 1996, where I made my maiden debut against India. It was a very nice and honorable occasion for me to make my debut into the world of cricket. And actually, the feelings made me feel that this is where I want to be. I don't want to leave this stage. And we played hard. We were able to beat West Indies and of course our mentors in cricket. And from there, I think that urge of belief came into the team that played. And we started believing that if we can play well and beat these guys, who can't we beat again? And from there, that belief actually stuck in me. And there's also stuck into the players just next to me, Morris, the captain, Steve, Kennedy, and the rest of us. Thomas, we started believing that let us walk this path, and we all walked that path.
That was nothing compared to his outstanding performance in the 2003 ICC World Cup, where he produced a man-of-the-match performance with a figure of 3 for 19 in Kenya's Super 6 stage, a 7 wickets triumph over Zimbabwe that enabled them storm to their historic semi-finals.
When we played Zimbabwe, we believed that this is the team that actually it's man-to-man matching. And from that belief, after beating Sri Lanka, we said, actually, there were words from our captain and told us, who the earth is in Zimbabwe? If we are a unit, those guys are not. And that is what Morris told us. And he said that, guys, I'm walking in front of you. Follow me. And we did. And that is something that you cannot express, but just with Morris and with the backup of the team, I was able to bowl, the way I bowled. And when you're in that zone, there's something that is just talking to you. The little man is just talking to you, telling you that, hey, keep going. You're the best. Do it for your country. Do it for your teammates. And every single ball that I bowled, yes, I bowled for the team, and they backed me up. And at the end of the day, when I got the gold watch, which now if I sell, I think I'll buy KBC.
The opening bowler also played in the 1999 World Cup and was also named the player of the match in the ODI against Bangladesh, whom he also recorded his best bowling of 4 for 24. He also played 23 first-class cricket matches for Kenya between 2000 and 2005.
For first class, I enjoyed playing in, of course, in South Africa. That helped me, to develop my skills. And for the longer version games that the country used to, of course, use me as an opening batter. So I batted a bit. I really enjoyed it, and it's all empowerment, as I've said. And I also enjoyed playing in the of course, West Indies. We played a lot of first-class games there. We had a 2-month tour that we played well, and I personally feel that is where I also knew that I could bat better, for the national side. So I also believe that given a chance in the national side, I could also bat.
He wasn't bad either at batting, where he used his right hand, but he excelled more in fielding.
I think as a team, we say that we can bowl badly, we can bat badly, but fielding we can never field badly. And of course, we worked with that in principle and with that skill, and everybody in the team tried to field well. And when a team feels good, as one of our coaches told us, that if we guys can field well, Sandy Patil, if we guys can field well, then of course our bowling will be elevated. And through that principle, our bowling also became a record in the international world. And we just say that we can add a little bit of more effort in the batting, then we could win more games. And true to his word, he did that. Yeah, so fielding, I enjoyed fielding at Tadman. I ended up being a good slip fielder, and I just enjoyed being on the ground.
He was a natural swing bowler and was considered among the greatest ones to have bowled to the legendary Sachin Tendulkar.
Our best matches was, the triumph against West Indies, playing Australia here, of course, in Nairobi. It's my debut with India. I think was one of something that I could never forget, because playing in a field of 100,000 fans that you cannot even hear talk to the person next to you, I think that was one of my best moments. My best matches are all against India, that I played well, that I bowled well. I think bowling to Sachin was an icon. Sachin Tendulkar, our icon in cricket, was one of my better moments as a player, bowling to Brian, Lara, the greats, and also just playing against the teams that I never thought that I would. If you grow up as a child.
The Kenyan cricketer who is also an IT expert played his last ODI against Bangladesh in 2006, where Kenya lost by 20 runs, and that was not the only thing that broke his heart.
My worst trips were I think in Bangladesh, that was towards the sunset of my career, when I got injured and my knee could not carry me, the shock absorbers were gone. So it was a quite painful trip, and I thought that I let the team down. Being one of the dependable players in the team, you cannot add value. I think you're useless as you are at that moment. And I thought that after that, I said in my heart that I think my time is here to leave. And so when I left, I said that I must let me leave it positively. And as much as it was my worst, I also realized that I've given it all, and it turned out to be one of the best decisions that I made.
And that marked the end of his sparkling career as a player, but all was not lost as he turned his attention on grooming new talent.
As a cricketer, I always enjoyed working with my coach, and whatever the coach would say or would do, I'd find time to go and just emulate it somewhere else, whether with the club or with my teammates. Whatever he said, I translated it, or I passed it to the young players. For information, I worked with the under-19, went to the Africa tournament, and they qualified to go to global. And that those are my good moments, and successful moment as a coach.
He also coached the Uganda cricket team, where he left in 2013 after ensuring their promotion to Division 2.
Ugandans are passionate, to be honest. They're passionate, and they really want to learn, and they don't stop learning. And if you even look at their physique, I think every second guy has a six-pack, not like Anis Maora has one pack, but they work hard, their bodies are natural, and they are athletes without working hard. So I took that into board, and I looked at them and I said, if I can work with these guys, their athleticism, and translate that in their cricket, I think they'll do well. And I worked at a strategy that could work, and at the end of the day, it worked.
He hopes to rub on the same effect on the current Kenya cricket team, where he's assisting Steve Okello to lift up the sport from the doldrums.
Taking the team to the higher heights is it's passion, and a coach's passion, I believe it must be shared by the players themselves as well. Because if you have passion and they don't have passion, always make. So all I always work with, it's my passion. I use my passion, and I coach them with my passion. And just understanding them, as I did in Uganda. You must understand them, where they go out, how many children do they have, what do they eat, what do they talk about. You have to get into them. You have to know if he's living in a 2x2, where is his village, is his dad alive, is he an orphan. You have to reach there as a coach, and I think that is what we coaches we don't do so much. And if we can learn our players more, and that is what I always do with passion. I want to know them. I call them, I text them, I ask them where are they having a drink, who is the girlfriend, are you having problems with your girlfriend, just what is the problem, Are you eating well? Is your sex life okay? And I believe that is a key, because sometimes so many people talk about it and they think that it's something that should not be talked about. But I believe it is something that, because when somebody leaves home and they're happy, and that is part of the happiness. Let's not be cheated. Right? If that is what it takes, I mean, for that person to be happy for you, to play for you as a coach, then you have to go that extra mile. I do believe in them, big time, because if I don't believe in them, who will?
Cricket runs in the family, as his younger brother Anthony Suji did his part to score a first-class century against Bermuda in 2005. He hopes his two children, whom he had with his beloved wife Florence, will emulate them just like so many out there.
Cricket has changed me. I mean, cricket has made me who I am, and now it's my duty to make sure that I give birth to another Martin Suji. Yes, you can enjoy my fruits of Martin Suji, and bring back another Martin Suji. So I want it to be a circle of performance and bring back the game where it belongs.
Martin Suji, who picked 43 ODI wickets for Kenya with a bowling average of 50.93 during his career, is also known to have recorded the best individual bowling figure, 5 for 7, in the ICC Trophy match against the USA in 1997. He hopes to return the same fortunes to his followers so that they can see the value of the green jersey.
If we can get back to Division 1 to get all the fundings that we need to be able to go back to the development, to bring the youngsters into this game, to spread the game even to place where you come from. I mean, Nyalenda, where Maora comes from. I know people don't know cricket. If you can take cricket there, right, we can spread the game to where rugby is, to where football is, to where athletics is, then we have a very good sporting atmosphere for this country. And I'm sure the talent is out there and is waiting to be tapped. And it needs Martin Suji, Steve Tukoro Thomas, and everybody else to go there and show them, yes, they can. And that is the value that we want to bring back to this country.
To be able to make sure that we make it through together and overcome the crisis. Therefore, close by saying, let us all observe the health and safety protocols. We support the government, we support our colleagues, we support all initiatives across the entire country, and ensure that the safety protocols, including guidelines put in place by the government, the Ministry of Health, and the World Health Organization are adhered to 100%. Thank you very much. God bless Kenya, and thank you for giving us the opportunity, Honorable CS.
Thank you very much indeed. Chairman, you want to add something? No, it's fine. Okay. Acha tusaidiane. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy, Mr. Chairman, and the team from MultiChoice. Let me start by welcoming you to the Ministry of Health and to tell you that we are delighted that you saw it fit to come to support us, as you have done severally in the past. The participation of MultiChoice in the fight against the COVID-19 virus is also demonstrating the support that we are getting from the private sector and the work that we continue to do, because the war is not a government war on its own. And therefore, we thank you sincerely, not only for the actual donation that you are making today of the 12,000 the 12,000 KN95 face masks, but also the 2,000 gowns. But in addition is also the moral and what you are symbolizing in supporting the Ministry of Health, and particularly supporting the health workers who are frontline soldiers in the war against COVID-19. Let me just start by thanking you once again for what you are doing in terms of your programs. We are particularly happy about your education programs. We would like to see more of health programs, particularly in information in terms of COVID-19 protocols, in terms of separating the truth from the myths, in terms of the vaccination programs that is going on and the effects and side effects that sometimes we get, but also the truth about the impact of vaccinating our people across the country. We continue to thank God because the fatality rate amongst our health workers is amongst the lowest, some of the lowest in the world. And this is because of the kind of thing that you are doing, is the kind of protection that we give our health workers, the PPEs, and ensuring that at no time our health workers exposed at all. This has helped us a great deal because as much as the challenge continues to be there, we have noticed that the fatality amongst our health workers is very, 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 very low indeed. But this is not to say that we should relax. This is simply to say that we should continue to heighten the measures that we are taking and continue to ensure that we are protecting our health workers. As far as the support of those who are disadvantaged is concerned, again, I would like to commend you for supporting those who are self-employed. This is a very difficult time in economic terms for the country. And we are appealing to all employers in the country to behave the way you are and to make sure that they go out of their way to support their workers at this very, very difficult time. The third wave has been more severe than the other two waves in the past, and therefore the impact, the economic impact, social and economic impact has also been severe. We have seen loss of jobs, and we really sympathize, and we are appealing to employers, even when you have got to ask people to work from home, or even when you have to ask people to step out for a while for your business to survive, please try and accommodate in some way your employees so that at least they can continue with the basics of life. We look forward to a time when our nation can also provide social safety network, a safety program, which will come as we develop faster and faster. There are countries where if you're out of a job, you get some money, and we are hoping that eventually we will get there as well, so that we can protect our people even when they are out of jobs. So my appeal to the Kenyan private sector is let us work together, let us cooperate in this journey. It is not an easy one. We appreciate that Kenyans are suffering, and the more people, the more organizations can come out in direct support of people who are suffering at this time, the better we would be. It is a time for us to come together. It's a time for private sector, public sector, individuals, and so on, to ensure that they are their neighbors' keepers. For this once, Mr. Chairman, I would like to say, let each one of us be our neighbors' keepers. Let each one of us, those who are able, ensure that we support those who are unable. This is the spirit of Kenya. This is a spirit that we have always had. That's why Harambee started here. That's why we help each other. And my appeal is that we continue to do so. And I thank MultiChoice for their generosity in this aspect, for their generosity in supporting their own workers, but also generosity in marching together with Kenyans as we fight this pandemic. So I want to thank you once again and just say to you that we continue for the benefit of the rest of the country, we continue to vaccinate Kenyans. We have vaccinated over 750,000 people so far. Our challenge is not how fast we can vaccinate people. Our challenge continues to be the global supplies of the vaccines that we want to use. We also have a challenge because you all know of the Indian situation. The Serum Institute of India is a main producer of the AstraZeneca vaccines, which we have been using in Kenya, which we are continuing to use in Kenya. And therefore, the challenge is huge because obviously everybody knows what India is currently going through, unfortunately, and that has impacted on the ability of the countries under the COVAX regime to be able to continue vaccinating their people. Kenya is taking other steps as well. We have gone on the Africa platform to acquire also other vaccines, particularly Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. And this is essentially to back up and to support what we would be expecting to get from the COVAX facility. So we are expecting to get from Pfizer, once we have concluded our deal, we expect to get at least 1 million doses per month from Pfizer, maybe another 1 million from Johnson & Johnson, once the production has been upped up. And that combined with what we can get from the COVAX facility, as in AstraZeneca, should be able to allow us to continue with the vaccination process. We appeal to Kenyans to be, first is to take up the vaccines whenever they are available, and two also is to be patient with us, because it is not a Kenyan problem, it is a global problem. Most countries in Africa are about to stop vaccinating now because of the lack of vaccines. Not because they have not asked for, not because they have not bought vaccines, but there is a supply problem, which is a global challenge as we proceed with the vaccination process. The vaccination is the only way we can ensure that going forward, we will be able to open our economies fully so that people can benefit from the hard work that they continue to do. So finally, is just to ask you, again, to be sensitive also to the customers that you serve, so that if they don't pay on time, please don't just discontinue. Don't just cut out. You know, you go home sometimes and you switch on and there is no DSTV, and you see a funny message that suggests that you have not paid. They are not being told you have not paid. So be a bit more sensitive because the situation is a bit challenging. But we are sure that that is something that you can be able to look at. So again, thank you very much indeed. And I want to now say that we will ensure that the contribution you have made will go directly to our health workers and not to anybody else. And you get a report of exactly where it has been taken to. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Yes.
One question to MultiChoice. You mentioned that you're supporting some freelance artists. What are some of the packages that you have in store? And in a case where maybe there's a production company, which now you normally outsource the production from and to be put on MultiChoice, and this production is not able to finish with their content creation due to maybe some lack of funds, where normally some of these producers normally receive grants. Is there an agreement where MultiChoice has reached to with some of these content creators as well, some of the producers? And my question to you, Waziri, you had mentioned that our last briefing that was here, you were to expect 2.5 million more vaccines from AstraZeneca from the Serum Institute, and you said end of May. Does it mean that right now we're not starting whether the vaccines are going to be here or will they make it here? And my second question to you is, the vaccines don't get here, will there be any health hazard if, let's say for example, I got the first dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine and there's lack of the AstraZeneca vaccine, but J&J or Pfizer has come. Can I get Pfizer or can I get J&J, or will that harm me?
if I take it as a second. Nancy Opari from KBC. My first question is to you, Waziri. You talked about us inspecting the Pfizer vaccine. The plans are underway for us to acquire that vaccine. What plans are in place to ensure that once it is here, the storage issues are being addressed? We also know that when it comes to storing the vaccine, it is a bit challenging given our situation in the country. And also my final question, in the last 3 days, we've seen that there's been a drop in the positivity rate. It has been at about 9.6%, 10%. What do we read from these? And also what's your message to Kenyans, given that they might be thinking we are almost out of the woods? Thank you. Helen Shikanda from Daily Nation. Please clarify from which source you get Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson, and when they are likely to come into the country.
Okay, you want to go first?
Thank you very much, Honorable Sayers. Okay, so let me begin by responding to the question around the freelancers. Our freelancers program is targeted at the youth. And today, any youth can come in and find us at our setups, our branches, anywhere where we actually do exist. And they can sign up to be a direct sales force agent, and you stand to earn up to 700 shillings for every DSTV box sold, or 450 shillings for every GoTV box sold. Just to put the numbers into context, we sell over 30,000 of this per month. So a lot of people can come in and be able to make a true living out of it. We also get and continuously train installers. So anyone who has a technical background, electrical training, we will be able to train you to become an installer. And you earn 1,500 shillings for every installation that you make on DSTV. Coming back to the question on the production and supporting people in the creative industry and how we can get more people coming in, we now have actually changed our strategic priority as the #1 video entertainment company to ensure that we start to lead with local content first. So the local content pillar is an important #1 priority from our content profiling perspective. And of course, we also deliver the exclusive sports content we have with the Premier League. By focusing on the local content, it means that we are focusing a lot more on producers in country. And Timothy, my colleague, who is the regional director in charge of our sister company called Mnet, the Duster Productions in East and Southern Africa, commissions directly from producers as well, but we also onboard producers and other creative team members, cast and crew, to come and work with us directly. So the right forum would be Mnet and channel. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. First, to Helen, the issue of the 2.5 million expected AstraZeneca vaccines, what I can say, Helen, is that they have indeed written to us and said the Serum Institute has written to us and talked about a delay, to the end of May in terms of the delivery of the AstraZeneca vaccines. Personally, I am not holding my breath in terms of the deliveries in May. Given what we have now seen is happening in India, where they are reporting over 200,000 cases of positive persons per day, and deaths accumulating very, very at a very fast rate. We think that there will be a delay as far as the deliveries are concerned. India is a huge place, and the demand is high for the vaccines. And when you watch CNN and other international media outlets, the impression you get is that it's going to be extremely difficult for the Indian government to be able to release the quantity of vaccines required for the African continent under the COVAX facility. The African continent is supposed to have received by now some million doses out of an expected 75 million doses. So what that tells you that the flow of the vaccines is going to continue to be challenging. Worse still is that there are some countries under the COVAX facility with about 93 countries, there are some countries that have not even begun vaccinating their people because no deliveries have been made even for the first dose that they are expecting. So there are challenges in the supply chain, but we are hoping that nonetheless we will continue. To your second question about the second dose, the discussion we have been having with the medics and those able to advise on this matter is that it is better for you to vaccinate as many people as you can with the first dose than to hold half of the doses so that you vaccinate the ones you started with. For instance, if we have 1.2 million doses in Kenya, what is better? Is it better to vaccinate half and then hold the rest for the second dose for the other ones? And the answer is no. The answer is that the more people you vaccinate, even with one dose, the better, because they do get some level of immunity. The second advantage that we have as far as that particular aspect is concerned is that you still have between 12, about 12 weeks for you to get the second dose that since from the first time that you get your first dose. So within those 3 months, it is possible then that we are going to get the second supply of AstraZeneca. The issue of Nancy, the storage issues of Pfizer, yes, we recognize that because the Pfizer vaccines are supposed to be stored at -70 degrees. And what we are doing is that at the same time as we are acquiring the vaccines, we are also acquiring the fridges, the special fridges that we are supposed to use. And so it will come together with the storage capacity for them. And the storage and the chain from the storage to the user of the vaccine is also quite clear. And we will have no challenges as far as that is concerned, because we are doing it together with the acquisition of the vaccines. And also, it is true that over the last 2 weeks or so, we have seen a drop in the positivity rate. You remember we were in the highs of 19 and 20s some 2 weeks ago, or less than 2 weeks ago. Over the last couple of days, we have gone to the numbers that you have mentioned. Yesterday, we were at about 10 point something. The previous day, we were at 9 point something. So we hope that this is a trend that is going to continue. However, what we have also noticed is that as the contained areas begin to have a drop, because there is no question that this is as a result of the containment measures that we have taken, as we see the drop in the Nairobi areas and the other contained areas, we are also noticing some spikes in other outside counties. So the idea would be to encourage every county and every county emergency response committee to get together and take measures, county-specific measures, so that we don't then have a drop in Nairobi and the environment and environs to then start another whole process up country. We, for example, have noticed spikes in the counties of Murang'a. We have noticed spikes in Uasin Gishu. We have noticed spikes in Siaya. We have noticed spikes also in parts of Nyeri. Nyeri is also a high spike area now. So we have spoken to the governors and county commissioners in those counties and asked them to take county-specific measures so that we also contain the spikes in those areas. If that happens, and if we continue, the way we are going, then it is likely that we are going to go down to the recommended 5%. flattening rate that the World Health Organization says is what we should be aiming at. So once we get to that rate of 5% and below, and continue that rate for a while, then we will be able to open out our economy. Now, what you notice is that there is a lot of pressure for us to open certain areas. There's a lot of pressure on government. But I think that we must be led by science, and we must be led by facts, rather than just feelings. For example, in the sporting, there are a lot of people who are asking us, please open the sporting areas. But we also know that there are, even in those areas, even in those sports, even what is called non-contact games, we know ourselves better. We know ourselves, and you see somebody who is supposed to be isolating themselves, and you see them in the in the contact in the sports areas, contacting other people. So we have no choice for the time being, and as much as we sympathize with our fellow Kenyans, we have no choice but to keep the containment measures, at least until we come down to a level that is understandable. I think the other challenge, and I think this is crucial, is that what we are looking at is not just the fatality rate. The most important rate is actually the hospitalization rate. It is how many people are in the ICUs. And again, we have seen a slight drop, just a slight drop, but the hospitalization rate and ICU bed occupancy continues to be very high. And it is for that reason that we must maintain the measures that we have. What you don't want to do is to have a situation where a person is unwell, a person is sick, and cannot be able to go to hospital. That is the biggest challenge. And that is why the containment measures have to be kept. Because, ni lazima tujue disease wa Kenya. You are damned if you do, and you are damned if you don't. Wale wanasema fungueni, alafu wanashikwa na virusi, ndio wenyewe pia wataanza kusema serikali haishungi watu wake. It's the same Kenyans. So we have to make a choice that, as painful as it is, we have to keep the containment measures because particularly of the bed occupancy rate. Helen, on the issue of the source of our vaccines, we have essentially got only 3 sources of vaccines. The first one is government to government. For example, the 100,000 doses we got from the government of India. The second one is COVAX, under the COVAX facility. And the COVAX facility is where we acquired the 1.1 doses that we have in the country. But the other facility that we have, which we have not used so far, and which is what now we want to utilize, is the AU facility, the AVAX facility, which is essentially the Africa Union facility. Under that facility, the AU has negotiated with the manufacturers of the vaccines, particularly Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and others, so that we are able to purchase the vaccines at a discounted rate. So we are, at the moment, not buying outside of those 3 areas, because for obvious reasons. We announced last week, during the 2 weeks ago, during the NAC meeting, that we will continue to service vaccines and service Kenyans for free vaccines without opening the private sector window because of the possibilities of, number 1, confusion regarding how we are doing it in the country. Number 2, accusations of our own people beginning to sell even what is free in our hospitals and elsewhere. So for the time being, that is at the source is going to be the AU facility and the COVAX facility. And in that facility, we can acquire both Johnson & Johnson as well as the Pfizer vaccines. There will possibly be others as we go along. The window has not closed. But of course, we are also looking at the efficacy of the vaccines. Of particular importance also is to ensure that we are using vaccines that are World Health Organization qualified, so that we do not have again, accusations of introducing vaccines that do not have the necessary efficacy. So thank you.
Sorry, sir,
yes, final.
For clarity, the question for if I get the AstraZeneca vaccine, I already got the first dose, and it fails to come, and the J&J comes back. Is it okay for me and my health to go ahead and get the J&J or the Pfizer?
What we have been told, there are two schools of thought in that one, because I asked the same, because I got AstraZeneca vaccine myself, and I was asking if I get the J&J, do I then go ahead? And the reports that we had, the initial reports, is that it is unwise to mix the vaccines. As you know, for example, Johnson & Johnson is a one-dose vaccine. The rest of it is double-dose vaccines. So what originally we were told is that it is unwise to mix, but now we are also hearing the Chinese beginning to say that they might begin to mix. So I think the jury is on this one. Yeah. Thank you very much. You want to do the...
Yes, please.
Are you doing it there or here? I think this guy is already set here, so we can do it here, yeah?
Yes.
Let's do it here so that we don't disturb.
A song for too long, and so computerization, I think, has begun. We just need to escalate it.
Absolutely. I was just also referring to the, apart from the resistance by the judiciary, the judges rather, probably there should have been an attempt now by the administration that you are heading, at least on the part of enterprise resource planning, now the administration part of it, because see, one of the challenges that lawyers have grappled with, which is now being resolved, but which should have been resolved then, even e-receipting, that is something that could probably have been done. The finances, because when you go through audit reports, you see a lot of gaps in terms of how the leakages, So basically the administration part to just make, where you're able to even interconnect with all the court stations, etc., but that seemed not to have happened. But unless you want to say something.
Receipting again, an area where we lost a lot of money is because of the requirement at the time that you could not receive money on behalf of the government without issuing official receipt, the yellow ones, I think that was the color, from the government printer. So you couldn't come with any other method. We tried even to do one with Waterman. But again, they said, no, you have to stick to this. And I think there are commissioners there who have worked in the government, and they'll tell you that you couldn't just start anything else to receive revenue on behalf of the government.
Actually, that's the same reason we were given by CRJ when our committee, and we said, no, you must get a solution.
Right.
And we told her that by the time you are coming, come with a solution. Right. And she came with a solution.
Thank you.
And now we are here receipting. Right. So now, let me move from there to the issue of, there's a case that was, I just asked myself, because Justice Majanja again interrogated one of the candidates here about the Mutugi Bar case in the early 90s. And we used to read a lot about it, and where in these cells, the accused persons were being confronted even with feces, within the cells. Now, I don't know what steps, because that time you are a deputy registrar in these courts, what steps perhaps the administration here would have taken to ensure that those kind of things, because sometimes I shudder to think that if these things were to recur again, of course, its chances are remote, but you never know about the future. Whether such issues could have been avoided by those responsible even in the administration to ensure that the security agencies do not use the courts that way, where they are having access and contaminating the facilities that belong to the judiciary to achieve ulterior motive. Because you are at that time, in the administration. Could you tell us a little bit about what could have gone wrong? Whatever it is. I know the system was very different. We were working under very difficult circumstances, but perhaps you could also indicate so that as a Chief Justice, as you go as a Chief Justice, you're able to put in a mechanism that ensures that such abominable actions never happen in the precincts of the Tower of Justice.
Sorry, Commissioner. So some particular incident occurred?
It was being said that during the Mutugi, George Anyona and the like, when they were coming in the cells, they were even finding feces even in the cells, just to torment them, just to torment them within the basement here.
That's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. But as you said, in context, things were very different then. And as an administrator, you didn't know what prison warders carry as they go into those cells. I don't remember this particular incident, but unfortunately, I don't think in today's Kenya such a thing can happen. I don't think that you can bring people to court to torment them where you have brought them to seek justice.
Yeah. All right. Now, then let's move on to, I would want to capture now the issue of the kind of a Chief Justice that you think you fit in terms of in comparison with the others. I've done a bit of research over the time in respect to various Chief Justices. Of course, all Chief Justices are different. Perhaps if you became one, you could even probably be better than even the past one. So we cannot be tied to the past Chief Justices. But I've been talking so much about the foreign ones. Today, I want just to restrict myself to the ones who have been Chief Justices in Kenya. And one of the candidates here said, and I think I thought that I agreed with him on that the two Chief Justices that I can pick in my mind who are renowned, we keep quoting them, and we thought they were very strong, was C.B. Madan. I don't know that you'd agree that he's a judge that we respect highly.
Yes, very, very highly.
Very, very highly. In fact, probably could even be rated as number one. I don't know. Then the other one was Apalu. Apalu, I think he became our Chief Justice in 1993. Those two, there was even some mention about them here. Now, but see, now what I noted about these two Chief Justices, before I come now to my question, is that now, like Madan, for instance, he was an advocate for 10 years. Then he was even elected to the Nairobi Town Council. By that time, Nairobi was a town council. It was not a city the way it is today. Then he was elected to the Legislative Council. He became a permanent secretary at some point in time, became a cabinet minister, then eventually became a judge, then became a judge of Court of Appeal, and finally became a Chief Justice. And I think his experience cutting across all these areas prepared him very well to become, a great Chief Justice. I looked at Apalu, same thing, and different situation, but Apalu, what I noted is that he also practiced an advocate for 10 years. He was heavily involved in fight also for independence. He was defending actually a lot of people who were being arrested by the colonial government then. He even is renowned for representing rioters, the famous Anloga riots. It was called Anloga riots. Then eventually became, of course, a judge, then became a judge of Court of Appeal, then became Chief Justice. 3 successive regimes in Ghana tried removing him because of his independence. Now, So I've given you those scenarios. Now, which brings me now to the issue that, you see, I don't know how you'd respond to the fact that for you, you've been mainly in the judiciary, right from the start up to now, which is not a bad thing. I'm asking this question specifically because we've also asked other candidates. Don't you think that this lack of the outside experience, which will be able to give you a helicopter view, that will be able to give you ability to think beyond the judiciary, could be a disadvantage and probably could affect your ability to become, you know, the CB Madan and Apalu and all those others?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I didn't work, I didn't get the opportunity to work with CB Madan, CJ, but I worked with Apalu, CJ. He served here first, up to the Court of Appeal, went back to Ghana, became CJ in Ghana, returned to Kenya as Chief Justice, and apart from being my boss, we were very good friends. And so what you're saying is true, that they had this very wide experience, and that experience is necessary. And I can say that for me, being here has also exposed me. I was not tied to a rope. In the judiciary, I have been able to interact. I've been able to interact with the top judges in the world. I have links with the judges even in the Supreme Court in the UK, and I'm exposed. My having risen to me through the ranks, seeing where we came from, where we are at, gives me a chance to chart where we should go. The two Chief Justices that you have identified, I can't talk about CJ Madan. A lot of CJs, like CJ Apalu, enjoyed his court work. And so he was very good in his jurisprudence, wrote very simple English, and that's what he taught me, that when you are writing not to counsel before you, you are not writing a book or a treatise, you are writing to the parties who come before you. Use simple English, short sentences. And so jurisprudence was excellent. But I can say that he did not bother much about administration, and a lot of CJs didn't. So there are few who did, yes. So I agree that you can have both. A person who has been out there but hasn't been here, so comes in here, spends 2 years to learn the ropes, is inducted. With his eye view position, he still will not understand the judiciary. It's one thing to appear before judges and magistrates in court as an advocate, but when you come in, you take a bit of time to learn the complex nature of the institution.
Okay, my lord. Now, let me, because of, I know the chair said that this time she'll be very strict, so I'll spend the other 5 minutes just winding up on my questions. I had more, but I think we will have the disadvantage of time. Now, what I noted, my lord, again, maybe you could also explain. You see, we had put all this biodata in the for the public also to interrogate it, and I think, you know, so this is a question I would not want to leave. I noted, my lord, that you are a police reservist from 1994 to 2004, basically 10 years. I didn't understand that, because, you know, this was a time when you are the chief court, even up to when you're chief court administrator, even registrar, you know, in charge of the institution. So I didn't understand how that was working, because, you know, I even saw a letter of promotion where you are being promoted to a higher rank. And the way I know, because I also understand police by virtue of my interaction with police in my previous roles, that a police reservist actually is a police officer except that maybe you don't enjoy certain perks like pay, and all that is voluntary, but in terms of chain of command, you're actually a police officer. So I'm wondering, how was that working? Because, you are overseeing the entire administration of the judiciary, including overseeing the magistrates at that time. And because I was asking myself, if a police are being accused of certain misconduct, people are complaining. Those were the years, especially the early years when police were notorious. Really, really, really notorious, But again, you are here and, you are police reservice. How was that working? I would want to understand.
Thank you, Commissioner. As a young boy growing up in the village, I lost a brother, and in circumstances that were criminal. And my dad, of course, there was a trial in court, and the suspect was set free. And my dad thought that it was due to poor investigation. And so he urged me over and over again, when you grow up, I want you to be a very good policeman who can investigate crime. And so he prodded me quite a bit as I grew up. And as a young man, young men, these days, the young ones have such high dreams. Our times wasn't that high. And so I joined the police, not to be a policeman, but for two reasons. One, to satisfy my dad's dream, my late dad's dream, that I eventually got there. And second, as a community service. And all I did is to train the police. I wasn't chasing criminals in town. I wasn't breaking doors, but just to train them on the use of firearm, on how to arrest, something that was very useful at the time, because a lot of police officers at the CID training college benefited from my knowledge of the law. So I did it purely as a community service.
My only worry is the conflict, because I'm imagining like CRJ with such vast powers over the administration, then also having ties with the police where they're also answerable. Because that time you were answerable to the provincial police officer, because that was now the person who, to me that creates an untidy, relationship in terms of holding also the police to account from the judiciary perspective. So I don't know, because I'm asking this so that we don't put you up there. Then you're in other situations. It's a question of judgment. I'm not sure whether I hear where you're coming from, but again I'm just asking whether, when you consider the judgment around it, whether it was the right thing to do. If you think it was the right thing to do, of course, I'll not pursue it.
There was no situation of conflict at all during that period, at all. I didn't see any. I didn't think that one would arise. I wasn't sitting in court as a magistrate. There would be conflict if I was making decisions where policemen come. But this was something that I was doing once in a while when I'm called upon to do that. And so for giving to the community, if that's how I saw it, helping the police not to use their firearms in a way that cause harm, that's how I thought I was doing it. And I think to the best of my judgment, I reflected, my bosses knew I was doing it. Yeah, but of course, when I became a judge, of course, then I left.
Yeah. I was asking that because you recall this reservists were so notorious at that time, the killings, the extortion. In fact, subsequently, you recall that's the reason why that arrangement was banned, because they actually got out of hand. That's why I'm asking about those issues. But let's leave that. My final two questions. In a collegiate court, sometimes they say there could be a tendency where you have 3 judges or whatever the number. Some very hardworking, and one who just, slips through without doing much under the cover of the others. Now, I don't know, as our Chief Justice, in terms of improvement of the productivity and making sure that everybody is delivering, I think that's one of the reasons why my colleague was pursuing this issue of every judge writing. And I agree with you again, it may not be practical, everybody writing, but at least making sure that everybody again is not taking cover under the others, and by working them. I don't know what will be the steps that you are taking now and what you will take also as similar steps to make sure, that productivity is, cuts across.
Thank you. There's a judge who once described a situation you have just narrated as a car that is stuck in the mud and everybody is pushing it. Among those pushing it, there's a fellow who has just pushed his hands on the car and taken a posture of pushing, but only his hands are in touch with that car. And so we have situations, obviously, in the judiciary, in the courts, where some people work so hard and others have just put their hands. Again, it has to be appreciated that we are not the same. We have in the judiciary those who are very quick, extremely quick. There are judges who generate drafts in a few hours, and there are judges who have to be pushed to bring drafts. It's a question of performance, and it's a question that must be addressed. We get all these returns every day, at least in my court. Every day I get returns showing how the benches performed, 9 matters were listed, how many were heard. It's the same thing, I believe, with the other courts. What do we do with these returns when they are submitted? Do we make follow-ups, or do we wait to put them in the soldier report after 1 year and identify those who have done well and give them certificates? I think time has come that those performance reports must be implemented, that those who have put their hands on the vehicle must be told that you have to push, and that if you do not push once and you do not push twice, then you are incompetent. If you are incompetent, then you know where next stop is.
Okay, thank you, my lord. There are many more questions that I've asked based on my constituency, but time does not permit. I wish you well. Thank you very much, my lord.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Jeru. Your Honor, just a clarification, and this out of ignorance because I don't know how the court works. But if you have selected a bench, let's say 3-judge bench, and one judge is generating the draft, but eventually you meet and the decision is collective. The decision is collective, but one person generated the draft which was discussed by the others and maybe passed. Does that judge get credit for that hard work? Because then they see it, they do the research, maybe the whole night on behalf of the others, then they meet, do the conference and make a decision. So how does it work? Does that judge get 50% of the credit, or can I claim as the judge who came up with the draft that this is my write-up, even though the decision is collective?
If you see a judgment of a collegiate court, you'll see at the top it has the names of the judges who sat in that matter. It's a judgment, it's even headed judgment of the court. If you write your own judgment, it's judgment of Ouko JA. That's my judgment. I've put all my thought in it. I've reasoned in it. The language is mine. But if we have had a matter and we have conferenced and we have agreed on the outcome and we assign a judge to go and generate a draft, the judge generates a draft according to the way we conferenced, putting in a little more, actually much more, because the whole body becomes the work of that judge. But this transformation of that judgment from the time it is circulated to the other 2 judges to the time it is delivered. because the other two judges will also have an input. There are occasions when you generate a draft and share with colleagues, and when they return the judgment to you, you can't recognize it. Long time they used to use red ink. It will all be red. And so when it is finally ready for delivery, it cannot be a judge's decision. It's a court's decision. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Now I will call upon Honorable Attorney General to ask you questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Chair. Good afternoon, my Lord Judge President.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tom.
I seek your Lordship's indulgence in taking you back to the discussion on transformation and court administration. You have told us at some length of the problems and challenges that face the judiciary currently. And it is on record that there have indeed been numerous task forces, committees, you name it. I can recall under Chief Justice Okello, various committees, the Onyango Otieno one and so on. You yourself, my Lord, chaired a committee or a task force and made substantive findings and recommendations. And there were even committees that sat to implement those recommendations. Now, my concern is this, my Lord. Despite that, we still appear to be stuck in the mud. There seems to be an inherent problem within the judiciary in achieving the objectives. Your Lordship used words like the lack of coordination, the lack of focus. There are too many committees and they adversely affect the work we do. Judges are not quite involved. Now, my Lord, what is that inherent problem that prevents the judiciary from seeing the light of day, from implementing those recommendations to their logical conclusion? Some of these reports date 20 years. Some of the recommendations are still stuck. Braille machines, something that was recommended X number of years ago, still unimplemented. Why? That's my first question.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I said earlier, we need to focus now on seriously implementing these recommendations. I do not think, from where I sit, that we have been focused in implementation. We've been focused in generating more and more work, replicating what has been done before. The problem we have in this country, in the judiciary, simple: backlog, delays, issues of corruption, and all those solutions to all those problems are in those reports. Those reports have been collapsed into SJT. Those problems are in our strategic plan. It has been that we have not paid attention to the implementation, which is one area that the next Chief Justice needs to take on. Because all those reports say at the end that there will be an implementation mechanism, there will be monitoring and evaluation mechanism to ensure that we achieve the objective of those reports. They were not done in vain, and as you observed, there are many. I counted, I think, 15, and if you read all of them, they say the same thing.
So, my Lord, what then is your Lordship's vision for the judiciary? If God grants that you become the next Chief Justice, you will have like 10 years. What is your vision vis-a-vis that stagnation in these reports and recommendations, so that in the course of your tenure, you can leave a legacy where indeed we can sit here, those who will be here, and say, yes, the judiciary is now out of the mud?
In one sentence, restoration of public confidence in the judiciary is my main agenda. Of course, there are many facets to that, many. You must make work move, reduce waiting period. You must make people work, go to court. They are going to court right now, but I don't think we are working smart. And so my legacy is that of a satisfied litigant who comes to court and gets justice expeditiously.
And my Lord, apart from moving the workload, the backlog, what are give us another 2 or so steps that you will take, pragmatic interventions that your Lordship will take to achieve that objective?
All to do with case management. The first one is digitization. As I said, we have started off very, very well. We have the e-filing now. We have CTS, a case tracking system. I want to leverage on that, because with computerization, all these jurisdictions that have progressed is because they saw the potential of computerization and implemented them. That's one. The second one is to look at other ways of taking this heat from the court, but still meeting the same objective of reducing backlog and delay. We have court annexed. Now I'm told it's called court mandated mediation. I'm told it has worked very well. In a few years it has been there. I'm told it has released in the economy 15 billion shillings. That's an area that we need to strengthen. Alternative justice system. That's a system that is at its infancy. It hasn't even crawled. We need to look at it again and move it to where it should move to. We have also other dispute resolution mechanisms that need to be looked at and pushed up. I've been thinking also of something that is in our laws but has been only tried once or twice. That is the commissioners of assize. There's an act of parliament that allows the Chief Justice to appoint lawyers in private practice to help the judiciary with the hearing of cases, given our numbers. The last one, I do not think we achieved what we set to do. Because they came in and they just got into the stream. And so looking back, we can't say whether there was any tangible result that came with that effort. And so it's an area I've been really thinking about, because it's cheap. It's cheaper than hiring judges. You pay them an allowance. But this time, they have the work they're coming to do must be defined. Are you coming to do 20 cases? Are you going to do 50? within what period? I've been thinking about it because that act has not been repealed. It has been used before when we were having shortage of judges. So I've been thinking of that. Small claims court, again, from what I read, the Honorable Acting Chief Justice has operationalized it by appointing, I think, 2 magistrates. The purpose was to make this thing vibrant and let people know that it's there, because it's going to take away a lot of pressure from the High Court and the Magistrates' Court. So those are the areas and many others that I will come up with to try and realize the confidence in the public.
Would there be a conflict, now that you mentioned commissioners of assize, who would be coming to do the work of a judge? Would there be a conflict with the Constitution?
The framers of that law, perhaps in its context, maybe at that time we didn't have enough judges, but I think even those who served, there were mechanisms to make sure that they were not conflicted. For instance, Commissioner Shah was a prominent practitioner from Mombasa. He was working in Nairobi. So you don't work where you practice. And again, the files that are allocated to you, you have to confirm whether you are conflicted.
Thank you, my lord. Let's move on to the aspect of judicial discretion, which we discussed earlier. And I'll limit my question to the aspect of ex parte orders, which your lordship also addressed. Now, in the old days, you will recall, my lord, the Chief Justice sat and was a member of the Court of Appeal and also of the High Court. The Supreme Court didn't then exist. And one of the reasons, amongst many others, was to mentor the judges, especially in the High Court. Now, you expressed grave concern at perhaps the manner, in some respects, in which ex parte orders have been granted. And your lordship said you would look at this very, very carefully. And this aspect, as your lordship knows, has been a bone of contention with the executive and even with the legislature. What I should like you to comment on is, as you look at this, how would you address a problem ensuring the independence, the individual independence of the judge, and also without undermining the independence of the other 2 arms of government? And by way of background, your lordship will recall that this has been also a subject discussed within the judiciary. There have been workshops at the Judicial Training Institute specifically to address this. There have been meetings here, even dating back to the tenure of Chief Justice Emeritus William Mutunga, in an effort to resolve this problem. His lordship even invited other players from the agencies involved, etc. How would you address this, my lord, as Chief Justice?
What I was told when I joined the bench as a judge by Mr. Justice John Wycliffe Mwera was that issue an ex parte injunction, ex parte orders in exceptional circumstances. He told me that if you're working in Meru and a case comes before you that has been that you have certified urgent, you are working in a small station, that this dispute could not have emanated 10 kilometers away. The best thing to do is to direct that the application be served on the other side. If it appears so urgent, even say, and appear this afternoon. And by the time they appear, they may even have agreed, even on status quo being maintained. That was the teaching and the lesson some of us got. And true, we've had discussions on this, and true, no Chief Justice can direct a judge how to do his or her work. And so to me, it is just to keep reminding ourselves that there is no life and death situation that would call for such drastic orders in certain situations. One judge used to say he would never give any ex parte orders. And I can say, which judge? Mr. Justice Kuloba, never. Because he says, oh, they are going to do this to you. If they do, we will undo it. Okay, that may have been extreme, because there are situations that are also extreme, where a property is about to be demolished in the afternoon, where somebody is about to be committed for contempt. So you are forced to give those orders. And so it is an area that I think, as a judiciary, we can't have rules on how to do it. The rules are already there. It's something that we need to change as a family, look at together once again. And not saying that you cannot issue ex parte orders. You can. There are situations that call for that. But when it is issued willy-nilly, that concerns people. And sometimes examples that are given is that I own a little shamba in Makindu. SGR is coming, and I've been promised compensation. My compensation has delayed. I go to court and I stop the entire SGR. It either means that we haven't read the pleadings. It either means that we do it mechanically, like some judge used to. He just used to ask the clerk 14 days, which date? He's told 5th of May. He gives injunction and tells you inter-parties hearing on the 15th of May. So either we do that mechanically, but it's a problem that concerns even the investors.
Thank you, my Lord. Would there be a case of disciplinary measures being taken in the event that it was established that this discretion had been abused? It has not been exercised judiciously.
Obviously, if there is evidence of impropriety, if there is evidence of incompetence, those are grounds recognized for disciplinary action.
And your lordship would take that course of action in an appropriate case?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, my lord. Now, our national values and principles of governance, as you know, my lord, are in Article 10, good governance, integrity, transparency and accountability. Now, what would you see the role of the Honourable the Chief Justice in terms of accountability?
Thank you. The Constitution starts by reminding us that the powers we exercise are not our powers. They are powers donated to us by the people. And so at every level, we are accountable to the people. They are our employers. Everything we do to satisfy their needs. And so there are laws that, apart from the fact that there's an appellate system that is also a means of accountability, the law requires, the Judicial Service Act requires the Chief Justice to tell the country what the judiciary and the administration of justice in general has done, and what were the challenges, what were the achievements. And that's a requirement of the law, which I think the Chief Justices have performed quite well. Apart from this observation that the National Council on the Administration of Justice brings together very many players. And when we give the State of the Judiciary and Administration of Justice report, equal chance ought to be given to the other players in the report. If you look at the report, 3/4 is judiciary, very little about the other arms. Yet it's supposed to give an overview of what we have done working in synergy with the other agencies. Again, NCAJ has done also some great work, but could do more by having frequent meetings, focused meetings to address some of these things in order of accounting, so that we can account to the people. The one area I commend NCAJ under the leadership of the retired Chief Justice is the manner in which the COVID situation was handled by the agencies in this council. They came together, they agreed what the police were going to do, what was going to happen in prisons and in courts. And that's how we need to work, so that the synergy, even in terms of trials in court, we need to be able to coordinate and cooperate.
My Lord, one of the tools that have been introduced in the recruitment process towards better accountability and transparency is a requirement for judges and judicial officers to make their wealth declarations, which forms part of the material that your Lordship has tendered here. And indeed, even this requirement that your interview be broadcast live. Would you consider these to be impediments in recruiting the best that is available? I say this because there have been whispers, maybe loud whispers, that because of that process, there are people out there who are good, but who shy away to embrace this process, thereby depriving the Judicial Service Commission of interviewing the best and the brightest. What would you say to that?
In the past, there has never been anything as opaque as the appointment of judges. I would be told to identify X and to be at the CJ's chambers at 6 p.m. to be told, without being forewarned, that the next day you are going to State House to be sworn in as a judge. And you are warned too that don't tell your wife or your husband. There can't be anything as opaque. And so you would go to State House and people would watch at 1 p.m. You've been appointed a judge. And it took again the initiative of the late Mutula Kilonzo to start thinking of a transparent way of recruiting judges the way magistrates are recruited. And there were examples in the world where this has been done. At that time, he wanted us to amend, I think it was section 87 of the former constitution, so that we introduce a competitive way of recruitment. And to me, this is the best way. And if you have something to hide, then you don't present yourself. If you fear that you'll be scrutinized, it's a public office, scrutiny is always there. So whether you use the old system or this system, you will still be scrutinized. And so for me, this is the best that ever happened. I think the advert was clear, and the previous adverts have always been clear. You have never said that only the following qualify. And so for me, I wouldn't agree with the talk out there that some people who have good qualities for these positions are inhibited by the fear of being exposed in terms of your declaration of wealth, in terms of the public glare through televised interview. No.
Thank you very much, my Lord. I move on to my final area and my final question, which is this. In the course of your
Hii ni KBC Radio Taifa.
Kila kitu maishani kina sauti yaleta furaha. Sauti ya elimisha, yahimiza, yatuleta pamoja. Sauti ya Kenya.
Radio Taifa.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1. I want you to approach her mother. And when you're in front of everyone, you will hug her as if you truly loved her. Who else knew that Miss Serrano was going to go to your apartment?
I don't know anything about guns, but what I know is that Anna owns a gun.
What? Why in the world would she have a weapon?
What's the matter, my love?
I won't know. But what I would do with my life without her.
Good afternoon to you on this 21st day of April, the year 2021. You're just in time for the latest in Kenya and beyond borders, from matters general news to business to sports. We will be letting you know right here in our comprehensive news bulletin lined up for you ahead. Of course, a lot has been happening today and we will be letting you know. And of course, you can continue to also engage us on social media as we embark on this at KBC Channel 1, at Safin_Ching, and of course also streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube, both at KBC Channel 1. We are inviting you for any comments and interactions. I will be sampling them as we proceed. My name is Safin Ouma, and our sign language interpreter is Anwangeshi. And of course today, just to kickstart straight away, it's the 8th day of the interviews by the Judicial Service Commission. The panel is seeking among 10 shortlisted candidates who is going to be the country's next Chief Justice. Today on the hot seat was Justice Ouko William Okello, a 60-year-old judge who is seeking to fill the position that was left vacant by former Chief Justice David Maraga. Today he was the one answering to questions posed to him as to why he wants to serve the country in that capacity. Now let's just cross over there straight and listen in to what more that is coming forth from that particular interview. Then we will continue with the latest in Kenya and beyond.
Even as we try to address corruption within us, we also must be able to have corruption addressed without the judiciary, outside the judiciary. There are many mechanisms that have been put in place. We have laws to deal with this. Public Officers Ethics Act. We have the Integrity Act, Leadership and Integrity Act. We have even a new one, which I saw recently, Public something principled, Values and Principles. Values and Principles Act, I think that's what it's called. And so we have filled our libraries with these laws, which are not supposed to apply only to the judiciary, but to the whole of public service. So for ourselves in the judiciary, my concern, if God willing, you grant me the honor, is first of all, just to appreciate that there's no purpose for a judge or a magistrate to take a bribe. If you look at what the commission has done to us, the salary of a judge, the salary of a magistrate, if you leave out the salaries, the perquisites, the benefits, you have a car grant.
All right, Justice Ouko William Okello there defending his aspiration to become the country's next Chief Justice, a judge who was appointed in 2012 as the judge of the Court of Appeal, somewhere where he has also served as the president of that Court of Appeal from 2018 to date, has a vast experience in judicial services, and of course also having served as the Chief Court Administrator from between 1997 to 2002, and I can go on and on, but he's among the 10 candidates who are currently defending their position to be given a chance to serve the country as the next Chief Justice. 13 applicants applied for this position, but only 10 were shortlisted. At the end of this whole process, only one man or one lady will be given a chance to become the country's Chief Justice nominee. The name will be presented to President Uhuru Kenyatta, and of course President Uhuru Kenyatta will then present this name to Parliament. If Parliament approves the name, then the President will go ahead and appoint that person. But in case this name is rejected, then the Judicial Service Commission will begin this whole process all over again. Of course, we'll continue to bring you this interview live right here on KBC Channel 1. Still lined up, Professor Dr. Wekesa Moni, Ms. Yano Alice Jepkoech are the ones who are remaining to be vetted tomorrow and on Friday. So we will also just, keep a close eye on that for you. Now, moving on to matters also happening in the country, we understand that the national examinations have just been concluded, and the results of the 2020 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education will be released before the 10th of May. And Education CS George Magoha says the marking of the exams, which concluded today, will begin immediately and be released before the resumption of normal school program in May. Arts and Design was the last paper for the over 700,000 candidates who sat for this year's examination.
We are all very proud and happy to congratulate the 752,891 candidates who sat this year's examination that is expected to open doors to their progress in various careers in future. I also wish to commend our gallant teachers who have participated in the process of administering examination as center managers, supervisors, and vigilators.
Away from that, the National Environment Management Authority has closed down a factory located in the non-Kopir area of Kitengela, Kajiado County, for operating illegally within the residential area. Kajiado Nema County Director Joseph Kopejo, while warning wayward investors, said that the decision was reached following numerous complaints from locals over noise and air pollution. Yusuf Farah now reports.
After a deafening outcry by non-Kopir area residents in Kitengela over the unnamed factory allegedly operating illegally in a residential area, the National Environment Management Authority team swung into action and raided the facility, whose gates remained under lock and key all day and night. It was established that the factory was crushing pozzolana and producing terrazzo, which, according to the residents, was a health hazard to them.
We have come and confirmed that they have been doing their operations without the NEMA license.
A senior sub-county police boss hailed members of the public for giving information that led to the raid.
Anything that they see is suspicious, they should report to us, and we see to it that the law is foreign to the letter.
Kajiado Nema County Director Joseph Kopejo warned investors operating illegally in the area, saying their days are numbered.
It will remain closed until they carry out an environmental impact assessment. We will consider it as any other. If it meets the standards, we will give them a license. If it doesn't, we will deny them a license like we have done for many others.
Na mimi nataka kuambia mtu wa NEMA kitu moja, nataka kuambia mbele ya wananchi, hiyo barua isipitishwe mlango ya nyuma, upeane barua kwa hii kiwanda.
The facility will remain closed until NEMA carries an assessment report. Yusuf Farah, Channel 1 News.
Muslim faithful in Uasin Gishu County are calling on the local authorities to exercise leniency on their congregants returning home from the night prayers during this holy month of Ramadan. Speaking during a food distribution exercise, imams lamented over congregants being arrested at their doorsteps by authorities for being a minute or two late. They say many pray in mosques far from their homes and should not be arrested when they return home.
Kama kuna mtu ameenda kuswali, wengine wanaenda msikiti wa mbali kidogo, tungaliwaomba polisi. Ombi letu tunalitoa kwa polisi moja kwa moja. Watakapowaona Waislamu kama wamepitisha dakika 5 yuko karibu na mlangoni, wasimtie mbaroni, kwa sababu kesi tumezipata. Mtu anashikwa kwa mlango, anatoka katika swala tarawih, na ile hali ni dakika 2 ama 3.
Tuwaomba wanasiasa wetu, kwa sababu wao pia Waislamu ni wafuasi wao. Mungu awagusishe moyo na wao watoe hizi goodies zisaidie maimamu na maamuma wao, ili nao hii Ramadhani yao waimalize ikiwa hali nzuri.
And in this holy month, we continue to wish our Muslim brothers and sisters Ramadan Karim. Now, still more calls from religious leaders. In Isiolo County, religious leaders have called for cooperation between the national and county governments to end the cycle of insecurity. The leaders called on other actors, such as the civil society organizations and the media, to spread the gospel of harmonious coexistence ahead of the 2022 general election.
The meeting reviewed the BBI processes, the expected referendum, the upcoming 22 electioneering process, and identified conflict issues, dividers, and connectors now, during, and after elections. The clergy in Isiro County, under the umbrella of NCCK, Upper Eastern Region, is asking both the county and national government to address the following issues as articulated. Conflict issues now, during and after elections. Outstanding land issues, tribalism, unfair resource sharing, unequal employment opportunities, religious biasness during religious celebration, border dispute.
Tumeona kuna mambo mengi ambayo tunahitaji kuyafanya. Kuna yale ya serikali na kuna yale yetu kama wananchi na kuna yale ambayo kanisa inahitajika kufanya. Kwa sababu tukija kama ni kwa security, wote tuko na majukumu ya kufanya. Mwananchi yako na jukumu lake, serikali iko na jukumu lake, na hata viongozi wa kanisa wako na majukumu yake.
Now, the administration of justice in Kisii is facing headwinds due to shortage of judicial officers. Wilkins Ochoki, Law Society of Kenya Southwest Branch, claims the situation has led to a backlog of cases, saying there was need to address the situation urgently. The Law Society of Kenya Southwest Branch Chairman Wilkins Ochoki says that the shortage of judges has derailed legal services in Kisii County, raising concern about the serious backlog of cases.
There are 2 magistrates that had been transferred and have never been replaced, so that there is a backlog. As at now, as we speak today, dates in the lower court are in October, so that if you are to fix your matter today, the earliest date you'll get is October, meaning that there are no dates that are closer. Litigants are not getting early dates for their matters, and definitely things are moving slowly.
Ochoki also lamenting over the pending appointment of judges, calling for the process to be concluded.
My take, and we've repeated that at every opportunity that we get, is that the president really doesn't have an option. Let him appoint those individuals that have been proposed for appointment by the JSC.
The concerns coming as interviews for the shortlisted candidates for the position of Chief Justice entered its 8th day, with Justice Ouko William Okello facing the Judicial Service Commission panel.
As at now, the key issue, as you'll understand, is the fact that there's a shortage of magistrates and judges and also courtrooms. So that if we can have a Chief Justice who is going to source for funds to build courtrooms all around the country, ensure that the judicial officers are well remunerated and well appreciated, and also ensure basically that advocates also, as they practice, their interests are well catered for.
Now back to matters education. A section of leaders from Kilifi County has raised concerns over the few primary and secondary schools in the area, saying the situation was affecting the quality of education. Ganze Member of Parliament Teddy Mwambire said more primary schools should be built in the county to address the problem of overage pupils in schools. Kilifi had been listed as the county with the highest entry for candidates who are 19 years and above.
The dilapidated structures, mud walled classrooms. These are among the few schools in Ganze, Kilifi County. But the poor structures are at least something, for lack of a better word. Kilifi, according to local leaders, has a deficiency of basic learning structures, a situation that local leaders now want addressed urgently.
Na wazazi wengi walikuwa wanahofia sana kupeleka watoto wao hapa kwa sababu ya uhaba wa hizo vitu. Kama haya madarasa yangekuwa yako kamili, labda idadi yangeongezeka. Lakini kwa sahihi, kama mbunge alivyoahidi, tuna imani ya kwamba kufikia mwezi wa 7 watoto watakaporejesha shule, hii idadi ya hapa shule pia itaongezeka.
The county has also the biggest number of overage learners. Speaking in Dida Secondary School, one of the schools with the poor structures, Ganze MP Teddy Mwambire said in some areas of Kilifi, the schools are far and so children are not able to walk the long distances.
Walisema kwamba Kilifi tunaobea ama tunaongoza kwa kuwa na wanafunzi ambao ni wazee zaidi, hususan wale ambao walifanya mtihani wa darasa la 8. Kuna sababu nyingi ambazo zinakumba hali hii, lakini moja hapo ni uhaba wa mashule na pia upungufu wa pembejeo, kwa sababu zamani kuna matatizo ya watu kujua umuhimu wa kwenda shule.
Kilifi County Retired Education Officer David Charo blamed poverty.
Economy hapa mahali haiko nzuri, kama vile mwenzangu alivyosema kwamba nategemea hali za mvua tupate kilimo kidogo kidogo. So iwapo kutakuwa hakuna hali za mvua hazikujakuwa mzuri na mazao hayako kwa nyumba, uchumi unakuwa chini.
Hapa tuko katika shule ya upili ya Ambassador Kiti katika sehemu ya Mlima wa Ndege, na shule hii iko na madarasa 5 ambayo yalianzishwa na aliyekuwa mbele yangu ambaye ni Mheshimiwa Peter Shehe, lakini hakuweza kuyakamilisha. Na sisi tulisema kwamba miradi yote ambayo ilianzishwa na pesa za umma lazima ikamilishwe ili iweze kuwa na manufaa kwa wakazi wa maeneo yetu. Kwa hivyo tumekuja hapa kuja kuanzisha rasmi ukamilishaji wa haya madarasa 5, na pia tutajenga vyoo katika shule ili iwe iko na vyoo kamili na madarasa kamili.
This as the MP commissioned the construction of 4 classrooms at Dida Secondary School through the CDF. For Channel 1 News, I'm Omboy Otiende.
And that story now takes us to our first break right here on KBC Lunchtime News. Lensa Odingo is our sign language interpreter. We'll be doing this together on the other side as well, so stay with us. Calvin Somondi, you're saying you're tuned. Peter Mugao, I'm tuned from Tharaka. Thank you so much. John Kuria, thank you for your comment. I've noted your concern. Dolex Kimani, I'm Rolex from Homa Bay, tuned in. Stephen Owino Wood Nyager, you're watching from Siaya County. We appreciate your feedback. We are going to be taking a break. We are coming back with much more.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii lazima nishike kwa simu yako, bonyeza *811 *962 hash.
Lazima nishike mapema. Nisiposhika hii simu mapema utakasirika. Acha mimi nikiwa mtu ya marathon na niko na experience kabisa. Niko na experience. If you don't hurry, you will not break the record. Acha nishike hii simu.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii bonyeza *811 *962 hash *811 *962 hash. Next on
matumizi mabaya ya ofisi, hasa zaidi ofisi za umma.
Na vile vitu vya mtoto vile vya akijisaidia zile pampers zile. Pampers. Nichukulie. Kila soko lisijui kwa wapi. Wewe mtoko hujapa nijia kama rikiti kwa wapi? Hizi jina rikiti kwa wapi? Na leo jaipitia.
Anawacha kazi ya kupeleka file, anatumwa supermarket.
Yaani this. Hii kitu kinaharibu jina la kampuni. This is what we call design. Kwa takataka kwa hapo. Yato, ndani tunaelewa kwa ndio kuongoza kwa ngara kabisa. Sasa, sitangu ni tarakilishi.
Huo ni ungwana kweli.
Ilaiska umata.
Welcome back and thank you so much for staying with us. Now, a matatu tout has been injured following an altercation with a group of street boys in Eldoret main stage. The dispute, which began when an unknown passenger dropped 300 shillings, which was spotted by the street boys, elicited a bitter exchange. Residents are now calling for the county government to take swift action to clear out street boys from the town.
Outraged residents in Eldoret are calling for the eradication of street boys in the town in what they term as growing menace in the county. This followed an incident where a matatu tout at the Eldoret main stage was injured after street boys poured jet of fuel in his eyes, temporarily blinding the man. According to the residents, this is not the first time street boys are using jet fuel to terrorize citizens as they demand for money from unsuspecting persons.
Machokoro yamejaa town, kila mahali unapita, kama umpe yeye pesa aita kumwagie mafi au kumwagie dawa ya kulevya.
Tunaona machokoro wanaumiza raia in Wazingishu kaunti. Tunataka tuulize Mandagoa, hii watu tuwafagie, mtuachie nafasi tufagie hawa, ama wewe utatusaidia kufagia hawa? Hiyo ndio tunauliza.
Na sio machokoro ya Eldoret kutoka kaunti.
From Uasin Gishu to Murang'a County, residents of Mache Gecha and Kirirwa villages in Kandara constituency of Murang'a County have all reasons to smile after clean piped water was connected to their homes. The residents of the two villages say that for 50 years they have suffered acute water shortage, leading to frequent waterborne diseases. Beatrice Gatonye reports.
The initiative will see over 2,000 homestead benefit in the area, bringing to an end the perennial water shortage. The residents say the rare commodity has been costing them a lot of money as they are forced to spend 200 shillings a day.
Lakini kwa wakati huu sasa maji wameipata, kwa hivyo itakuwa faida yao kubwa na itakuwa rahisi sana hata kufanya kilimo zaidi. Ndio tuweze kupigana na magonjwa, pia maji hii ni safi, kwa hivyo tutaweza kupigana na magonjwa. Ile pesa tumetumia na magonjwa kwa muda mrefu, sasa hiyo ni mzigo ambao tumepumzisha.
The project has seen already 70 kilometers of pipes laid within the two villages. Locals say the move will now make their life easy as much time is wasted searching for water.
Saa hii siku hiyo nilikuwa nanunua maji. Sasa juu ya MCA wetu sirudi kununua maji tena. Hiyo pesa nitakuraga kanyama ama kama yai, napenda kanyama sana na mayai.
Lakini kwa siku ya leo tunasema ni asanti kwa kuwa hakuna jambo hakuna jambo litatushida kwa kilimo.
While residents of Emurua constituency now have piped water courtesy of the National Constituency Development Fund. Speaking during the launch of 4.7 million shillings project, area Member of Parliament Johanna Ngeno says the move is a relief to locals who have been trekking over 10 kilometers.
Kwa muda mrefu sana sisi tumekuwa na shida ya maji. Maji yenye tulikuwa tunategemea kwa mambo yetu ya matumishi ya nyumba, kwa kukunywa, kwa ng'ombe na kwa matumishi yote. Hata watu wenye wanataka kufanya irrigation area hii, they will be free to do irrigations kwa sababu hii maji hiwezi isha.
Residents lauded the project, saying it was timely as it will help in reducing the distances women walked in search for clean water.
Nataka niombe na serikali ya county, nataka niombe serikali kuu kama wanaweza saidiana na mimi, kwa sababu kazi yetu kama CDF sisi tunapeana maji tu mpaka secondary, mpaka primary, mpaka TTI, mpaka institutions ya learning. Lakini hatuna provision ya kusupply maji kwa raia. So county government na waomba ya kwamba sasa tumedrill maji, pea sasa raia pipes, kila nyumba hapa ikunywe maji.
Beatrice Gatonye, Channel 1 News.
And now moving on, Kenya Railway Corporation pensioners now want the president to intervene and have 1.2 billion shillings released by Treasury as compensation for the Green Park bus terminus released to them. The pensioners claim the land file of the said parcel disappeared the same day the money was released to the National Land Commission, making it hard for them to access the money. They claim the continued delay in releasing the money is taking a toll on many of Kenya Railway Corporation pensioners who cannot meet their financial obligations.
When the money was released, we have lost 70 pensioners, most of whom are at an advanced age. We wonder how the government is constructing a terminus whose ownership, its own land ministry, cannot ascertain. For close to 3 months now, our trustees have camped at lands offices and they are just moved from office to office.
Drama unfolded in Baringo County Assembly during a motion to approve the external member of County Assembly Service Board, which was occasioned by the demise of the member of the board. A section of members of the County Assembly donned the Islamic religious attire in solidarity with the deceased member, who was a Muslim. The County Assembly had promised to replace the vacant position with a Muslim candidate.
Demise of Ms.
Following the death of Maka Hamisi, who passed on after short illness earlier this year, the search for the external member of County Assembly Service Board kicked off.
To counter our minority, Honorable Speaker.
More than 10 candidates applied for the position, which saw Rebecca Lemong from Baringo North emerged to opposition and was later approved by the House. However, Lemong's approval would only prompt a section of the members of the County Assembly to protest as they donned Islamic religious attire in solidarity of the deceased member, who was of Muslim faith, calling for the next occupant of the position to be of the same faith. Eldama Ravine MCA Julius Ngotier lamented over how the process was conducted, terming mischief, and warned the House against going against what they had promised the family.
We hear from the corridors that during the first pre-qualification, there is one Muslim sister who was leading the pack and she was actually to get the job. But somewhere in the middle, something which I don't know from where happened. If Lomong qualified in the right way, without any inducement or without any powers from outside, I say, inshallah, let that be.
His counterparts, who were of different opinions, stated that Lomong was picked on merit, saying it was a move to empower young women in the county.
Rebecca Lomong represents that class of young women who every day are struggling to also compete in this corporate world of men.
Speaker Sir was due to his competency and qualification, Mr. Speaker Sir. If people are arguing about a region, Mr. Speaker Sir, we could not be doing what is right in Baringo, because we know Baringo County is a cosmopolitan county, Mr. Speaker Sir.
The House later approved Lomong, making her the member of the service board.
The ayes have it.
Reporting for Channel 1 News, I'm Jackie Wambiru.
Now I take you from elsewhere outside Kenya. African leaders expressed shock and dismay at the death of Chad's President Idris Deby, who was shot as he confronted advancing Islamist rebels. President Felix Tshisekedi, the African Union chairperson, who is also the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo, said the death of Idris Deby is not only a loss for Chad, but to Africa as a whole.
Tributes are pouring in from heads of state following the death of President Idris Deby's death.
Mali's interim president Bardo spoke of his brutal death and called it a heavy loss for the Sahel region's fight against jihadists. Niger's president Mohamed Bazoum acknowledged Déby's deep personal engagement against terrorists, while the Nigerian leader Muhammad Buhari said he'd played a very critical role against the Islamist group Boko Haram. President Déby died following injuries suffered on the front line in the Sahel country's north, where he had gone to visit soldiers battling rebels. The army says his son, Mohamed Idris Déby Kaka, is taking over as interim president until elections next year, a decision which has been rejected by the opposition. Elsewhere, there were mass protests in at least 7 towns in Ethiopia's Amhara region, including the capital Bahir Dar, calling for an end to killings targeting the Amhara people. The demonstrations come after 2 towns were destroyed and thousands of people displaced in a series of ethnic attacks. At least 4 districts were targeted and the chaos lasted for 5 days, starting Wednesday. The attacks stopped on Monday after the military set up a command post in the area.
In the U.S., a U.S. jury has found former police officer Derek Chauvin guilty of murder over the death of African-American George Floyd on a Minneapolis street last year. The police officer was filmed kneeling on Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes during his arrest. The widely watched footage sparked worldwide protests against racism and excessive use of force by the police.
People gathered outside court in Minneapolis erupted in cheers upon hearing that Derek Chauvin had been found guilty of all charges over George Floyd's death. Chauvin was found guilty on 3 charges: second degree, third degree murder and manslaughter. The former police officer has been placed in custody, while his sentencing is likely to happen in 2 months. Chauvin is predicted to spend decades in jail.
Let's now explore what has been happening in the world of business. And you will soon be required to have a valid COVID-19 vaccine passport to ease travel out of the country and when visiting select tourism facilities within the country. Tourism and Wildlife Cabinet Secretary Najib Balala says the passport will be fully rolled out by the year 2022 and will add to safeguard measures to allow tourism industry safely reopen and operate optimally.
According to sector reports by the Ministry of Tourism, the hospitality industry has been severely impacted by the COVID-19 scourge, with the industry shedding more than 30% of its workforce. Further, businesses have been compelled to scale down their operations due to low or no business at all. The government has developed a tourism rescue plan to revive the battered industry.
We in the Ministry of Tourism are now consulting with the industry. We are working with McKinsey to develop what is the new vision for Kenya's tourism. And sometimes there are difficult decisions we have to make in transforming ourselves as a sector to survive all these shocks, and we move forward together.
Speaking during the launch of the tourism industry COVID-19 vaccination drive, players in the industry said the industry has too often bore the brunt of economic shocks in the country, hence the need for further drastic safety guards.
I think the reality is we are going to get a vaccination passport. That's the reality. Already we have seen IATA, European Union are working on such frameworks. It's like the former yellow fever vaccination card. So we will have a vaccination card for COVID. The vaccine passport will come, I think, in the 2022. Why is 2022? Is until we streamline the production lines of the vials and
and also the vaccination programs for the citizens.
Stakeholders say the vaccination drive is a move to help the industry safely reopen, with an initial vaccination of 5,000 for 5 most affected counties in the next 10 days, with a total of 50,000 vaccines in stock.
And we promise that this will continue smoothly and uninterrupted for the next 10 days, and thereafter, as will be guided by the Ministry of Tourism and also the Ministry of Health.
The hospitality industry has so far seen about 80% of earnings wiped out due to the coronavirus pandemic.
Besides having the normal documentation when traveling abroad, including passports and other essential documents, you may now be required to use a vaccination passport to show that you've been vaccinated from COVID-19. This is the reality facing many Kenyans going forward in the coming months. Ouko, Channel One Business, Nairobi.
Thank you, Ouko, for that report. Now we want to cross over to the coastal region, where chaos erupted this morning at the Dock Workers Union offices in Mombasa, with warring factions accusing each other of stalling the elections. Dock Workers Chair Mohamed Sheria said the elections were called off after the workers failed to observe COVID-19 health protocols. The move angered and charged the charged lot, accusing the officials of delaying the elections for their own gains. Our reporter Junei Karisa now joins us live from Mombasa with details of this chaos that erupted this morning. A very good afternoon, Junei. What do you have for us?
Good afternoon, Safin. As you have rightly put it, this morning aspirants are gathered here at the Dock Workers Union offices to get a way forward on the elections that had been slated for the 12th of April, but the leadership had postponed the elections to a later date next month. Now, they are demanding answers as to why the postponement was there by the Secretary General of this union, and also there have been the contentious issue that is currently ongoing is the election board, the candidates that have been elected to constitute the election board. That is where the contentious issue is, with the officials as well as the aspirants who are vying to serve the Dock Workers Union for the next 5 years. Now, let me just look in Sulman Omar here to just explain to us what exactly is the issue and the way forward, because as we speak right now, the sitting officials should have vacated office as effective from the 12th of April, but they are still holding office and the elections have not yet been done. So Karibu Sana, just explain to us, in a layman's language, what is expected of the officials for them to have left office, and what is the way of forward when it comes to the election of the Dock Workers Union?
Thank you very much. My name is Sulman Owor. I am an aspirant for the position of Assistant General Secretary, Dock Workers Union. In answering the question that you have said, we have a constitution which is running our union. And the constitution says that in Article 8 under governance, it says, Article 8.6, that a person who is holding elective office shall not hold that office for more than 5 years. Now, the time for the current office elapsed on 12th April 2021, because the election was done in 12th April 2016. If you calculate, that is exactly 5 years. Our elections are now scheduled for 20th May. 20th May from 12th April is more than 5 years, at least by 1.5 months.
Explain to us about the labor office intervening in this matter, and when it comes to the constituting of the election board.
Thank you very much. Our constitution is very much clear when it comes to the person who is supposed to run elections. In our constitution, Article 15(1), it is said there is established an elections board. This elections board consists of 9 members and these 9 members are drawn from the members of the union. Those who have not shown any interest in vying, those who are neutral, those who are not biased and are not supporting any side of the divide. Now, the same article says that other members, non-members of the union, may be nominated into the elections board. Now, what has happened today that we have been hearing is that the National Executive Board currently they wrote a letter to Mombasa County Labor Office. They were seeking that these people give them 10 names of the people who are supposed to constitute elections board, which is against our constitution. Our constitution says that members of the union are the one who will be nominated in the elections board. The other people who are not members may form part of that board, but the essence is that the members of the union must be there.
I understand that there are some of these members that are vying in the previous elections board that was there.
Yes.
What is your suggestion as aspirants concerning this matter?
If there are people who are in the former elections board which conducted elections in 2016 and they are now vying for various posts, they are supposed to be replaced, because if they are not, then it will go against Article 15 1D, which says that those members must be those who have no intention of vying for and have no interest in any position in the union for that period.
So what do you want as aspirants?
As aspirants, we want the elections board which conducted the elections in 2016 to continue with their work, because they were not disbanded. An elections board can only be disbanded in a special conference, which is scheduled for 24th of this month. Now, if they were not disbanded, then what we want is that that elections board be allowed to continue with its mandate. But if there are people who have shown interest in various positions, or people who may be retired or died or one way or the other, then it is only those slots to be filled so that the number can reach nine people. But there are also members of wale ambao wanataka kuwa waandishi wengine. If they want their interest to be taken into account, then they can also nominate 3 people or 4 to be observers in that particular elections board. But they will not be members of the elections board, but they will be as observers, because the elections board is supposed to be 9 who are ratified by the conference, which is scheduled for 24th of this month.
Okay, as I wind up, Bob, there are some allegations that the leadership does...
For the union officials. This is coming to us live from Mombasa. Of course, we'll be getting more details about these aborted elections in our subsequent news bulletins. Junei Karisa is working on that. And of course, now moving on to other matters, coffee brokers have until July 1st to apply for licenses to be able to provide coffee brokerage services at the Coffee Exchange. Capital Markets Authority Chief Wycliffe Shamia says brokers who fail to have their licenses approved by the authority will be barred from trading at the exchange.
The new licenses for coffee brokers will pave way for the implementation of Capital Markets Coffee Exchange Regulations 2020. The rules are expected to bring back sanity to the coffee subsector, as well as guarantee speedy and transparent payment of proceeds to farmers through a direct settlement system. CMA Chief Executive Wycliffe Shamia also says the whistleblower draft regulations have been published with public participation currently ongoing. The regulations aim to promote ethical behaviors within the capital markets by incentivizing individuals to proactively report misconduct within the capital markets. Shamaya further indicates that during the first quarter, market performance at the NSE showed considerable improvement on both equities and bonds. Market capitalization increased by 21%, 2.4 trillion shillings registered in Q1 2021 from 2.1 trillion shillings in Q1 2020. In the equities market, year-on-year equity turnover showed a 27.4% decrease from 43.7 billion shillings in Q1 2020 to 31.7 billion shillings in the quarter ending March 2021. The foreign investor net cash flow recorded a net outflow at the bourse at 976 million shillings, an improvement compared to 2.7 billion shillings net outflow for Q4 2020. Equity trading remains foreign-dominated with an average of 60.38%, accounting for foreign investors' participation in Q1 2021. The bond market turnover increased in Q1 2021 by 17.8%, with 199.4 billion shillings worth of bonds traded compared to 169.2 billion shillings traded in Q4 2020. With a bond turnover of 158 billion shillings recorded in the first quarter of 2020, this shows a 26.2% increase in bond turnover using year-on-year comparison. The authority is also reviewing the capital market master plan to align it to the prevailing market conditions and be able to better reflect stakeholders' expectation.
Still focusing on coffee farming, some good news for farmers. The government has developed new strategies to improve coffee farming after years of neglect. The plans include distributing high-yield seeds, marketing the produce and setting up storage facilities. Farmers have been uprooting coffee bushes due to low production and poor returns.
Coffee production has more than 1% of the total global output. It has registered a major drop of 130,000 tons 3 decades ago to the projected 40,000 tons in 2020. This has affected the total export, which is expected to drop to around 620,000 60 kg bags for the 2020-2021 marketing year, down from the 815,000 bags exported during the immediate previous season. To revive the industry, the government has crafted a coffee revival strategy which seeks to increase area under cultivation, seek better market, and increase yield through better coffee berries.
Wakulima hapo 2000 walianza kuwa wamekata tamaa ya kupanda kahawa, na ndio serikali imechukua hiyo jukumu hakikisha kahawa ianze kutuzwa na turudishe mahali ilikuwa zamani. Na njia moja ya kurudisha hapo ni kuongeza mazao, ni kuongeza area all around the coffee, na njia moja ni kusupport wakulima na seedlings, kusaidia wakulima na fertilizer.
Already seedling and fertilizer have been given to farmers to improve the level of production in the country.
Leo hii tumeona kwamba tumepata some milestones. Serikali ya county ilipeana zaidi ya mbegu 1130 kwa wakulima wetu. Maanake changamoto kubwa ilikuwa ni kupata mbegu ambayo iko certified.
Hivi karibuni ndoto za wakulima ya kuwa na mili yetu ya Robusta, kuwa na instant coffee, kuwa na kuuza kahawa yetu kama Busia, wakulima Busia ndoto zao karibu zinatimizwa.
Farmers are being urged to embrace new farming techniques and new improved berries to increase production, improve their earnings from the crop. Terry Njenga, Channel 1 Business.
Across the borders, American Airlines plans to resume hiring pilots this fall as travel demand recovers. The coronavirus pandemic derailed airline hiring plans in March of last year as carriers scrambled to reduce their headcounts to cut costs when travel demand plunged. The airline plans to fly more than 90% of its 2019 domestic schedule this summer. Here are the details of this and other stories from across the globe.
The global aviation industry is slowly picking up, with major airlines hoping to resume normal business by June this year. In the United States, United Airlines also plan to restart pilot hiring next month, while low-cost carrier Spirit Airlines began training for new pilots in March. JetBlue Airways has also made plans to start hiring pilots later this year. American Airlines plans to start by hiring 300 new pilots by the end of the year and plans to double that number in 2022. The carrier has about 15,000 pilots, though hundreds have taken early retirement or are scheduled to stop flying in the coming years as they turn 65. Business and long-haul international demand remains weak as travel restrictions persist and large network carriers continue to lose money. United Airlines reported a $1.4 billion quarter loss on Monday. Meanwhile, video streaming giant Netflix has reported a slowdown in subscriber growth, sending its share tumbling. About 3.9 million people signed up for Netflix between January and March, well short of the projected 6 million. The company said a lack of new shows may have contributed to the shortfall, adding that it expected this to recover as sequels hit shows are released. Netflix shares fell 11% in after-hours trading to $489.28, wiping $25 billion off the company's market capitalization. The streaming service added 15.8 million new subscribers last year, even with sluggish customer growth. Netflix has reported revenues of $7.16 billion and net income of $1.71 billion. Finally, PayPal is looking to launch a local wallet in China focusing on cross-border payment. PayPal's overseas market has a large network with more than 20 million enterprises and over 377 million individual users. The company's main business is to help small and medium-sized Chinese farms sell goods overseas and more efficiently and conveniently. Terry Njenga, Channel 1 Business.
It's now time for us to cross over into the world of sports. Beginning locally, Kenya Prisons women's volleyball team will take on Muzinga of Burundi this afternoon as the Africa Women's Volleyball Club Championship serves off in Tunisia. Kenya Prisons and Kenya Pipeline are Kenya's representatives at the Continental Showpiece.
Kenya Prisons head coach David Lungaho says we'll use the match against the Burundians to gauge their capability in this year's tournament. Lungaho said playing 4 matches at the group stage consumes a lot of energy and the players must be ready to fight all through. Prisons will miss several regular players who are currently training with the national team, Malkia Strikers. Prisons will mainly depend on experienced players led by Praxidi Zagala and Lydia Mayo to spearhead their onslaught.
Yesterday, they were the heroes, and our pool is a good pool. Today we are playing against Muzinga, and we hope to win so that we can have a good semi-final.
Kenya Prisons are drawn in Pool A alongside Sfaxien of Tunisia, Muzinga of Burundi, Kilibya of Tunisia, and Walieta Sword of Ethiopia.
So far so good, the team has been playing very well. And we hope that this first match is going to give us a guideline of how we're going to play, because we want to see if our basics are right. You know, the draws were done yesterday, and we are in a good pool, but though a bit strong because of two recent teams. So for us, today's match is very, very important. If we play well against Muzinga without mistakes, then we'll have a better training tomorrow and really face sparks of here.
Compatriots Kenya Pipeline are drawn in Pool B alongside Carthage of Tunisia, National Alcohol of Ethiopia, Customs of Nigeria, ASEC Mimosa, and AS Douane of Burkina Faso. Karanja David for Channel 1 Sport.
Teams involved in the European Super League have formally withdrawn from the competition. Manchester City were the first English club to formally pull out after Chelsea had signalled their intent to do so by preparing documentation to withdraw. The other 4 sides, Arsenal, Liverpool, Manchester United and Tottenham, all followed suit. This came after protests from fans and other FIFA officials. However, the teams already in the Super League said the league will go on even without the English club and won't be threatened by any withdrawal from any club.
It's not a sport and it doesn't matter if you lose. That's why I said many times, I want the best competition as strong as possible, so especially the Premier League, and it's not fair when one team fight, arrive on the top and after cannot be qualified because the success is already guaranteed for just for few clubs.
And as that was happening, Tottenham's interim head coach Ryan Mason will take charge of his first game today against Southampton following the sacking of Jose Mourinho on Monday morning. Meanwhile, Chelsea shared a goalless draw with Brighton to climb into the Champions League places on a night where the future of European football captured the headlines.
The Chelsea vs Brighton fixture was almost a side note, with the news breaking before the kick-off that Chelsea were preparing to pull out of the European Super League at the same time as their fan play. Meanwhile, Tottenham's interim head coach Ryan Mason will take charge of his first game today against Southampton following the sacking of Jose Mourinho on Monday morning. Harry Kane is not expected to be fit as the club continues to assess his ankle injury ahead of the Carabao Cup final against Manchester City. Southampton forward Mike Obafemi isn't yet ready to make his comeback from a leg surgery, with Oriol Romeu and Will Smallbone sidelines for the remainder of the season. In another match, Manchester City will be hoping to bounce back to winning ways after a 1-0 loss to Chelsea, which saw them exit the FA Cup competition on Saturday. Manchester City will be without playmaker Kevin De Bruyne and their all-time goal scorer Sergio Aguero. Aston Villa winger Trezeguet requires knee surgery and he joins injured captain Jack Grealish on the sidelines. Morgan Sanson is also ruled out with a knee problem, while Wesley is not ready to make his comeback after more than 15 months out.
Carilas Mapil, you say you're tuned in. Thank you so much. Sergeant Max Davin, thank you for the compliment. Thank you for creating time. Stephen Juma also tuned, and all of you created time. Thank you so much. That's how we wrap it up here on KBC Lunchtime News. In a bit, we'll be taking you back to the Judicial Service Commission's interview on the next Chief Justice. Today on the hot seat is Justice Ouko William Okello. But for now, that's how we wrap it up. My name is Safina Chieng Oma, and our sign language interpreter has been Lensa Odingo. Have a lovely afternoon.
Vera Beauty College. Vera Beauty and Fashion College, with branches in Nairobi, Eldoret, Thika and Meru. Did you know that we are a TVET approved institution? We offer courses in fashion design, interior design and soft furnishing, event decoration, flower arrangement, event planning, hairdressing, barbering and dreadlocks, beauty therapy, makeup, nail technology, spa massages, teaching skills, TOT, solo business management, and many more. Register now and visit our website on www.verabeautycollege.com. You can also call on 0725-923-550 Nairobi branch, 0728-087-689 Eldoret branch, 0722-227428 Thika branch, 0725-000-706 Meru branch. Vera Beauty and Fashion College, a TVET approved institution.
Oh man, he's sick. It's good to see you back in the church, man. I've offset all that bumping and grinding you've been doing in them videos. How long did you know about my father? I didn't feel it was my responsibility to tell you about your own father. It will always be my father's church. Why don't you let church people handle church business?
I'm an entertainer. That's not who you are. That's what you ran. Let them fight over that. I don't care. That was your father's legacy. Who's got fight for it if you don't? Je, umeomoka. Kama hujaomoka kwenye treatment ndio mambo yote. Hata tuko na fridge, kodi yake ni CM.
tuko na gas cooker, kodi yake ni CK, tuko na TV, kodi yake ni TV, tuko na simu aina ya Samsung ni SM, ama Oppo ni Oppo. My friend, mahali popote unanitizama, eka hizo kodi zake kisha utume kwa 4032353, 4032353, alafu utakuwa unaomoka na hizi bidhaa. Kumbuka, kwenye tupe ni bila bora zaidi kwa bei ya chini. Nichukulie kwa mfano ndani ya matatu. Yaani mtu mzima na miaka zake hizo miaka zote, mtu ajui kwa kuandika noti, noti tu peke yake. Kusoma kweli utasaidia na nini na kusoma na nini? Nauliza ni bwana chikia mama yangu
and it has been a bit of a problem because we have what we call PMMU, something like that, and we've been having, or you know, people come and dispute the data. The judges, the magistrates say, no, those are not my figures. I have my figures. I will come with my figures. To the extent that it seems like somebody somewhere is resisting measurement of their performance. So what are your thoughts on the introduction of performance management system within judiciary? And you see, what reforms will you introduce to entrench the performance management system so that each and every officer is accountable and no one will wait for a big brother to push him or her to perform what they are supposed to?
Thank you. A long history of performance management in the judiciary. When we try to introduce performance, we were told you can't measure the work of a judge. It involves a lot of complicated angles. And so when it came to pass, as it is something that I personally support, that you can measure any kind of work. And of course, I'm also aware that there are people who will say it doesn't reflect the truth. Whether to interpret that to mean that somebody doesn't want to be measured or that the directorate has not done a good job is something that, if I get a chance, I'll have to look at. I personally, in my court, we have been victims because sometimes they don't share with you in advance. But since we talk to the directorate, before they release the documents, they share with us and we confirm. Yes. And I think perhaps those who dispute do not look at what is brought to them as feedback to confirm the accuracy of those figures. Mm-hmm. I think it's upon all of us who are being measured that we take keen interest. Because going forward, the place for performance management, in order to make everybody accountable, has to be looked at very, very seriously, so that those who have just placed their hands on the car are identified.
Thank you. My final question is on community service. I have seen that you are involved back at home, Usenge, a board member of a school, and you are doing a lot of mentorship across the country. Congratulations for doing that. And at the same time, you are caring for less privileged children, which is a good thing. What drives you? What drives you to do this?
Other than those, we have in our court also taken part in a lot of community service, CSR. We've been visiting children homes and we've been assisting. But it's my upbringing. As I grew up, our home was like a school. My parents were quite philanthropic. I didn't know who was my relative and who was just a person who was being assisted. After my dad passed on, my mother, I think because of being lonely, when we went to town, living in different parts of the country, she, with her philanthropic approach, started bringing children. Every time she went for a burial and the children are orphaned, she would bring them home. So by the time she was passing on, she had 12 children she was taking care of. So I inherited them, and it's because of that background that I saw the need to continue helping the society. Not most of us get to these positions. We do take some of these things for granted, that you are a Court of Appeal judge. You are more privileged than somebody else. And if you have an opportunity to help, you help.
Thank you. My last. It is on this other duty to the community that Commissioner Washari asked you about, which we explained. The issue of serving as a reservist for 10 years. And between 1994 to 2004, you were principal, registrar to being High Court registrar, and you are a policeman, an inspector for that matter. And perhaps your commander was Robert Shaw, was called Shaw, somebody who was from Stare, who was terrorizing people in this town. I think terrorizing criminals in this town. And I lived with 1 or 2 reservists where I stayed when I came to Nairobi. And apparently I realized that they had uniform. Sometimes at night, when their radios start ringing, they would move out with guns to do what they are supposed to do as policemen. Now I've been wondering, a deputy a High Court registrar in Supreme Court, and then a raid is done here, and the Commissioner of Police knows that Corporal William Ouko is around there. Won't you? I don't know. I'm sure the call of duty demanded that you have to move in quickly and secure the place, so that when the regular police arrives, you have secured the place and you furnish, because reservists were furnishing, you cannot even know that they were around or not. Was it a conflict? Because here you are a judicial officer, the other side you are a policeman who is supposed to enforcing the law and also arresting people to be brought to court to be charged. How was that? I don't know. If you reflect, would you have done the same?
Yes, I would. Because my mind is very, very clear why I was doing it. My mind is very clear about the limits. As I said, I had no police uniform. only once in a while I would be asked. It was really just a title. I would be asked to go and give a lecture to the police officers. I would never get involved in beat duties to patrol. I would never chase criminals, and it did not interfere at all with my work. It was just something you do once in a while, the way I would be asked, as you've seen in my CV, to go and talk to students at St. Andrews, Turi, to go to talk to students back home, is something that I was doing to give back because of my knowledge of the law, to help the police understand their powers as they arrest, as they use their guns. But I didn't carry any firearm. I did not arrest anybody in my life as I served. It was really just to give back. And my concern was the many shootings that were happening, the many arrests that people were just being arrested, taken to Makadara. And so because I understood what was happening, I thought I was the right person to talk to them. But it's not something I really regret doing.
Very well, Judge. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Your Honor. Lastly, we have our last panel member, and that is Honorable Commissioner Ibrahim Owande.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Before I start with my questions, allow me to clear some impressions that may have been created by some comments that you have made. For starters, concerning performance evaluation for judicial staff, especially at the station level, we do have a system called PASS, the Performance Appraisal System. As to how objective it is, the jury is out there, but we do have one.
Thank you.
The other perception I wanted to address concerns the statement you made that magistrates are well remunerated, because we are not all on the same page on that. Yes, we do have incentives like the car loan, we have the incentives like the mortgage, but Judge, we have magistrates in the institution who from their take-home salary cannot even sustain mortgage repayments or a car loan repayment. So it doesn't cut across the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So moving on to the question that I had for you, please share with us your views concerning abortion vis-a-vis the legal framework that we have.
That's a tricky one, because the views you express here will be held against you as you go ahead, and if an abortion matter was to come, your view is known all over the world. I can only say that the law says that life begins at conception, and you cannot terminate a pregnancy unless the life of the mother is endangered, and again upon the advice of a medical expert. And I would beg to leave it there. Whether or not I believe in it, that I leave for the day a dispute like that comes to court.
I hear you on that, Judge, but if I can take the discussion further, feel free to tell me if you feel you're not comfortable to respond to that. But I came upon a decision, the FIDA Kenya case, that dealt with the issue of abortion. Basically, it was unpacking Article 26(4), but basically provides what you've just said, the instances when abortion can be allowed. And the court essentially held that abortion can be allowed if it is a result, the pregnancy is a result of rape or defilement, and the pregnancy poses a danger to the mother's well-being, either physical, mental, or social. So the question that I had in our sexual offences law, no distinction has been made in respect to the Romeo and Juliet relationships. There is a blanket definition of defilement that covers all, basically paged on the age of the victim. So would it be correct in your view to say that those many instances that we have of unwanted pregnancies that basically affect our school children, but born out of the Romeo and Juliet relationships, do you think we can legally procure abortion in those circumstances?
I'm glad you used the word legally. So therefore, if it is done within the confines of the law, yes.
Thank you, Judge. My next question, I want to pick from the statement you made earlier about your vision for the institution, restoring public confidence in the judiciary. We've been sitting here all morning, and even I think sometime in the course of this week, a candidate was here and presented his view concerning customer survey satisfaction. So rather, customer satisfaction survey. And apparently we are rated quite high by our customers. We've been transforming for 10 years. We have many success stories, but these stories are lost to the public. Earlier on, when the interview began, my lady, the SCJ, gave you some statistics concerning leadership in the judiciary in terms of gender balance. It is all lost out there. There's still an outcry, if I can call it that we are not gender balanced. We have the SOJA report that we give annually, which has impressive statistics. But still there's some restlessness amongst the Kenyan public concerning judiciary's performance. From where I sit, it looks to me like there's a disconnect. I don't know if you agree with me.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I do.
So what do you think is the disconnect, and how do you propose to address this?
We are not talking to the people we serve. We are talking to ourselves in the way we write our judgments. We write Latin everywhere. We do great things, but nobody sees. So when you talk about the judiciary, it's just negative after negative thing. Yet there is so much that the judiciary has done. So what do we lack? We lack the means to tell the people what we do. We have recommendations in those very many reports that talk about pamphlets, that talk about TV shows, that talk about radio talks, that talk about many things. And I want to commend Chief Justice Mutunga for introducing the open days. It was a time when we would talk to the people across the country, a day set aside for talking to the people, for receiving feedback. That is something that we lack. So we need to look at the means of engaging the people we serve, which is really our focus.
Thank you, my Lord. Earlier on, you mentioned that we need to revamp our public communication strategy. And I think you said on a light note that currently all they do is send you newspapers after you've already read the actual paper. Now, looking at the structure of that office or the capacity of that office, do you see maybe areas in which some improvement can be done? There has been a lot of disgruntlement amongst our membership that often you find your decision is misquoted in the newspaper. You have no avenue to address that. We have, I think it's now a Department of Public Affairs and Communication. Nothing really happens. So, since you are a member of this institution, is there a handicap or a gap you've identified in that office, and how do you propose to address it?
Thank you, Commissioner. Very true. We are misquoted all the time. Contrary to our decisions, the public are told different things. And it takes a judge or a magistrate concerned to call the newspaper itself or the media concerned, the media house concerned, to correct. There's one particular one that happened. I can't remember which court was concerned. There was a misreporting that was so grave, and the DPP spoke earlier than us, yet it was something to do with our decision. So the DPP clarified the position. It was, I think, a criminal trial somewhere in the country. By the time we were reacting, already it had been clarified. So I think the handicap, perhaps, apart from, I only see a few ladies in that unit, so perhaps a question of capacity, but another capacity of the kind of work we do as courts, quite technical, that if you do not have somebody who understands law, they'll not be able to respond to some of these misreporting. So one thing that perhaps the Commission should consider is to engage a lawyer to be part of this team, to engage somebody who has worked in the media to be part of this team, to be able to convey to the people what we do and correct any information that may be misunderstood.
Thank you very much, my Lord, because I think public communication is very integral in the services that we give, because I am aware that when the public is disgruntled, there are usually very grave consequences. I have in mind the vetting that we went through, and the vetting that is currently, the talks about vetting that are currently simmering in the public domain. Now, moving on to the next question that I have, it concerns the disciplinary process. In the third schedule, paragraph, I think 15 and 16, the Chief Justice enjoys certain powers when it comes to discipline. I believe mostly for judicial officers. It's the power to interdict and the power to suspend. And if you look at those paragraphs in the schedule, a lot is left to the good sense of the Chief Justice. You have phrases like "if in his opinion," phrases like "when he is satisfied," and you may be aware, my Lord, that this has caused a lot of unrest amongst judicial officers to the point where they had to litigate the matter in court. I can say they were partially successful because the issue of timelines was also litigated, and some directives were given concerning having timelines in that framework. But the issue of how objective the power to order someone on interdiction or suspension is still remains unresolved. Now, as Chief Justice, what do you propose to do? Because these are going to be your subjects. What do you propose to do to put this matter to rest for your subjects?
Thank you. I was part of the team that worked on the Judicial Service Act. If you look at the task force report, it is an annexure and was the first thing Honorable Mutula Kilonzo tabled in Parliament to be passed as law, Act number 1. It was the first one after the promulgation of the Constitution. And so I understand where this provision came from. We were operating under the Service Commissions Act before we did our own Service Commission Act. And in the Service Commissions Act, the heads of those ministries were authorized to take certain steps preceding disciplinary action. For instance, the Chief Justice in the case of JSC, which was JSC was actually part of the Service Commissions Act. So on behalf of JSC, the Chief Justice could take certain actions, but escalate the rest after doing some investigation to the Commission itself. And so there is a basis and history for that. If I didn't hear any hue and cry at the time, I don't know what was being done differently, but if there is hue and cry, then perhaps the solution, because first I believe that looking at the areas that concern the staff concerned, interdiction, suspension, and of course reprimand and severe reprimand, are not disciplinary actions per se. They are processes leading to discipline. Just like in the Constitution, when a judge is to be removed and the president appoints a tribunal, then the judge is suspended. It doesn't mean that you cease being a judge. It doesn't mean that you have been found culpable. It just means like the stepping aside in the meantime. So for me, those are quite innocent things. The Chief Justice has no powers at all under that act to dismiss, because when it gets to the level of dismissing, he escalates to, or he or she escalates to the Commission. But if there is disquiet, then the best thing to do is the Chief Justice still exercises that delegated power, and perhaps could be assisted by a member or two of the Commission. Remember, when the matter goes now for disciplinary action before the Commission, the Chief Justice does not sit because he's already worked on the investigations. So perhaps get some people to sit with him so it's not seen as a one-man show or a one-woman show, so that it is seen a bit representative, even among the affected officers. If you can have, say, one chief magistrate, perhaps somebody from the staff, to sit with the Chief Justice as they sieve through these matters.
Thank you very much for your response, my Lord. My next question concerns alcoholism. Alcoholism is a problem, I think, that cuts across all institutions in the public sector, and the judiciary has its fair share of those problems. Now, the debate is out there that alcoholism is not an indiscipline case. Alcoholism is a disease. Of course, there are those who believe otherwise. As Chief Justice, how do you see yourself going about this problem of alcoholism, because it is with us in the institution?
Yes, true. It is there. Excuse me. I don't think it's widespread, but I know it is there in the judiciary as well. When I was in administration, I used to treat it as a disease because it is indeed a disease, and it is actually treatable. And so instead of ruining an officer's career, terminating an officer's career because he is addicted, you can look for soft solutions, rehabilitation, because these are people with families, and that they are so attached to their drink. is a disease, actually. And so I would not discipline a person unless it is so bad, and until perhaps he's stealing files, unless he's fighting with people at work. There will have to be something else other than just being drunk for me to deal with the situation.
Thank you, my lord. Now maybe we can move to the second part of my session concerning complaints. We received quite a few concerning you, but a lot of them had to do with the decisional independence, or rather your decisional independence. And we received a response, and the commission is going to consider your response. But even then, I just want to ask you a question. It's not only isolated to your case. We received quite a number of complaints concerning even the other candidates, especially the ones that are already on the bench. And a lot of them had to do with their decisional independence. I remember I attended the farewell function that was held right here for the former Chief Justice, and I remember I heard in your speech, you said something to the effect that judges are taking a lot of time responding to complaints, which ideally ought to be the subjects of appeal. So I just want to hear from you what you think may be the problem. Why is it that members of the public keep coming to the Ombudsman's office, keep coming to the JSC, raising complaints which ideally are the subject of appeal, and what you propose to do to arrest that?
The system we have, the adversarial system in this country, a winner takes everything. And those who lose don't lose for nothing. They say the judge was seen. They will create a reason. And we Kenyans are bitter losers. Nobody, even when you know you have a weak case and you've lost it, and you know it was very weak, you will still be bitter. That's what adversarial system does. But again, there could be genuine cases where people must raise their concern with the commission. My problem is the commission should be able to know, as you've correctly noted, that some complaints, if you look at them, a person has exercised a judicial function at the magistracy level, perhaps misapplied the law. It is not for that magistrate to explain how he arrived at that decision. The person complaining ought just to go, and those things that he lists in his letter complaining about an officer should be his grounds of appeal. And so my concern, even as I talk to you at the farewell party, is that I know you do a lot of sieving. I know that if you are to do response to complaints, you do nothing else but respond to those complaints. But there are some of them, of course these ones were different because they were for this purpose, but when you look at them, things that happened in 2001, somebody can't even remember, even if you got the file. And you wonder why didn't they appeal? So there are those complaints that I think the commission, by responding to them, by asking the judges to take time off their desks where they're writing judgments, the parties can be told in a very good language that they can pursue appeal. And I say this because we have had situations where the judges, some of the judges said, look, somebody wants me to explain how I arrived at a decision. Isn't that a trespass on my independence? I personally think that complaints must be received, they must be acted on, but there are frivolous complaints from vexatious litigants who will go to any length. You see complaints copied even to
the International Court of International Criminal Court. You see complaints copied to The Hague, copied to everybody in this world. If you see that and you call for the file, and I believe you can be able to deal with that without asking judges and magistrates to spend all the time, because this one they'll keep coming. So that was really my concern, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, my lord. There was one complaint, though, that I think is important to raise with you so that we can hear your response. There's a litigant whose complaint is that they spent 15 years in the High Court looking for justice. And finally, when the matter was concluded in the High Court and an appeal was filed, they have never gotten a date for the appeal to be heard. The appeal apparently was filed sometime in 2019. And the complainant, if I can call him that, was raising questions about your competence to serve as Chief Justice. Because much as the matter is not before you, the matter has delayed in your registry. What would you say to that, my lord?
2019, that's when the appeal was filed. If I got there, I don't know whether that's one of those that I responded to. Yes. So it is true. We have 2019 appeals pending, and it's not one. And for the reason I'll say for the upteenth time, we can only constitute 3 benches, at most 4 benches. And this has to be known, that although the court is ready to work, we had actually planned when we met in June 2018 that we would be a real-time court, that you'd come to Court of Appeal and within 1 year you will be heard. Because we knew we were getting 11 judges. And when we looked at the people this commission chose to come to that court, we were excited, because there are people who are not coming to be trained. There are people who have been tried and tested. And so this stalemate has a very serious ripple effect on the Kenyan people. It has serious effect on our investment and the growth of our economy. And so the answer I would give to the person who wrote is that we shall reach that case and it will be dealt with, given our numbers. I can't assure him or her that that case will jump over those that have been waiting also. But we have a system that we use to hear these cases, and because of the numbers now, we cannot hear all the cases that are deserving to be heard.
Thank you, my lord. But speaking on behalf of the complainant, maybe I can make a plea that you consider prioritizing their case, because from what I was able to gather from the complaint, the case involves retirees, some of whom are beyond 75 years, some have even died. Maybe you would consider in those circumstances to prioritize that particular case.
Thank you.
Judge, I was listening to you talking about the wealth declarations, and I knew that positive talk must have been coming from somewhere. I have looked at your application documents. The vetting bodies have cleared you. I have looked at your wealth declaration. You have filed for your spouse, you have filed for your child under 18 years. I really have no issues with your wealth declaration. I think they are meticulously filed. But even then, I would like to ask you, because from this response you are giving when you're talking about the wealth declarations, you said in support that there's a purpose they were meant to serve. And to me, the wealth declarations have an aspect of a lifestyle audit of sorts. And as I conclude, I just wanted to ask you what your views are concerning introducing that mechanism in our institution, the lifestyle audit?
There's a bill, Lifestyle Audit Bill 2019, very elaborate in the Senate. And there was a time all politicians were talking about, not all, some, about lifestyle audit. Hence this bill. It was going to be the framework upon which even the judiciary was going to ask members of the judiciary to be audited. Unless, because Kenya today, everything is being challenged in court, it is not something you can just introduce without any basis. Although when I was looking at the 3 statutes I talked about, the basis of the Wealth Declaration, perhaps nothing stops us from testing the waters. If we are really serious that we want to talk about corruption, and you think that the only way to talk about it and reduce it or reduce the perception is to audit us on how we live. If it can be done, then perhaps we have to look for a framework for it.
Thank you very much, my Lord, for your patience. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Your Honor, as you know, we are required by the Constitution to take into account diversity. So I'll come back and ask you to please let us know your county.
Yes, I come from Siaya County.
And the ethnicity is?
It's Luo.
It's Luo. Thank you so much. And this brings us to the end of this session. Honorable Judge, thank you very much for availing yourself and for answering our questions and being very open and very candid about your answers, Your Honor. So I want to thank you.
Thank you.
And just want to ask you whether you have anything to tell the Commission.
All right. Just to really thank you for this opportunity and acknowledge the elaborate process that this has been, the excellent preparations, the communication with candidates, everything has been quite smooth, and I congratulate the Commission. It's given us an opportunity to have an open debate, a discussion where you are able to evaluate all of us and to be able to give Kenyans the CJ they deserve. And I just want really to thank you. But I just wanted to ask one question, whether there's anything that the Commission thinks, like a magic wand, that can propel, one thing that can propel this judiciary to the level that you wish, given the kind of questions that you have asked me.
Oh, you want us to answer that, Judge?
Sorry, I have turned the interview the other way.
I would request Honorable Judge Majada to answer that on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you very much. Our expectation is that every candidate will come with a magic wand and wave it at us. Thank you.
Well answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. That is the end of the session. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Je, umeomoka? Kama hujaomoka kwenye Quickbit ndio mambo yote. Hapa tuko na fridge, kodi yake ni CM. Tuko na gas cooker, kodi yake ni CK. Tuko na TV, kodi yake ni TV. Tuko na simu aina ya Samsung ni SM, ama Oppo ni Oppo. My friend, mahali popote unanitizama, eka hizo kodi zake kisha utume kwa 4032353. 4032353. Alafu utakuwa unaomoka na hizi bidhaa. Kumbuka kwenye Quickbit ni bila bora zaidi kwa bei ya chini.
Every time I'm in front of the camera, I remember my culture.
After all, story ni yetu. Kama unadai drama origi, telenovelas na sports, get your GoTV decoder na 1 month GoTV Plus for 1,299 bob. Download my GoTV app kumanage account yako on the go, ama dial *423# kusubscribe, kupay, kureconnect, kuupgrade ama kuclear errors. GoTV, love it. Ili kupata skiza tune hii ya Dhiki Huleta Zaburi kwa simu yako, bonyeza *811 *815#.
Na msibabaishwe na yale mnayoyapitia, hata yawe magumu kiasi gani, yote yatapita. La msingi ni kuweka tumaini letu kwa Mungu aliyetuumba. Katika kitabu cha Warumi 5:3, wala si hivyo tu, ila mnafurahia katika dhiki pia, mkijua ya kuwa dhiki kazi yake ni kuleta saburi. Amina.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii, bonyeza *811 *815#, *811 *815#. Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
I want you to approach her mother. And when you're in front of everyone, you will hug her as if you truly love her. Who else knew that Miss Serrano was going to go to your apartment?
I don't know anything about guns, but what I know is that Emma owns a gun.
What? Why in the world would she have a weapon?
What's the matter, my love?
I won't know. But what I would do with my life without her.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Namleta mgeni na mpangaji.
Hakuna mnamfanya hivi lakini.
Kwa leo tu, kesho tutakwenda kutafuta ile nyumba nilokuambia. Asiweza kutumia huo mzigo. Shukrani sana. Sasa shindwa mwenyewe. Ninalesikia hiyo kama kundalalisha huko, mndalalisha mama. Alafu na wewe kwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Barbara.
Night on KBC Channel 1.
Just see me as your family, not just see me as your babe. Everything alright. Journey to the ends of the earth. But the ocean never burn that way.
This weekend on KBC Channel 1.
Mwanangu ni gazeti. Kwa gavana kunataka mahesabu. Kunataka mahesabu. Kwa sababu yule lazima ujue wale askari ni wangapi pale ndani ambao wanamlinda. Basi ndio ushaanza uoga. Jeshi gani anakuwa namna hiyo? Kwa nini kazi? Nadhani sote tunaelewa kilichotuleta.
this weekend on KBC Channel 1.
Are you going to sit here like this through the lesson?
Why not? If you're that disturbed, pluck yourself somewhere else.
Nadia, why are you this dirty? You know a lady should never be seen like this. Now I plead for TikTok. Ladies in this class have completely nothing to offer.
Who goes to a restaurant, an entertainment joint to drink water?
What is wrong with your small head? Haven't you heard about the test and the preferences?
You guys are just a bunch of losers. What sort of entertainment is this?
Does this song sound familiar? In the morning, Come on, what are you talking about? That's like a sing-along, yeah? Who doesn't remember that?
Classmates, every Saturday on KBC. Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
But we can't leave unless we meet Emperor Bindusar. Can't we see him? Can't Emperor Bindusar come to see us even for one moment? We have come from a far-off place. Can't he come here and bless us all?
Just tell them to leave. Ashok? He must be here to free Saga. Let's bring Dharma.
So you see, I need to ensure your safety first. Only after that, I'll ensure the safety of Queen Dharma.
KBC Channel 1.
I want you to approach our mother. And when you're in front of everyone, you will hug her as if you truly loved her. Who else knew that Miss Serrano was going to go to your apartment?
I don't know anything about guns, but what I know is that Emma owns a gun.
What? Why in the world would she have a weapon?
What's the matter, my love?
I won't know. But what I would do with my life without her.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Namleta mgeni na mpangaji.
Hakuna hamfanya hivi lakini.
Kwa leo tu, kesho tutakwenda kutafutia ile nyumba nilokuambia. Asimisha kutumia huo mzigo. Shukrani sana. Sasa shindwa mwenyewe.
Umelikule store.
Nimelisikia hiyo kama kundalalisha huko, mndalalisha mama. Alafu na wewe kwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Barbara.
Nifika huko.
Night on KBC Channel 1.
Just see me as your family, not just see me as your friend. Nice. Everything alright. Journey to the ends of the earth. But the wish will never burn that way. But the wish will never burn.
Give God some praise. He's worthy. He's worthy. Come on, sing it. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God.
I'm so proud of you. Oh, the Lord is moving in here. The Lord is moving in here. And I'm here to say that the God I serve is an awesome God. And I'm so happy that the youth of the church are channeling their energies into doing God's work. I want to take a minute to acknowledge two young men whose stars are shining especially bright. My son David Taylor and his close friend Charles. Frank, come on up here. Come on up here, Frank. Come on. These two wonderful young men are one class shy of graduating from our youth ministry training program, and they're moving on to becoming ministers.
You want to swing by the mall a little later? I can't. My dad's in a meeting, and my mom's supposed to come pick me up. Come on, man. Your cousin Charlene's gonna be there. Now you trying to get at my cousin? She must be trying to get at me. She gave me her number. Let me see. Hey, give me that, man. What are you doing?
Minister Hunter, can I speak to you for a minute?
Ain't even the right number anyway. It starts with a 404. Lorraine Taylor?
Room 201.